Week 1 of the ECL 22 has been run and won by Tunbridge Wells of England. We'll see them in Championship Week. And we'll also see one of the teams from Group B with 6 new teams here today, all competing for that crucial place at the business end of the tournament. It's also February 14 today, Valentine's Day. Well, let's just say it's a bit of a romantic atmosphere around the ground today, but there'll be no love lost on the field. We've got Irish representation for the first time as well. So settle in. 5 big games of T10 action. Mr. Maximo here. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, and it starts right now. Good morning to you, and a very warm welcome to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome back to another big week in European cricket. Well, it is day 2, Group B week here in ECL 22, brought to you by BET2BALL and Kiba Inu, and I'm really excited to see a few new faces as well as a few familiar ones as well. And we're starting with match 1 of Group B between Brigade from Ireland and Griffins from Guernsey. Why don't we go over to the match referee, Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains, and the giant coin for the coin toss.
Your call. Kiba score. What is Kiba? Good.
Well, the first giant coin toss of the week has come up. Kiba Inu, and that means Guernsey have won the toss. Griffins, their champion club. Luke Letitia, actually the nephew of famous footballer Matt Letitia, and he's in this team with his older brother as well, Glenn. And look, I expect Luke Letitia to be a really important player for Griffins. He will open the batting for them, also probably bowl some off spin. Of course, he's leading the side. He's won the toss. He's elected to bat. That's a good confident move, I think, first up. I do like batting first. Yeah, the dew's a bit of a factor. It takes a swing out of the game. Yes, it slows the outfield down a little bit, but I think on these dimensions, it doesn't make too much of a difference. I think it's pretty difficult actually to field first up in the morning here in Cartama. Also, I think that we'll probably see Luke Letitia opening up with Damien Wallen. Well, he is actually a bit of the grandfather of the team. He's in his 40s, even though the rest of the team are in their 20s. Let's see if Wallen can get going first up this morning against a Brigade side. Well, the All-Irish champions, they defeated Cork in the All-Ireland final back in 2021 to qualify for this tournament. Haven't played any T10 cricket before, so it'll be a new experience for them. In fact, both sides pretty inexperienced in the format. Their captain, Andrew Britton, not sure if he would have liked to have batted first himself, but I don't think he'll be too bothered about losing that toss. He's a key player for Brigade. He'll open the batting and the bowling. He's very aggressive, very good straight hitter. Also, watch out for Simon Alford behind the stumps. He's a bit of a character. I think we'll get to see him getting up to a few tricks this week. Well, let's talk about the conditions today in Cartama. I can tell you that a little bit of cloud first up, but I think we'll have plenty of sunshine. We're expecting a maximum temperature of 20 degrees. Currently, it's about 12, so a little bit chilly to get this one going, but I think we've got 2 teams here ready to get B started with a bang. And well, here is a man who enjoyed his weekend, but I think he's ready for action again here in week 2 of this 6-week tournament. Rico Full is in the commentary box as we get up with the news that Griffins from Guernsey, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first.
Good morning, cricket lovers. Namaste, salam alaikum, sas sri akal, Ibowan, and welcome back to Spain, Malaga, and here at the magnificent Cartama Oval. And nice to see those dashing kits of the new teams, 6 new teams that we're going to see here this week in Group B. Teams from Ireland, Guernsey, Norway, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Croatia. And we start off with this one. I think this is going to be a cracker of a match. Brigade from Ireland versus Griffin. Remember, these teams are all champions, club champions, back in their own countries. And they're coming together here. 30 of them in total over 6 weeks. That's why this is the Champions League of cricket, where these teams do battle. So who from Group B will join Tunbridge Wells and reigning champions VOC Rotterdam in finals week starting 14th of March? We get ready to go. It's going to be Luke Letitia who's going to be facing the first ball. So first ball of start of Group B And it's a nice one. Good bit of bounce. Now, viewers will know and notice that we are coming here now from what I like to call the lakeside end. Last week we were coming from hillside, lakeside end, so we do change every week. And thinking back to the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, I found that this end just offered just a little bit more zip, a bit more bounce for the seamers. We shall wait and see. It's a nice start there from Brighton. Nice shot. And doesn't quite time it perfectly. And of course, Andrew Britton. Apologies. Brighton, lovely place, Brighton. Probably a bit chilly this time of year. The old pebbled beach. So both batters off the mark here, Le Tissier and Wallen. Fuller delivery from Britton, driven. But, no run there. It's a good start, good variations. Starting with a couple just short of a length, getting that bounce to come into play. And on that occasion went for the Fuller delivery. Rico Full here in the house, sending you all lots of love on Valentine's Day. Hope you have a lovely day. Shot, and this one will go to the boundary. It's the first of the morning. It's the first of Group B. Cuatro carreras. Just a little bit short here. Trying to angle it into the body. Doesn't quite get the bounce that he was looking for. And that's a nice shot played by Luke Le Tissier. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras. And, that will certainly help warm Luke up on this fairly chilly start to the day, but look at the sunshine already starting to caress this beautiful ground. Short again, and this time, well, he's gone the leg side, and now he goes out on the offside through the covers. 4 runs, just stood up tall and punches this away. Delightful shot. 4 more. Back-to-back boundaries. And once again, just a little bit too short. The footwork and timing there was superb. Le Tissier making a fine start. What's the reply going to be? Britton. Oh, that's a quicker one. Bends his back, gets it through. Dot ball to finish the over. 10 from it. And this one went for the old big hit right down the ground. Missing out on it. That's a good start. Certainly Le Tissier will be feeling confident after those 2 boundaries. Magnificent view there off the ground. You can see still a fair bit of dew on the outfield. It'll take a bit of time to burn away. Ryan Macbeth warming up now to bowl the second over. I must say, the kits here look dashing, really do. Sponsored by, of course, Kibinu. Macbeth to Wallen. Fuller delivery. Oh, gets the toe end of the bat. Not sure if this is a chance or whether this went onto the ground first. We'll see that on the replay. But what it is 4 runs. Let's have a look at this once more. Yeah, just wide ball being called, so it doesn't touch the bat there at all. Certainly heard a noise on the microphone there. Stump mics. But bit of the encouraging thing here for Macbeth is the movement. He did get a fair bit of swing. We didn't say too much last week, I have to say, especially the early part of the week.
Yeah,
see if you can get this in the right place. And that's better. The best of shots from Wallen. You can see what he's trying to do inside the power play, of course. Only 2 men allowed outside, so they've that area over short mid-wicket is free. He's trying to get it there. And again, another swoosh and a miss. Head up in the air there, not really keeping his shape. Well on. And, you can see what he's eyeing up. I think this is good, though, from Brigade. They're keeping 2 men straight inside. Trying to get him to go for the big shot. Bit more width here, and it's been well played. Times this perfectly, 4 runs. Backward point, it goes between point and the man at third. Just using the pace of the ball, a little bit of width offered to him, and plays this one with merit. 4 more. Nicely played, and this time he does keep his shape perfectly still. Guided away, that'll make him feel a bit better. And a good time to welcome back into the commentary box my partner in crime, Mr. Maximo. Good morning.
Yeah, morning, Rico.
Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, welcome to everybody else that's joined us in the live chat as well, and everyone, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to be here. And yeah, Group B action week 2. We have our first qualifier now. Tunbridge Wells from England didn't have it all their own way, did they, in week 1? It'll be interesting to see who joins them from Group B. It's Macbeth.
Oh, edge.
It's flown away. And wow, the keeper, Alford, he was flying away. I don't think even Superman would have got this one, Rico. 4 runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, one thing he does do, he swings hard. And though he has swung and missed at 3, this time he gets the edge, but it flies past the wicket keeper. Alford couldn't do anything about that.
Gets him through here, Macbeth. Oh, so happy Valentine's Day to you as well, Rico. Looks like you're my Valentine this year.
Will you be mine?
Get back to you.
Okay.
Tell you what, I do agree this end. Ball flies through a bit more, I think, from this end.
And, well, this has touched something. Yes, it has. I heard that. And, well, no hesitation at all from the umpire. Nilkush Patel puts the finger up. And that's the first wicket. Damien Wallen has to go. He was swinging wild. And this one gets the faintest of edges. That's a good catch from the keeper as well. Looks like he was going the wrong way for one moment. But recovers well and takes a nice catch.
Yeah, good hands by Alford behind the stumps. Yeah, Wallen is kind of the elder statesman of the team. He's 42. Everyone else is in their 20s. So, kind of the babysitter they sent out first, but he's got to go. Does get a few to his name. He goes for 9, and the first wicket of the week falls. Griffins are 23 for 1.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there for the shot Wallen was trying to play. He was looking to go straight over the top. And good bowling, though. I think the bowler sensed that and just kept it short of a length. Made it difficult for him. And the one that he did manage to get the edge on the went for 4 was slightly wider. But this one, you see, look, it's dead straight. Just going over middle stump. Gets the faintest of touches on it.
You can definitely hear it, though, couldn't you?
Yeah.
I just think Alford, even though they got the gloves first thing in the morning, no easy catches. Does well. That'll build his confidence as well. So 2 wickets. So 2 overs, I should say, down. 23 for 1.
Chance. And, well, we're just over the fielder. And it was all a question of whether Letizia got enough on this. But he backed himself. Just got into good position. Not trying to hit it too hard. Relying on his timing. And he nails it. 6 runs. And that's the first of the day. 6 carreras.
Yeah, first of the week. There'll be more. Here's McCarter, holding over number 3.
That's the reverse here. Tries to get funky first thing in the morning. And doesn't quite get it right, but enough to get him another run.
Yeah, he's got some glove on that, I think. So it's good to see a few new faces on ECN. I'm sure it'll be a new experience for them. Luke Letitia, that's out here. Nephew of famous footballer Matt Letitia.
Wide down the leg side. It was a loose delivery. The first one that Jason Martin, the new batter, gets.
So both these 2 teams very inexperienced in the format. It's going to be a new experience for them. Probably one or two players might have had a kind of social game, but certainly nothing at this level at the T10 format.
Slower delivery, well watched. And well fielded there as well. Getting dirty for his team.
This is Jason Martin, who's coming out number 3. I remember him actually, we broadcast our first game after the COVID lockdown, May 31st, 2020. It was a match we broadcast from Guernsey to raise money. The COVID appeal, another wide, but I think we'll see plenty of Jason Martin. He's got an interesting story as well. He's also got the wicket keeper for this team. He's also the wicket keeper for the Guernsey national team. He's also the #1 goalkeeper for their football team. So he's a real keeper.
Edge, well, he can't do anything about this one. And this goes right the way over. So Letitia moves into the 20s. There's a couple of edges now gone this way. I think, pretty sure that after this over, that we'll see the third man perhaps deployed on the boundary, or at least third man or fine leg, because that's where some of these boundaries are going at the moment.
Even if you had the third man back, though, I think that's pretty fine. I think it's probably still going for 4. Also, not having the third man up, it's kind of a catching position in this form of the game. That has gone for 14 so far.
And, this one probably would have been a wide delivery, and yeah, definitely would have been wide.
Kicking yourself there. Loves the reverse though, as noted by a few of our astute watchers in the chat. Luke Letitia.
Carter just struggling with his line just a little bit here. Looking to get one full and straight, I think. Tries, and it's another edge, and once more he's going to go all the way to the boundary. Edge lagi, fieldane, koshis the kitty, but joka lag gaya.
There's been one edge that's gone to the keeper. Plenty of just miss, and this is one of them. Look at that, straight to first slip. If he's there, but he's not. Some expensive over for Graham McCarter. Welcome to T10 cricket. And after the power play, it's 41 for 1. There were 18 runs off that over.
Yeah, that was an expensive one. He did struggle to get his line and dragged a few short, a few wide as well. And, well, he'll say he was a bit unlucky to a couple of edges there going to the boundary, and that's healthy there for Brigade. They're going the right way, upward steps.
Bit of both ways, really. There's also a massive wide that was hit, which could have been one and another ball. So, take the good with the bad in this format. Anything can happen. Something to see a bit of spin here in over number 4.
It's a nice start.
There's Iftikhar Hussain Rico, who is 48 years old, came over 20 years ago from Pakistan as a professional, fell in love and got married in Ireland. So he's still there. Beat my ECN journey.
Well, there you
just
go.
3 days, and here I'm still here.
We've got our very own Valentine story here as well then.
Beautiful.
There you go.
Very relevant. Ball, some off spin.
And well, chase is on for the fielder. He will get there. And just keeping an eye on what the umpire signals here, whether it's going to be buys or, leg buys. So it does catch a little bit of pad on the way through.
Yeah, this is really off-putting for the keeper as well. Whenever you see the batter shaping to reverse, I used to sometimes take a couple of steps back, if anything, thought something wasn't on, just to give me a chance to maybe see the ball. Otherwise, it just flies past you. Iftikhar.
He uses his feet well. The batter plays it nicely down the ground. All the fielders now, the 5 that are allowed outside the circle, they're all in front of the bat. So square leg, mid-wicket, long on, long off, and then the man patrolling the boundary at cover.
Change of pace. Just change the rhythm of a game, Carter.
So Hussain now to Letitia, 24 off 11 deliveries. And this is a nice looking shot, and it's going to beat the man there at square leg. And, well, uses his feet well. He backs himself to play the shot. I think Hussain saw him coming and tried to dig this one in, but the batter was already in position and nicely put away. Gave himself plenty of room.
Yeah, Luke Letizia is not afraid to be proactive, is he? He certainly is. He's taking some calculated risks, and he's trying to stay one step ahead of the bowler at the moment. He's picked his spot there. Knew he wanted to get it back behind square leg where there wasn't anyone on the boundary. Clever batting.
This time he waits inside his crease and he absolutely clubs this. Balle, 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 Kinasora, 6 carreras.
Well, there's no cat and mouse about this. This is just strong arm tactics from Luke Letizia. He lifts this over wide mid wicket. Big Maximo for him, and he is up and away. This is a really good start for Griffins now after winning the toss and electing to bat as they pass 50 and only the 4th over.
The saying goes short, and well, he's reversed this, but unfortunately for him, he smashes it straight to the man that's at point. It's a nice shot, confident, and that's the end of the over. 55 for 1 at the end of 4, going along nicely.
They certainly are. You can see there some of the beautiful atmosphere around this ground. Vinny's handed here, Mr. Maximo, along with the Rico full. Looks like we had the same ideas as being mentioned right now.
What's going on here? That's 2 days. That's 2 of the trot.
We're just thinking the same way. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone.
Happy Valentine's
Thanks
Day,
for spending
everybody.
some or all of your Valentine's Day with us. We're certainly happy to spend it with you. And look, I don't know if it'll be a love story out here in the middle. We're going to have some pretty competitive cricket. 6 new teams. They're desperate to secure a place in Championship Week. And at the moment, Griffins are liking their start after winning the toss.
It's a good start, isn't it? And they'll be keen to keep it going. Go back to another spin, some more spin now. This is going to be David Barr.
Well, I know that Ben Fitchett, the Griffins' number 3, regular number 3, a lot of people say their best batter. One of, at least. News about him in a second.
With this one.
But he had a positive COVID situation, unfortunately, so couldn't make the trip. I know he's devastated. Not sure if we'll see him before the end of the week. So he's stranded at the moment in the UK. But I'll keep an eye on that situation.
Shorter. Oh, misfield, and they'll be looking to come back for 2 here. Yeah, they will. They'll be disappointed there, the infielder. Just trying to put the pressure on, and, well, it's Hussain makes the first real error of the morning, and the batters capitalise.
And, unusual way to turn for 2, but effective. This is David Barr with his off spinners.
Goes for the sweep shot, and well, there is a bit of bat on this, so it wasn't actually that far away from the fielder. That was Reynolds. Shot, it comes down the track. There is a fielder there, but he can't do anything about it. 6 more, beautifully hit, used his feet well, comes down the wicket. And, well, lovely straight hit over the top of the fielder. Again, fielder not too far away. That's 2 sixes we've seen straight. But it's all about the timing, and they've been putting this away. Nice shot. Yeah,
Martin's away. His first of his innings. That'll bring him a lot of confidence, even though it wasn't quite out of the middle of the bat.
Well, how about this? A little bit of chin music. First thing in the morning. Oh, well, that was spicy.
You want to talk about Valentine's Day? Time to get down on one knee. That's exactly what Martin does. Let's just say it was an indecent proposal because that bounced more than he thought.
Yeah.
That takes us to the end of the 5th over and it's 64 for 1.
Yeah, I get the feeling that he was probably getting himself set to play the wrap shot there and realised he wasn't quite there. Tried to change his shot, but, well, he had a nice sniff of that one.
Only he knows what he was trying to do. I would have thought maybe he was trying to slog sweep as well. Get down, and then it just wasn't there for it. You see spinners getting decent bounce. It's a really good start, though. 64 off the first half of the innings from Griffins. The bowler coming in now. Looks like it'll be Ryan Barr, I think, who bowl in tandem with his brother. See Ryan bowl, bit of seam up here.
Goes full. Letizia finds the fielder. It's just been a bit quiet at the moment. Letizia hasn't had probably as much as the strike that he would have liked the last few deliveries.
Saw David Barr last over using that kind of delay in his action where he almost pauses for a second. He does pause for a fraction of a second, just try to disrupt the timing of the batters. These shirts look fantastic, don't they, for both sides?
Oh, well, he's gone here, slips. But he said that slight delay. Well, there was no delay here. And you can see the foot just, look at that, just sliding away.
That out?
I tell you what, he does hit the stocks with his hands.
How's that?
That would be the most unintentional. Unintentional, but the most funkiest man Cad we'd ever seen.
That would have gone viral.
Slaps this, fielder is in play and takes a catch, gets the wicket. So Martin, he does depart. And they needed to break this partnership. I mean, they've got Martin. I think the man thereafter, of course, is Letizia. But, well, another wicket down, new batter in. Nicely held.
Yeah, well, Martin rolled the dice once, got away with it with a straight 6 this time. Just didn't quite collect it, did he? He's going to have to go. A bit of an adjustment, I think, coming from regularly bowling on turf wickets to bowling on artificial. Just got to find your feet. That was a nice catch taken there. And it's Britton, the captain. He's been influential already this morning. He gets the wicket of Jason Martin. The number 3 is back in the shed and Griffins lose a second wicket. Is 65 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, good little partnership put together, but I think he probably felt that he needed to play just a few more shots just to keep the pressure on the Brigade team. He gets a nice warm reception. And like you say, looking very snazzy, very dashing to these teams. And all got such unique kits.
It's the pink is good Valentine's Day colour as well, isn't it, for Griffins? They've made a good start. I'm trying to work out how you describe that pattern on the Brigade shirts, though. It's kind of a fiery diamond design. Love it.
Short and wide and called. Good morning to the umpires that are out there. First match in this Group B. You can see, I think his foot just slips there again. But yeah, that's umpire Neil Cash is at the bowler's end, and that square leg. Umpire Anand Shub. Shub, of course, from Hungary. Neil Cash from Barcelona.
Yeah. Buenos dias to all our Spanish viewers. A lot of people in the chat. Maybe a few new faces as well joining us for Group B. Welcome to you. Welcome to ECN.
The hedge chase here for the fielder and not going to get it. Well, and that was Reynolds there. He thought about the dive. He does get the dive in, but it just, I mean, look, even early in the morning when we got this due, this outfield is so quick.
Yeah, that's O'Sheen Reynolds. And this is my point. You can have the third man back. And when you get a genuine edge like that kind of goes to first or second slip, probably still beats the fielder. So they've had a fair slice of luck, you'd have to say.
Yeah.
And Martel gets off the mark with a streaky one.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Barr will not be discouraged from going down that channel once again. Just try to keep him outside the off stump playing that shot. I see third man's gone a bit finer here now. And he does, and it's the same result. Good captaincy there.
I think
he's,
plan comes together.
Yeah, it's the case of the bowler saying, yeah, that's where I'm going to put it. So the captain says, okay. We'll move the fielder. Reynolds just slightly finer. Makes the stop, just a single. So I think this is time now that Letizia will be thinking about going big. He'll feel that he's been there long enough. 20 deliveries, 39. It's time to get funky. And he tries to go funky, goes for the big hit, and this is out of here. Balle, 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 Ginna, Sona, Ginna, Badashaka.
Not afraid to stand and deliver. He's got a few different tactics. And this one, just look how still he keeps his head. Clears that front leg. That one made it all the way over the fence on the full. He's a danger man. He's say time to get going. Well, he's already going at over 2 a ball. So, decent stuff.
This is over-pitched. Bowler gets away with it. Fielded by the man out on the leg side boundary. Be disappointed. Yeah, he is disappointed. This year, he knows he should have put that away. That is the end of the over. So the good thing is he will keep the strike. And the score moves along nicely. 78 for 2 at the end of 6.
Yeah, 6 over check-in time. Well, they're going at 13 and over. Obviously, if you keep that rate up, that's a pretty good rate to have. I think a lot of it depends on Luke Letitia staying at the crease. But yeah, 130, it's going to be a big ask, I think, for Brigade on their ECN debut. A lot of people have them as favourites this week, but both these teams are a bit of an unknown quantity in T10 cricket. David Barr comes back for his second over. First one finds the gap, and it's going to be 4. That's a nice bit of placement. And Luke Letitia brings up his 50 with that shot. He's been very, very clever the way he's manipulated the field so far. He's a good mixture of power and placement, innovation, and that's the first half century of Group B.
Yeah, well batted. बहुत अच्छी batting की थी अपनी half century बना ली Letitia ने. Yeah, and he'll be looking to go on from here. He knows that his job's not done. And tries that reverse sweep again. I'm sure I heard the call of wide, and there you go. But I should just clarifying that. It has been called wide.
Half century coming off 22 balls with 3 sixes and 6 fours. It's been a good knock. No signs of rust from the Griffins skipper. Bowled him.
He's got him, and I was going to say it was very quiet up there for a minute, but I'm sure I saw those bells come off. So once again, going for the reverse, getting it wrong. I mean, I've only seen one of these actually hit properly. So something which, well, this is
The glove, I think.
I think he's hit this back onto himself. Yeah, his glove back onto the ground, onto the stumps.
It's an unlucky one for sure. Just kind of knocked into the bail. And so that's an unfortunate one. And when you think about some of the luck that some of the batters have had, and you say that you would count Adam Martell a bit unlucky, but he does have to go, and that's the 3rd wicket of the morning. Griffins are 84 for 3.
Yeah, David Barr gets in on the act.
First wicket for Barr as well. Be happy with that, I'm sure. So that's a wicket to each of the Bars now after his brother Ryan was able to pick up the wicket of Jason Martin. This one here just knocks into the stump, doesn't it? So yeah, it's a risky shot.
Interesting, no real celebration.
Yeah, well, maybe they're not used to getting whacked for 13 and over. I can understand that. And maybe they weren't expecting to, but welcome to ECN. Strap yourself in. Here's Bart, the new batter. It's the other Martell.
It's nice flicked away. They should be looking for 2 here, I think, and they will. And they get them quite comfortably in the end.
This is Jordan, so it's Adam's younger brother that has replaced him at the crease to join his captain. Letitia, he's on an undefeated 50. Now, even more important, I think, with the new batter at the crease, that Letitia takes control of this innings with about a third left. It's like about 20 deliveries or so, 21 to be exact.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'm liking that. I think that's the bowler just letting Letitia know that, look, you're going a little bit too soon. Fuller. Place it down the ground. And fielded by the man at long off. Gets a single. And
Griffins.
To go big here. Remaining 2 deliveries of the over.
Yeah, for sure.
And hits it really well, but there is a fielder there, and they've got their man. They've got the big wicket. Doesn't quite time this right. You can hear the hollow sound. It hits low down the bat. He does come down the wicket, but doesn't nail it, doesn't get the middle, and he goes. And this could be a turning point in this innings.
Yeah, he went to go fetch it, didn't he, from outside the off stump, favouring that leg side. It's a ball he could have driven straight, but he decided to try and get it in that gap, I think, square of the wicket, but not the contact that he wanted. Nice catch taken out there as well. So it's an even 50 for Luke Letitia on ECN debut. Good innings from him. But he does become the 4th wicket to fall. It's 87 for 4.
Yeah, gets a nice warm round of applause. He'll feel that he's done his job, but he's disappointed now. I think he knows the new batter's just come in. He's the batter that's going well, and he would have hoped to have added at least another 20, 30 runs to his name. Getting out there just puts a little bit of pressure now on the newer batters as they try and reach, well, they know, or they would know from last week, that 120 was around the par score. Different end, Vinny. Do you think that makes a difference to what that score or that average score should be here?
Not too much, I think. I think time will tell. A bit of extra bounce, but that can work both ways, I think. Better out there is David Hooper. A bit about Guernsey, if you don't know. They're a small territory. Crown dependency is how it would be described. About 11 kilometres by 7 kilometres. So not a huge space, but yeah, it's good to see them represented here on ECN for the first time in one of our tournaments. As we have a look at this Group B, and you see Brigade and Griffins playing in this first match. We'll see Bjørvika from Norway and Royal Tigers from Hungary as well, Indo-Bulgarian and Zagreb Sokol. So we've got 3 teams that we have seen on ECN, the bottom 3 actually there. And then the top 3 we haven't seen before. Zagreb Sokol, of course, from Croatia. See all of those teams at some point today on day 1 of Group B.
It's a nicely timed shot. Doesn't quite beat the fielder out there. That's now moved to behind square. Good work from the Barr brothers. Ryan Barr picks up a wicket in the 6th. And David Barr there, well, 2 wickets in that over. So that certainly helped to get Brigade back in this match and maybe perhaps back in control. Well struck, and that's hit dead straight and out of here. Lovely shot. Quick hands, good timing. 6 runs.
Yeah, really nice shot. Fairly safe shot as well. Straight down the ground. Took it on. Once again, still head, wasn't it? Very, very nice timing. Goes the distance.
Hussain, well, this time scored the edge. This should be a wicket. And it is a comfortable catch there taken. So they get another one, and that's David Murdoch. It takes it to Hussain after being hit for a straight 6 down the ground. Comes back and gets his man.
Yeah, well, this was not in the middle of the hands from Murdoch as well, who feels pretty relieved, I think. The keeper had no idea where that was, Simon Olfert. When it came down, it was grasped by Murdoch. Just have a look at this. Bit of the old bounce around. Right up the wrists. Right into the big chest of David Murdoch. So it's going to be 6 and out for Jordan Martel. We'll go no further than 9. And the score at the 3/4 point in the innings, it's 95 for 5.
Yeah, he just decided that he was going to launch into that one as well. Wasn't quite there at the pitch of the delivery, and that's hence he found the edge. Worth pointing out that both these teams, I mean, they're, of course, they're national champions, club champions, but in Ireland and also in Guernsey. But it's a format that they're not used to, T10.
Exactly right. I think it'll be very interesting to watch and develop as the week goes on.
Keeper didn't really know where that was. Goes right through. That's that little bit of extra bounce there again.
Hussain will be happy with his first wicket in ECN cricket. I mentioned a love story, how he ended up staying in Ireland after coming over as a professional in his 20s. He won't mind us saying that he's in his late 40s, but doing a good job here for his team.
This is well struck, and the fielder will not get there. 4 runs, and they didn't have to go too far. And that's long on. It was only probably, I don't know, about 10 metres away from him, but that's gone pretty quickly. Nice shot this. And, well, one Letizia departs, and another one comes in.
Yeah, interestingly, only Luke Letizia has made it to double figures. He made 50. No one else has gotten past 9.
Played out onto the offside. Take the single, and that single at the end of the over brings up the 100 as well. 100 for 5.
Yeah, well, looking on track for 130. You wonder if they can get that many now. I wouldn't totally write it off, but 2 fairly new batters at the crease, Hooper and Glenn Letizia. As I mentioned earlier, that's Luke and Glenn Letizia. They're nephews of the very, very decorated English footballer, Matt Letizia.
Great player.
One of my players I used to really
Great player.
like.
I think had memorable. I mean, he's a hero, isn't he? And still now, I think, any Southampton fans out there will remember. I think he was God to them, Letizia. This is called a wide. For the pace, going for the Yorker.
Yeah.
Just gets it wrong.
The captain, Andrew Britton, coming back. A bit of expression here on ECN. And it all happens in the 9th. Well, let's see if it does. Could be an important over, because you've had a good one here. Say keep it to single digits, 5 or 6. Maybe you can keep it under 120. 115 to 120. If it gets away from you, it goes for 15 or 20. Well, then you're looking at something like 130 plus.
This one again into the body. And just gets back onto it. Glenn Letizia happy to scramble and take the single. And now saying to Hooper, okay, it's your turn. 2 of 2 so far. It's time to go big. Time to find the boundaries. Down the leg side again. Good pace.
Yeah.
From Brisbane. Just getting his radar wrong a little bit. You see a little shake of the head there. Come on, Valentine's Day. Let's have some Valentine's sayings that could be related to cricket. There, come on, people on the chat. Good morning to you.
Okay. Yeah. Let us know in the chat. What do you think? I did the getting down on one knee one earlier.
Well, this one has gone a long way. It's going, and gone. Seis carreras, que guay, que genial, que grande.
Big shot. That one's gone up the stairs. We're going halfway to the bar. Yeah, just picks up a length. He's just been angling in a couple of times. He's lost it down the leg side, hasn't he, Britton? He's got to find his length now. The death. I think there's no point bowling that. Not a good length. I think you've got to get up there in the block hole.
And well, he heard you. That was in the block hole, and this time the radar was spot on. And well dug out.
It's a question from Liam Day. He loves these hypotheticals. He asked me earlier, would I rather attempt to catch a Mirza Ahsan bullet on a winter morning or lose my scooter? I'd try and catch the bullet. The next one, would I rather try and catch a Mirza Ahsan bullet or have a 3-minute boxing spar with Big Pavel? Pretty sure he already asked us those two individually.
Well bowled again. Is this away down the leg side? It's unfortunate, really, to find the fielder. Takes a single.
I'd say I'd take the boxing with Pavel, because if his batting's anything to go by, probably miss. Miss a lot of them. Hello to Pavel, who I know is watching. Happy birthday to Pavel yesterday, actually. Happy birthday, Pavel.
Yeah, that's
Happy
right.
42.
Belated birthday greetings. Yeah. Well, I got one. I was bowled over by my wife. Happy Valentine's Day to Charlie. And to Sonia, my daughter.
Well, it wasn't a no ball.
Shot. Well, this one is beautifully struck. Goes all the way over, 6 more. And there, they like those shots. Nice and straight. That's put a few smiles on the faces there of the Griffin camp. Nice shot.
Handy one. David Hooper. So your wife bowled you over. I just hope that on your first date you weren't overstepping.
Take the single. It's good bit of cricket there. Good rotation. Just keeping this score ticking along as another over comes to an end. So 9 gone, 118 on the board. Looking healthy here.
Yeah. It was a pretty good one. It was an even 100, wasn't it, after 8? So they got 18 off that over from Britain with help of a couple of wides.
Yeah.
A couple of sixes, and the rest were singles, so no dot balls at all. I think that's going to be... It's going to set them up nicely to something like 130, and you don't see too many of those kind of scores chased, especially when you consider that Brigade, it's their first outing in a T10 match. Here is over number 10, and it's going to be Macbeth to bowl it.
Gets a bit of the toe end on this. That will just be a single. Good morning to Stephen Waddle.
Yeah,
tuning in from Portugal. Good morning, Stephen.
Hello, Steve. And Innocent Nawab, yesterday was his birthday too, so happy birthday to you, and happy birthday to everybody. If you're having a birthday this week, let us know in the chat. We'll give you a shout out. Letizia on strike to Macbeth.
And shouts to catch it, but nobody's going to catch this. The infielder goes past him pretty quick. And the man doing the fielding out there on the boundary couldn't get anywhere near that, Nick. And 4 more runs, and valuable runs. That brings the 120 up. And you just feel now, Vinny, that any ones that they can get here now from the remaining deliveries in the it's over is all valuable bonus runs.
Yeah, it's a really, really clever shot. It showed that he knew where the field was. Didn't try to hit it too hard, just placed it. Got full value. Good batting.
Well, this is pretty full, and doesn't really see it onto the bat like you would have liked to. Another full toss that gets away, doesn't manage to punish it.
And remember the format this week. Actually, 6 teams all play each other over the first 3 days in a round robin, as they did last week in Group A. So Griffins only have to deal with Brigade once. They'd love to get the bragging rights and get the 2 points.
Edge will be fielded and has been, and that's Reynolds. He's had a busy day there at third. Get the single. The umpires just checking with each other. Balls to come, and it is 2. So 2 more to come in these innings from Griffin, and they'll be very happy with where they are now.
Yeah.
But if they can push on here and get past the 130, I think they know they've got a score on there they can defend.
Yeah, 1 boundary gets them there. Morning to Aaron Kamar from Cluj. I'll see you next week in Group C. Anyway, 2 to come here.
This is a nice hit from Letizia. Will the 2 men stop it out there? They do. Come back for 2. Good hustle from the batters.
They're really good. Had to go for it, especially after the fumble. So, takes them to 127 with 1 to go. Hello to Tommy Esper in it as well. And yeah, to all of our new viewers, welcome. Hopefully you can stick with us because we've got plenty of cricket action coming up this week and over the next month as well here. As we go to the last ball of the innings, 127 for Griffins.
And played, and they'll take 2 here. I don't think that was necessary to throw it away. I don't think he's going to make his ground. We'll just check what the umpire decides here. He's going to go upstairs. I've got a feeling that he may be just out of his crease here. But, well, look, I'll tell you what, they've done really well if they have managed to sneak the 2 in.
Yeah, see here. Did he have the ball here? This is a question. Yeah, we'll just have a look, because they did call for it. That one was pretty unclear.
The umpires, they wait. And the players, they do make their way off to change over. Ready to come back. We'll just get clarification for you on what the final score will be. Was that a 2? Was that a 1? Good round of applause for the Griffin team. I think they'll be very satisfied with their work this morning. I mean, they know they're up against the great team, a talented side. They had a fantastic season in Ireland, winning 4 of the 5 finals that they played in, and they're certainly going to be a tasty affair. So 129 it looks like the score is. So 130 exactly required. Well, that's going to be an interesting run chase. They've got to go big in the power play, Vinny.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how Brigade approach this. They're going to need some urgency. Well, there was a bit of love in the air this morning. Well, you and me, he's in the pod. But out there was no love lost on the field. And it was 2 teams with very limited or non-existent T10 experience that were out the ball, hooping around a little bit there from Macbeth. That was exception rather than rule. Would have to say, the kamikaze diving over the fence. Have to learn pretty quickly. But we'll get the retrievers on that. And there are a few edges, a bit of luck, but also Griffin certainly made the most of it as the babysitter had to go early. After that, you have to say, they are in a very, very good position, Griffins. And Brigade, well, they're going to have a few to chase here in match 1 of Group B.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some nice shots, classy shots played by Letizia early on. Hit the ball very well, cleanly, but there was a little bit of misfortune as well, I think, for Brigade. A few coming off the edge and making its way all the way to the boundary. Hussain came on. Well, he went for the maximum, and well, that was quite a maximum. But this was really interesting because, I mean, there was no appeal there, but it certainly would have been one that would have tested the umpires when he slipped and took the bails off at the same time. And once again, more of these edges, and you can see frustration there from the bowler. That was Ryan Barr, but the Barr brothers, they did come back well. They did get their wickets. I mean, that was one from David Barr. Reverse going wrong, plays it back onto his stumps. But the key thing that Griffin managed to do all the time, he kept on finding a way to keep the runs going, even when Letizia at the top of the order went. That was Luke. Then you saw David Hooper and Glenn Letizia there towards the end. put valuable contributions in with the bat. David Hooper, 18 of 8 not out, and Letizia 16 of 9, and that helps them get to this score. And they will know from the action they would have witnessed in Group A that that's a healthy score first up in the morning. We haven't seen too many high scores on the first game of each day. And I think the highest was that one where Drew posted against Star on day 3. But other than that, I mean, that's a very good score. And you see, as I was saying there, Luke Letizia, he started it off at the beginning and got support really from the likes of Wallen Martin and also Martel. But once he was gone, they needed somebody or a pair or a partnership to see them past the 120 mark, and that's exactly what David Hooper and Glenn Letizia did, and good work from them. What about the bowlers here? Well, they went with 6 bowlers in total. There was wickets too for David Barr. I think he was the pick of the bowlers really for 19. Then a wicket apiece for Macbeth and the other Barr, Ryan Barr, and also Hussain, Andrew Britton there. A little bit expensive, just perhaps too many extras, and that's the one thing that Brigade will look at. In total extras 13, and 12 of those coming in wide, so that certainly will be a little bit of cause for concern for them as they continue with their round robin matches. So this match, I think, very evenly poised. We know that 120 is like the par score, and Griffin have pushed on to set the target of 130 for Brigade. So it's going to be an interesting one. I think it's all about how they go in the first 3 overs. Well, we should wait and find out. Join me, Rico Full, and Mr. Maximo, Winnie Sandu, as we return in around 10 minutes time for the conclusion of the very first match of Group B, match number 1. Join us 10 minutes time. Hasta pronto. Good morning to you, our global cricket family. Buenos dias and welcome back to the magnificent Cartama Oval here in Malaga, Spain. As we start Group B, this is the first match between the team from Ireland, Brigade, and from Guernsey, Griffin. Griffin batted first and put 129 on the board, and that's a lovely picture there of the team getting their team baggies. And looking dashing, I have to say. Loving the colour of that pitch. It's quite fitting, really. It's interesting that myself and Vinny chose similar shirts. I can tell you, it wasn't planned in advance. And the first team, the team from Guernsey Griffin, a very similar colour. Once more, a very happy Valentine's Day to everybody. Hope it's a good day, and I hope you're able to stay with us with the cricket. And we're certainly going to have a nice start to today in this match. It's going to be a good run chase if Brigade are to get to this score of 130. And just to clarify, the last runs of the innings was 2 runs. The wicketkeeper, as Mr. Maximo said, did not have the ball, so 2 runs did count. Here we go. First ball of the reply, and well, it's a good delivery. And Luke Richard goes for the Yorker length delivery, and that really is well bowled. Well, I said Valentine's Day quotes for cricket, bowled me over, but that certainly almost bowled over the batter. McDade goes up in the air, hasn't really got hold of this. I think it's an opportunity, and the catch has been taken. So first wicket goes down, and well, McDade, well, first he was knocked to the deck, and now he's knocked over, he's gone. A really good catch taken there in the deep, and it's David Hooper, safe hands. Just chanced his arm early, and well, Brigade, they lose Adam McDade early. Nice catch, and not easy, these ones. In the first game, ball is always a little bit moist, is a little bit chilly. And that means it's the captain that has to make his way out. What a great start this is. 1 down. No score on the board. Certainly do like the pace and line of Richard here at the moment. Gets for the shorter one, paddled towards third. No issues there for Martel. Picks it up cleanly. Good morning also to Spanish internationals tuning in on the chat, Kuldeep Lal and Jack Perman. Bit of banter between them. And out onto the offside, but fielded in the covers, no run. And also dancing. Hello, good morning to Harpal Verdi, the dancing sing from Star CC from Luxembourg. Certainly did entertain us last week, and of course we're involved in that memorable match, the Golden Ball match. What a match that was. Good morning, Harpal. Good over this. They're saying that Brigade, to get to this target of 130, needed a good power play. And so far, it's anything but. Struggling to get runs on the board. Excellent start from Richard. Really has bowled well. Can he finish well? Ball to go. 2 for 1. Take him on. Is in the air. And it's taken comfortably. And well, that's what you call being very confident. Jason Martin taking the catch. 2 wickets in the over from Luke Richard. That was a fantastic start for Griffin. And what a over that is. You see, he tries to get himself early into position. I don't think he probably helped himself taking that step earlier from that indication, and also from that, I think he's saying he didn't see it. And certainly that was my observation there when he goes to play that shot. Looks like he hasn't picked this at all. He doesn't see the ball. And it's a disastrous start for Brigade. Looking to get to 130. They are 2 for 2 at the end of the first. And time to welcome back Mr. Maximo into the commentary box. Maxi, what a start.
Well, I missed a couple of players already that I was looking forward to seeing. McDade, he went for a duck. And then the captain, Britton, that's a big loss. Brigade in the first over, 2 for 2. Griffins just coming out of the blocks. Firing, aren't they? And wow, Bichard, what a good start from him as well. Now we're going to see David Hooper bowling over number 2. I mean, take away the 2 wickets, which are huge, but also they've got 2 runs.
Yeah.
So when the run rate required starts at 13, it's already pushed up to 14.2. So it's like it's added 12 onto the target already, essentially. It's looking even more difficult. Anyway, here's Hooper.
A bit of wit. Certainly was clubbed. Sounded beautiful off the bat. Just gets him a single.
Carter. That one really hard. That'll be Iftikhar Hussain, who's out there now, the 48-year-old. I wonder how much 10-over cricket he's played. Just a bit of cloud cover around. Not too much dew, maybe a tiny bit at the moment.
You're going to miss. Getting to go for this one outside the off.
Be a bit of an adjustment for both these teams, I think, playing on artificial surface. You've seen a bit of just not particularly comfortable, but I think they will get used to it for a day or two.
Clever bowling from Hooper. That's the slower one. Yeah, look, didn't pick it at all.
Really good bowling. Okay, need to make something happen and quick.
Short one. Not able to get it past the field that's been set here. And on the 45 and backward square. Just a single.
So very good morning to everyone in the chat as well. If I haven't said hello to you already. Mentioned Dancing Harpals in there. But also Mesnil, who's watching from France, I believe. Following Drew all last week. It's good that you're sticking with us. Any more cricket to come here in the ECL, I should say.
Slow ball, but this time it's been punished. That's a good hit. Clean hit. Clean as a whistle. 4 runs through extra cover.
What I will say, if MacArthur gets going, then they can chase these down. Seen how hard he can hit the ball. That is just pure timing. Something was a slightly slower delivery, maybe attempted off cutter. But he absolutely nailed that. 4 runs. First boundary for Brigade.
To the fielder. Not the first time that Dan Mullen has stopped the ball going past him.
It's exciting here in Group B that we've got a mixture of teams that we've seen and some that we haven't as we get to the end of the second over. It is 8 for 2. So despite that boundary, only 6 runs coming off the over. Yeah, so we've got some teams we have seen on ECN before, some that we haven't. And just see how they'll go head to head. See some of the crowd in there in the fan zone. Yeah, that's it. You're on TV. And it looks like some Brigade supporters there, are we? I've got to love the little teddy bear. Happy Valentine's Day over there.
Is that the lucky mascot?
Looks like it might be. Don't worry, the sun will come out soon, even though I know if they are Irish, I hope they've got their sunscreen on already. Because I know it can get you pretty quickly. Anyway, third over, here it comes.
Played out to third man uppish. And I think this is a good shot. I think the way Luke Bichard is bowling, he picked up those 2 wickets in the first over. You just want him to continue, see if he can pick up 1 or 2 others and really put this game out of reach for Brigade.
Every over, that run rate required has climbed a whole point. That's concerning. They need a big over. MacArthur's the kind of batter that can pull it off.
Uses his feet well, and this is hit beautifully. Splits the two fielders, 4 runs, and that's what they need. When you're in trouble, somebody's got to come up and hit the ball hard. They need a master blaster in the making, and that's nicely played. I do like the way he's batted so far. Just think the way he's timing the ball so early, Graham McCarter. It looks like he could be the man for this run chase.
Didn't get too much of that, but still raced to the boundary.
Oh, he got plenty of this. This goes big. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna sona. Ginna bada shaka.
Bishard had it his own way in the first over, but not so much here in the third. There's 4 and 6 pick up sticks, and that's going to force the keeper up to the stumps now as well. Jason Martin just notices that McCarter is on the charge, on the wander a couple of times. He's going to try and force him into staying in his crease. Also opens up those little funky shots behind, though. Yeah, is this the over that they need just to get him back into this contest? They want to be about 39 after 3 overs to be on target. I don't think there'll be that many, but even if they could push up into the mid to high 20s, that'd be okay.
Good comeback from the bowler. Good running from the 2 batters as well. Good backing up from Hussain. Hussain yet really to get started. 2 or 4 deliveries. But he'll know that as long as McCarter keeps hitting the ball the way you've just seen him do, they're always there in the hunt. But he'll want a boundary or 2 himself here. Short, gets the toe end of the bat. Is the fielder going to get there? No, just dropped short. And he loses it, and they do take him on. It's going to be close, but he gets there. Oh, this is going to be really close, and that was funky from Jason Martin as well.
Clever. I think this would have been out. And there wasn't that much on the throw. It was a quick throw, early throw. Early release. And I think if this hits, blind back flick from Martin. I think he's just out, but he wasn't able to make contact with the stumps. Last ball of the power play coming up.
Quite happy just to punch his back. Could be chance of no. He does go for 16. Most of them coming in this over, to be fair. The first one, only 2 runs from it. But he does finish well. And he certainly has given his team a great start. And you see there, all the 2s. Well, they say in Spain, if you see that number, make a wish, so make it quick. 22 for 2.
So they're behind, but not behind as much as we thought they might be. And so now we head into the middle overs. And I think often we see spin brought on at this stage. They still need one of those big overs, don't they?
Just in his field. And it's going to come and looks like it's going to be Dane Mullen to bowl. And remember that power play complete, so you can spread the field here now, and they'll be looking to get these men in the right place to really keep the squeeze on Brigade. Just have a look around and go through those where those men are in a moment for you. Let's go to the action first. Oh, that's a peach of the delivery. Just he bowled it, sort of squeeze him up. Shot, picks his up nicely, and 1 bounce, 4 runs. They brought that man in. He's inside the circle, the man at square. And it's a nice shot for this from Hussain. That'll certainly make him feel a little better. He's got a boundary to his name now. And AC just a slow starter. And yeah, there's that field change now. So square leg, mid wicket. The 2 men straight, long on, long off, are on the boundary. Offside, nobody on the offside because they're sticking with the 3rd man back. And that's Luke Bichard. This time just flicked away. And early indications show that Hussein is quite strong on his legs. That's where he's looking to play most of those shots. Oh, edge, and well, this is going to be 4 runs. I don't think there's anything the keeper can do about this, and this is the danger when you're standing up. And, well, mind you, there was a few that went the other way, so it's fair dues. Look at that, just reactions, really.
Yeah, you know, that's one that if the keeper stays back, he's catching that every day of the week. That's the gamble you take when you do decide to go up to the stumps. You open up a few modes of dismissal and can try to disrupt the batter's footwork and timing as well by forcing them back in their crease. But that's the other side of the coin, and unfortunately, that one cost Griffins 4.
Oh, this is well hit. It's going to find the gap, is it? And, well, that's a tremendous bit of fielding. That is sensational. That's what we're talking about. You're getting dirty for your team. Well, it's not too sunny here at the moment, but we've still got plenty of sexy cricket. This is a fabulous stop.
Hold on, now where does this bounce though? Hold on.
Does it inside?
Hold on, let's go back a bit. Let's go, yeah, there you go.
Here's the band. Yeah, that is great.
Yeah.
That is exceptional.
Brilliant fielding.
Absolutely exceptional.
Want to win cricket matches, every run counts, and he saved 2 right there.
Hit hard. They've just put that fielder back there, and that's why makes the stop. Hussein preferring the leg side, and a good stop there from Wakeford.
Had a few questions in the chat about the teams we're seeing next, and we'll come to them in a second. But first, take you through to the end of the over, and score now is 35 for 2. And just want to say a very, very warm welcome to all of you that might be joining us for the first time here on the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, and get ready for some fast-paced cricket. And we'll have Corey Rutgers here as well from the next game. And yeah, I think it's a confidence game, isn't it? I think that Griffins have come out, they've got the score on the board, they've made a couple of plays early, a couple of early wickets.
Yeah.
The boundary stopped, just the energy about them is very good at the moment as we head into the 5th over coming up now. Left arm spin from Adam Martell, just a single. Some people were asking about the next 2 teams. So Bjørvika, we haven't seen them on ECN before, though we have seen a Norwegian national team, and they adapted pretty well. But there's none of the ECC Norwegians in this club team for Bjørvika. So just be one. We have seen Usman Arif in some T20s that you actually saw, you actually did for us in Krefeld last year. That was the series involving Germany, Norway, and...
Germany, Norway, and now you put me on the spot.
I'm trying to remember. It's come to us.
France.
And France. I was going to say France. And then, but Usman Arif, I think, is a player to watch for Bjørvika.
Struck firmly again to the field. And so far, this field seems to be set perfectly. Can't dissect them.
Yeah. And so, Royal Tigers from Budapest in Hungary. We have seen plenty of them, though. A couple of times they've played in the ECS, and 7 of them have returned from the ECC, where they represented the national team.
Now some work to be done here in the field, and this time they're not able to do it. It was a sliding dive from the infielder, and he wasn't able to stop it. And Dane Mullen, well, he does get a hand to this. He'll be disappointed that he's not able to stop this to go to the boundary. See, there's the first effort. Mullen then says, okay, I've got it. Gets the hand to it, and look at that. I think it goes hand, and then he somersaults and kicks it over as the ball is in the air. Unfortunate.
Hand to foot disease.
It's a bit more straightforward for Mullen.
Yeah, so, Royal Tigers have players like Zishan Kukikil open the batting for them. In the ECC, the Hooge brothers, the Protractor, Abhishek Kedapal, plenty of familiar names. So we get to the halfway point. They've dug themselves quite the hole here, Brigade. They are 42 for 2 at the 5 over mark, and now they're, I think, 17 plus and over. Getting into the last half. Look, Griffin's giving nothing away. Absolutely no extras. That was an area that kind of let Brigade down a little bit, I think. But certainly, you'd have to say, the men looking pretty in pink. They've made every poster winner so far here in match 1 of Group B.
Once again, just new bowler coming on, checking his field. And this time they have opted to go for a man out, patrolling the offside boundary. Stick to the wide.
Said no extras in the first 5. Look, this is how the captain comes on. Bowls a wide first ball. Batted very well. Half century before he holed out.
Takes him on, and oh, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It's a question of is he going to go for 6 or is it going to go into the hands of the fielder? Well, neither. The fielder does amazingly well to stop this. Look at this. This is what we're talking about. And look, things like this win matches. Yeah, it's simple as that.
That's NBA style. Get out of my kitchen. David Hooper, early contender for best fielder of the week.
Well, this time, what are you going to do about this one, David? And he says, well, I'm going to gobble it up. That's what I'm going to do. David Hooper, he's the man. And look, you can say that wicket is all about him because, first of all, the stop that he makes, the ball before, and then takes a catch. This is tremendous. They're certainly buzzing, aren't they? I was saying that Brigade, they were pretty quiet when they were in the field. There weren't really too many celebrations. But, well, Griffin, they're being up for this and making plenty of noise. And when they're taking the wickets, they are celebrating. And there's the man at the moment. What a fielder he is. First of all, does the amazing stop. And then he says, right, I've stopped you. Now I'm going to get you out. Out you go. There we go. Lovely done.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to ingratiate yourself to your captain, that's the way. I mean, you just saved him 5 runs. And you got the big hitting MacArthur off strike, and then Iftikhar Hussain, next one can't quite get enough purchase on it to take it over that man. David Hooper, take a bow. Griffins even further on top now. 3 wickets down, 44 for 3.
Yeah, Luke Letizia, the captain, started with the wide, but gets the wickets, just keeping the pace off the ball. And we've seen before, we certainly saw that in Group A matches last week, and that seems to work. Short, and oh, he's got another here. Oh, dearie me. And I think this is all about the bounce. And David Murdoch, I don't think he was expecting this to bounce so high, and he just puts it straight into the hands of the fielder. This was a gift. It was wrapped, and it had a nice little bow on it as well. Thank you very much, says the fielder. And thank you very much, says the captain, Letizia.
Exactly right. And it was the extra bounce. You called it, Rico. Just forced that high on the bat. Nice catch taken by Lemesseria. And that's 2 and 2. We still haven't had a hat-trick this year. We had the dropped hat-trick, of course, in the final. So it's the hat-trick curse. We haven't had one yet. And that's disappointment for David Murdoch, who starts his ACN career with a golden duck. 44 for 4.
Getting ready for the hat-trick. Well, look, we've got a bit of time. That drop, I think it was Tristan Davis that dropped it. I still want to know what the fine is. Come on, Tunbridge Wells, boys. Let us know, what did you fine Tristan Davis for dropping that catch off Marcus O'Riordan, the hat-trick ball catch?
Many
it was a dolly.
It was. Anyway, new batter out there's David Barr. Hat-trick ball.
Edge. Oh, dear. Well, good work there from the big man, stopping it at third man. And that was Luke Richard, but gets the edge. Or does he? Or was that play? What do you reckon? Did he play for that?
That was a bit edgy.
Edgy?
It wasn't quite where he wanted it to go. Not a real hat-trick field, though, was it?
Got to be careful. Dances down the track, doesn't get to the pitch of it.
Been really good here, Griffins, this morning. They've come to play. They're short, they're not experienced in the format, but they've obviously had some plans they've executed very well. I think they had one batter get in and stay in for a while. That man you see on your screen there, look, Letizia.
Hit firmly. Could this be the third in the over? Yes, it can. And Letizia, Luke Letizia, can't do anything wrong. And that's the big wicket. That is the one that they wanted because, well, he stuck around Graham MacArthur. And he just thought, well, maybe while he's there, there's hope. Goes for the shot, doesn't nail it. It's another one. This is all about no pace on the ball, Vinny. It's all about keeping the pace on the ball.
Well, I'm just going to put it out there. You might as well get Luke Letizia in for the Player of the Match trophy right now because he scored 50 in the first innings. He's taken 3 wickets in the over, 3 for 3. So what a start for him in ECN cricket. Now, if he keeps this up, he'll be as famous as his uncle Matt, as MacArthur. Well, he batted well for his 30 off 17. But now, Brigade, they're a mess. It's 45 for 5.
Yeah, look, he did what he could. He didn't really get any support. They weren't able to get that partnership going, were they? And look, it was never going to be easy with those 2 wickets in the very first over from Bichard. Now, really, they're up against it. That rate has climbed over 20. So over 20 required per over. That means we're going to have to see some awesome hitting if they are to get there.
So now we're starting to talk about things like net run rate, like trying to get up as many as you can, because to be honest, it's looking pretty much impossible now. Got the Bar brothers, the Bar bros are out there together for Brigade.
Bounce again. Certainly a lot more lift, a lot more carry through from this end.
This is a powerful message, isn't it, from Griffin's first start?
Yeah.
A lot of people thought that Brigade favourites for this group, but nothing clear cut. A lot of guesswork. At the moment, it's the men from Guernsey who are enjoying their work out there. So, got Ryan Barr, who's the only left-hand batter in their team. So these two left-hand, right-hand combination. Obviously, brothers wear their left-hand, right-hand, like the Hussies. Can't think of any others, actually, off the top of my head. David and Michael Hussey, right-hand, left-hand.
Big swing, and well, you can't blame them really. They need boundaries. They need, they can't. Singles are just going to hurt them. Singles just means that rate's going to go up. They need, well, at this point, you're looking at at least three minimum boundaries per over.
And the rest.
Offers the bat at this. It was pretty wide. Gets the single.
I think now you need to almost play as if you're batting first. Just get as many as you can. I think if you're coming in this situation, rather than just throw your wicket away mindlessly, I think you've got to kind of concede the game's gone and just kind of build towards something that might pay off in the future.
Yeah.
Hello to Rick Holden, who's with us in the chat, as well as a couple of others I'll mention in a second. Bowled
Swing.
from Martel.
Since that no ball has been called here for field, yeah, no ball has been called. I think there's too many men outside the ring. So free hit coming up here.
Only 3 in the circle, plus the bowler and keeper. So that's a bit of a break. Let's see if David Barr can cash in. Another slower ball. Ouch.
Well bowled. And Martel gets it right up there.
So
Good
I just
work
want
from
to
the
say,
umpires there, picked up.
yeah,
The
they're
no ball.
well on top of it. Nilkesh and Shub out there for us. Umpires did a fantastic job in the first week. I'm sure they'll continue this week. We have Phil G in the chat from the Czech Public, and also Danny Hudacek. They're watching very intently, I'm sure, because Czech Republic will be represented next week, Group C.
Shot. This is picked up nicely, and who's going to stop that? Got into position really quickly, gets back into his crease, puts it away. 4 more. Important runs. You made a point about it's very important to keep going, bat as you're batting first, because, look, I know it's early days, it's the first match in Group B, but just reflect on Group A for a moment. How many teams were on the same number of points and how important that net run rate was?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is played nicely along the ground.
I mean, it's crucial because if you get in the top 3 versus the bottom 3, it's a very different experience, and net run rate is one of those things that can decide that. Takes us to the end of the 7th over, and the score is 53 for 5. Well, Brigade making a bit of hard work of the opener of Group B, but I'm sure they'll be better for the run. Here's 2 teams that are also new to ECL 22. Purevika, the Norwegian champions. They were meant to be here in 2020, but of course, unfortunately, the pandemic, we couldn't hold an ECL then. They'll be taking on the Royal Tigers. And Royal Tigers certainly a team that I'm looking forward to seeing with a lot of players we have seen at ECC level, such as Shankar Gugikel at the top of the order. Harsh Mandian's listed up there as well. I've got the Ahuja brothers, Abhishek or Stan Ahuja is in there.
shot. He picks his up beautifully, and Luke Letizia comes back on for his second. Remember, picked up 3 wickets in his first, but the first ball of his second has been sent out of the ground. Lovely pickup. This is a really nice shot, and well, showing signs of what they can do, Brigade here. Nice shot from David Barr. This one's firmly hit, flutter towards the man at mid-wicket. He'll get the single and says to his brother, there you go, you have a go. Well, Ryan Barr, left-hander, hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, mind you. He's only had 2 balls, so maybe this is the time. It's going to come round the wicket, Letizia, to the left-hander.
And we haven't had a fifer yet this year either. We haven't had a hat-trick, we haven't had a fifer, we haven't had a century. So we've had 3 golden balls though in the first couple of weeks of the season.
Edge, and doesn't carry, they'll get the single. Yeah, I mean, some of the highlights of Group A, I can tell you that there was 14 half centuries, no century, so we're still waiting for the century. And the highest score, individual score, 83, was from Musa Ahmed of the Helsinki Titans against Star. 4 wickets. 2 people got 4 wickets. We'll tell you who they are after this delivery.
Musa Mahmood for Svanholm, I think.
Wide ball. 4 wickets in a match. Adad Qureshi, 4 for 17, and also in the final, Group A final, Marcus O'Riordan. Same figures, 4 for 17. Will it be 4 for here? It's nicely played, well struck, powerful shot, but well fielded as well. Fielding has been excellent, hasn't it? Been another level.
Yeah, they really ramped it up. I think they know the importance. I think they were doing some fielding drills on the beach yesterday, believe it or not. I think the Spanish were a bit worried about the hard balls, but they knew what they were doing. 68, 3 balls remaining for him.
On the ground, another single.
Right now we're seeing that Griffins have come and they mean business. This is their only match today as well, Griffins. Won't see them again till tomorrow morning.
In the air, well, this could be the 4th. And, well, there's the safe hands of that man out there. You know he's not going to drop him. David Hooper. Well, he's certainly making a name for himself early on in Group B. He's the man with safe hands. And, well, I think as soon as that goes up in the air, the captain's already smiling. He's saying, there you go, commentators. I'm going to join those 2 men that picked up 4 wickets. That's his 4th.
Yeah, well bowled. What a game that is. But also for the captain, Luke Letizia. But, you know, he's a big debt of gratitude to that man on screen, David Hooper. Well, he's had buckets here in the second half of match number 1. And Brigade, they're playing for pride now. After 8 overs, they are 64 for 6.
Yeah, and saw some nice shots there, you have to say, from David Barr, but he was up against it, wasn't he? I mean, when you think how many were required in the over, I mean, we're now getting to a point where it's impossible almost. As the new batter comes out to join Ryan Barr.
That ship has flown, Rico. They need 33 and over. They need 66 off the last 2. Let's see what they can put together as Jordan Martell has got some good variations. Bowling over number 9.
And he's got it, knocks them over. And the left armour, well, he's liking that. He's just talking through 1 or 2 of his teammates about this one. Really well bowled and good full delivery. And, well, Ryan Barr never really got going, didn't find his rhythm. And, just trying to hit this one too hard, and that's good movement. And you can see here, once he's done the T10, did you see that, boys? Did you see how that one came in?
Oh,
well bowled.
Disappeared. Literally, that's one way to make the batter disappear. Yeah, I don't know if it's a mixture, I think, of cut he's put on the ball. It was kind of off cutter, so almost like a fast off spinner, but more just pulling their fingers down the left-hand side of the ball. He'll show you how he did it.
Yeah, he was keen to.
But I think maybe hit the seam a bit as well, because it came back sharply.
It did come
hit
back
the outside of that off stump. And so 7 wickets down now, 64 for 7. Jordan Martell will be happy that's his first wicket in ECN cricket.
Yeah, well bowled indeed. And, gave you about some information about the bowlers. Batting-wise, top run scorer in Group A was Ahmed Nabi, 224 runs. The other two men who got past 200, Alex Williams of Tunbridge Wells, 216, and his brother, Chris Williams, 210.
Yeah, they were neck and neck, weren't they? We'll see them again in week 6, championship week. I like what I've seen so far as well from Jordan Martell.
From the delivery, gets down well. Sort of half-hearted shot that from Gary.
The Griffins we'll see, not today again, but we'll see them tomorrow against Zagreb Sokol, the Croatian champions, and then at Bjorvik and the Norwegians tomorrow. We'll see each team playing 5 games over the first 3 days of competition.
Oh, that's the variation you're talking about there, Vinny, for you. You've seen the slower delivery, you've seen the cutter, and this one was sharp, bangs it in, right across the batter. That's what a left-hander needs to be bowling for me.
And it makes this slow one more effective if he bowls some pace on as well.
Yeah.
Just keeps the batsman second guessing. I just don't like that.
Oh, well, this one, he's knocked him over. That's the short one. That'll probably be one for the over as well. Well, he's ducking and diving here at the moment. Well, you see, this one follows him. And look, he needed to be smart there. Steps inside this, it would be in a wide ball.
It's always easy from here when the ball's not coming at your head, though. So I'm pretty wary of that. Martell sitting grey down there.
Oh, that's really well bowled. He's beaten them there. All ends up. Doesn't really know what the next one is going to be, does he? This one, well, if he got a bit of movement on this, it would have been all over.
Watch this back, though. His footwork's going away from the stumps, and I mean, those would have all been wide if he just got across and got inside the ball.
Goes up in the air and looks like his misery may be over. Oh, well, it's an excellent effort. It was back-pedaling, gets one hand to it, but the catch goes down. And I think disappointment. The captain still smiles, and so he should be, because he knows it's not going to hurt them. They're going to register their first victory in their first match. But I think be disappointed that wasn't held.
The only real blemish on the fielding record, I think. That was a tough one for Glenn Letitia as we get to the end of 9 overs. Brigade 66 for 7. It's party time now for Griffins. Adam Wakeford is going to get the last over. Keanu in the chat, good morning to you, and Luke Belgium as well. Terry Frunks has very nice comments about us as well. Thank you, Terry. Hope you're going well. And everybody else I might have missed. Paul McHale as well. Keanu mentions the net run rate's going to take a pounding here for Brigade.
Well, the bowler takes a pounding as well. It's not the first time that we've seen the bowler slip and go down. And welcome to the party, you should say to Wakefield here.
Because
I mean, goes.
The main difference is it's the shoes you wear on a hard wicket compared to the metal spikes you'd wear on turf, and especially those spikes on the side. You can get away with landing a bit more on the side of your foot on a turf wicket, but not so much on a hard wicket. So just a slight adjustment. Anyway.
And this one was too short, and that's a nice shot. He'd be disappointed that the ball before, he does play at it, does Macbeth, but he hits it straight to the fielder. If he had left it, would have been a wide, but this time, short again. Maybe just a little bit uncertain of his footing, the bowler, and dispatched 4 runs. That'll certainly give him a little bit of confidence. That's the thing you need here from this match as well. If you're Brigade, okay, you're not going to win it, but you need to take some positives away, and any player that can get some confidence from it will be the happier. This is another one. This is big, and that one almost makes his way into the bar. But I was going to say maybe he's going to order a drink. Well, the only drink you run at the moment, a little bit fresh, maybe a hot chocolate and, or something like that.
They'll do some very good toasted sandwiches this time of the morning. This one, almost one hand off the steps, but hit the top of the fence on the way down. A bit of pinball style. Macbeth hasn't had the worst game, to be honest. I just quite like the way he bowled.
Listen, when you can hit the ball that well in this format, you've got to be coming up the order. I mean, that's clean hitting.
Might be fixing him this way.
Goes with this one, but look who he's going to find. Or is he? Yeah. Well, there you go. That's the way to do it. That's a brilliant team catch. Is that man Hooper again? Well, what a day he's having. What a morning. Well, I tell you what, it's Valentine's Day and there is love in the air. How about this? This is funky. This is sexy cricket.
Well, Valentine's Day, a day of gifts, and it's Martell that receives one. Adam Martell, that is, from Hooper. He said, well, I've got plenty. You have this one. Had that awareness, just knew he was running out of real estate. And why wouldn't you be laughing? They're all smiles, Griffins. Nice little bit of teamwork. And it's the end of Macbeth's cameo, who goes for 10. And with 2 balls remaining, Brigade up 76 for 8.
Yeah, Hooper there, I think just plays it safe. Because I think he could have stayed inside, but rather than take the chance, he saw that the Otto was there. He said, there you go, you have it.
That's why sometimes it's nice to have someone close to you. It is Valentine's Day. This one was absolutely gift-wrapped though, wasn't it? I always think Adam Martell gets the credit for that catch. It's a bit of an injustice because David Hooper did all the hard work. Still, nice little highlight.
New batter comes in, off it and gets beaten outside the off straight away. Oh, a nice moment there as well for Wakeford. Gets his first wicket and what a way to get it as well. One that he'll enjoy watching over and over again, and I think so will the Griffin team and their supporters. So last delivery is hit pretty well and it's been taken, so another wicket. And that concludes the innings. And it's second wicket for Wakeford and a good catch from the captain. What a day he's had. And look, you don't even have to think about it. There he is. That's your player of the match. What a fantastic introduction for him and his team. The captain has a marvellous game, scores a 50, picks up 4 wickets, and then, well, who's going to finish the job off for you is El Capitán. Es un jugador muy impresionante. ¿Qué partido tienes hoy? El capitán Luke Letizia, and a good win for Griffin.
Well, Griffin's only had one opportunity to impress today, and they certainly have taken it. They have taken apart Brigade, and it's fitting that the captain ends up with the ball in his hands. What a good innings. He started off with 50 off 23 balls, then with 4 for 14, and that is a dominant performance. And Griffins, they went out big winners here in match 1 of Group B, 129 to 76. Well, they needed all the help they could get, Brigade, because they had 130 required for victory. Nice moment as Griffins received their ECL caps. But there was big trouble early for the Irish. Well, they were out of luck in the first over, 2 wickets, and from there, they never really recovered.
Yeah, just keep an eye on that man Hooper, because he's the one who really made things happen. Early on, it was all about the bowling of Bichard. The first over was fantastic. Only 2 runs conceded from it, but picked up 2 valuable wickets. The only man really made any contribution with the bat was McCarter. He batted really well for his 30 off 17 deliveries. There weren't too many blips in the field. This was one of them. Bit unfortunate, really. And there was one as well where there's a slight misfield with the one-handed drop catch, you'd say. But other than that, I think they were clinical. They did the job with the bat, put the runs on the board, and then that man there, oh, what a day it was for Hooper as well. Certainly has made a name for himself. And this, well, that wasn't a good one. That was a first baller from Murdoch, which meant it was an opportunity for another hat-trick. It wasn't to be. And the catching was really good, very comfortable, and it's the captain doing the bowling and the fielder saying, there you go, Skip, we'll take one for you. There wasn't too many boundaries, really. It wasn't too many times they went aerial, but every time they did, they found that man Hooper. He was on fire today. And talking about fire, this is a good wicket for the left-hander. What a good ball that was. He said, yeah, did you see that? This is what I did. And I got it to cut back in. He certainly did. Well, this is the one that went down. But it was from the other Letizia. But no real damage was done there at all from Glenn. And Luke says, don't worry, I've got this. Because, well, here we go.
Isn't that nice?
good teamwork there.
Well,
And
I hope that Adam Martell got Hooper something, because it's always awkward when one person gets a gift and the other doesn't.
yeah,
But, well, nice finish as well. Luke Letitia, the captain, holding on to a pretty good catch of his own, actually, off the last ball. And in the end, big win for Griffins. The margin, 53 runs. Griffins 129, defeat Brigade 76. So you can see there, MacArthur. Well, I liked his batting, to be honest. 30 off 17. Didn't have a lot of help, though, and that run rate had already gotten out of hand really pretty early. I also have to say there's only one kind of half chance dropped. That was Glenn Letessier, who put a tough one down one-handed, but Iptica Hussain got a dozen but couldn't really get going. David Barr showed some promise. Also thought Macbeth hit a couple of nice ones. Nick Gray was in there at the end, and ultimately there weren't too many extras given away at all, just the 3 by Griffins, and it was Luke Letitia who continued his good form with the bat, with the ball.
yeah, look, there's splendid bowling figures there from the captain, but well supported by all of the bowlers there. I mean, look, Bichard's second over was expensive, went for 14, but look, 2 for 16. He's bowled really well indeed, and nobody else really got punished at all. All the bowlers, they stuck to their task well. They bowled good lines, and they were supported by the fielders. We saw some great catching there. David Hooper, well, he made a valuable contribution towards the end of the innings when he made his 18 runs, and well, his contribution in the field was sensational as well. No surprise though, that is the captain Luke Letitia, after scoring a half century, the first man to do so in Group B. He also took 4 wickets as well, so he is the player of the match for this very first match, and well done to him.
Yeah, so I mean, what a really good start that is for the men from Guernsey. Well, I said there'd be no love lost, and there wasn't between those two teams. I think it was played in good spirit, though, to be honest. I think it was a period of adjustment. I think Brigade will come back from that. I think they'll be a lot better. But for sure, that's got to be a psychological blow for Griffins when these two potentially meet later on this week, perhaps on Super Thursday or Finals Friday.
Yeah, look, it's Valentine's there, but there was no love out there on the field, was there? I mean, that is a big defeat. 53 runs they win by. I thought, and I know a lot of people thought that was going to be a much closer match, but I think Griffin, they were just on fire. Just got the feeling they were up for it more.
Yeah, they hit the ground running. Some people are Monday people. Well, this is what's coming up next, and we're looking forward to seeing 2 new teams out there in this ECL 22, because we have Bjørvika from Norway. They are here, and they're going to take on Royal Tigers, and that match is starting in around about 20 minutes. We'll have the first ball back in about 15 minutes with the start of the coverage. But for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Fall. Corey Rutgers will be with us shortly. But until then, hope you're enjoying your day so far. You're on ECN. And join us soon for more BET2BALL European Cricket League.
And welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, we're really looking forward to the next match. It's match 2 of 5 today. And it's Bjørvika, the Norwegian champions. They were meant to be here a couple of years ago, but finally they make their ECL debut. It's going to be great to see them. They're taking on a team that we know a little bit about on ECN, the Royal Tigers from Budapest in Hungary. Well, let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with 2 captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
Your call, yeah? Keeper. Keeper's called. We will ball first. Okay.
Well, keeper was the call, but BET2BALL was the fall, and so it will be the Norwegians, Bjørvika, that have won the toss, and they have elected to field first. I think that's not a bad tactic, especially when you're just trying to find your way, trying to work your way into the tournament. It means we'll get to see the Royal Tigers first up, and Zishan Kukagel, well, we saw him in the ECC. In fact, they have no less than 7 players that represented Hungary in that national teams tournament, the European Cricket Championship last September and October, right here. So they do have a bit more T10 experience, including the Ahuja brothers, Mark and Stan, the protractor Abhishek Kedapal as well, and they're led now this season by Harsh Mandian. But Bjørvika, I'm looking forward to seeing their captain as well. He's a key player. He'll lead this side. He'll be behind the stumps. He'll also open the batting, Usman Haider, and also a man that we saw last year in some T20 matches on ECN, Usman Arif. I think he's a pretty good bowler. He's got a bit of pace about him, and he has played some T10 cricket before. So I think Bjørvika, the Norwegian champions, I think they'll be really keen to impress on debut, and they have won the Giant coin toss. They will be fielding first as we go up to the commentary box where Corey Rutgers is waiting for me for the first time today with the news that Bjørvika won the toss. They'll be fielding. Let's get ready for the second match of the day.
Good morning everyone around the world, and welcome back for some more T10 action. It's Group B, Monday. New teams means new excitement. Really happy to be back here, and I hope you've all had a brilliant weekend, and happy Valentine's Day to all you happy people out there. We see here's the baggy presentation. Always an exciting moment for any cricketer, young or old. A special moment for these sides. Bjørvika versus the Royal Tigers Budapest. And nice to see some new colours and some new kits also. Let's have a look at the 2 lineups. Well, it's going to be interesting to see who comes out in this one, because each and for Bjørvika, looking forward to seeing Mohammed Afzal there in the middle. And well, I tell you what, I have a new front runner for my favourite colours. That is a gorgeous looking kit. That's a bit Netherlands 2003 World Cup-ish, actually. I like that. And don't they look magnificent? Welcome back to all our viewers in India via fan code, and also on YouTube and the YouTube chat. It's good to be back in the commentary box. Hope you all had a splendid weekend, and I hope you're ready for 5 days more of cricket action. Group B. It was Bjørvika who won the toss, the Norwegian-based side, electing to bowl first. Always see that earlier in a T10 comp, and teams usually go for a bit of a bowl just to get the fielders into the competition format and find the straps. And I tell you what, there's some big biceps there on the batsman, my word. That is Zishan Kukagel, and he's a big man, so looking forward to seeing what he brings. Good opportunity to bring back good friend, fellow commentator and Valentine's Day member, Vinny. How are you?
Good morning, Corey. Yes, you're my other Valentine today, along with everyone else in the chat. Morning again, everyone. Welcome back to Cartama and match 2. Yeah, they're all Tigers kit. Looking pretty cool, isn't it? It's Harsh Mandian.
That's beautiful. That is Dutch. That's the Netherlands team.
Probably the black instead of the navy blue you normally get.
Ooh, yep.
The subtle difference. And also, I don't remember the tiger stripes on the, on the Netherlands. Anyway, it's going to be Mohammed Imran to bowl the first ball of match 2. And steps across and whacks this one. Well, no time for sliders. Maximal! And that is Zishan Kukagel. And he had a bit of a disappointing time here in the ECC, representing Hungary. But I'm sure he wants some runs, and he gets 6 of them straight away.
Well, I'm going to call him Mr. Muscle for the week, because he has huge biceps and he's just muscled that one over. I tell you what, if he had missed it, it would have been close for an LBW.
He does whack it. The only thing is, sometimes it doesn't go on with it. I thought that's the thing. Gets in and then finds a way to get out. You see, they decide to take the pace off at the start of this with Mohammed Imran.
Is he a little bit like the Nabi from France? Does he go at every ball?
Not quite as crazy as Nabi.
You sure?
But he can hit the ball almost as far. Yeah, I've seen a lot of him in ECS Hungary in the last couple of years. Tosses it up, goes for it. Oh, just over the fielder. As Karam Shazad at mid-off. Almost 6 and out, but instead Zishan gets another boundary and the score moves up to 10.
Tell you what, the old moon ball and slow in the air, and he just gets enough bat on it. Well, exciting start to this one. A 6 and a 4, striking at 500.
Taller fielder may have reined that in. Yeah, but you're right, he's not afraid to take all the pace off the ball here, Imran. Quicker this time, finds the fielder. So just do a quick hello to everyone, including James Stewart, who I'm guessing is in Estonia again. James, judging by the Estonian in the chat, and Tarek's asking about the weather conditions.
Chilly.
Yeah, it is a bit chilly, for sure. After him, should be out, isn't. Yeah, this is a chance. That's a wide, and that's a really big chance to get rid of Zishan early on. Just has to gather that. I think he's got more time than he thinks to get back to the stumps. Disappointment for the captain, Usman Hyder, behind the stumps. And they're going to pay the penalty. This one's into the fan zone. Well, that's the first one on the roof for the week. Maximal. And this big over looking very, very dangerous for the Norwegians.
Well, what a start to this game. I mean, he could have been dismissed twice, but he's got 2 sixes and a boundary. He's sat back in the crease this time, which is the right option. Gets it back of a length, and yeah, he just muscles it. Mr. Power.
He wants that leg side, and at that pace, he's got the time to get that back foot across and open it up. He wants more. He's going to get more. He's going to get 6 more as the first over goes magical. Maximal. Another one for Kukagel. He moves to 23.
Well, the damage isn't done, Vinny. Is it over? There might be one more. I'm not too sure, but
one more.
3 sixes in the over. I mean, he's obviously sussed this out. Better to just stay deep in the crease and try and get under the ball instead of running at it.
Yeah, so he's 22, of course. 23 is the team score. We're all Tigers. Now, does he take the one here and keep the strike, or does he go big again?
Big.
He tries right off the end of the bat. They don't run. That's the end of the over. 23 for no loss.
Yeah, they call that the old Q end, and just a bit of snooker there to finish over. But what a start this is. And I guess this is what we're going to see from the Royal Tigers, a very aggressive batting line. You see there, right off the tippy toe of the bat.
Yeah, well, the good, the bad, the ugly. Yeah, we had a ball that just looped out of the grasp with the mid-off. We had missed stumping off a wide. Their keeper has got a lot of responsibility. Their captain, Usman Hyder, is also the captain and their opening batter as well. So look out for him. Now it looks like it's going to be Sufyan Salim, one of only 2 players to play T10, have played T10 Group before in the Bureau lineup. He will be bowling the second over.
Oh, okay. So they're very new to the T10 format themselves.
Very new. In fact, of all their players, I think Usman Arif we've seen on ECM before, and that wasn't in the ECC, that was in the T20 series, triangular series with Germany and France, which was in July 2021.
Do you think that, obviously it's Group B now, Vinny, do you think that's a slight advantage to these teams that they got to watch online for a week and then come into this with maybe a bit more mentally prepared?
If you're new to the format, then definitely. I think a team like the Royal Tigers, they've played a fair bit of T10 cricket anyway. They've had 2 European Cricket Series ECC representatives anyway. Second over, and it's just going to be one straight away for Harsh Mandian, who's taken over the captaincy this year from Mark Ahuja. So Harsh gets off the mark with a single.
Might be a popular one, that. I think this ball might be a little bit of chaos.
Zishan on strike. Plays and misses.
Yeah, so do you think just a slight advantage to have sat at home? And
I think for Bjorvika for sure. For all Tigers, I think they've played so much, probably doesn't make too much of a difference for them.
Yep.
But yeah, for sure from the new teams, like the Irish and the Guernsey teams. Example. It's a bit of a miss. It's a bit of a refined version of Drew, I think, in Zishan. Not quite. Like, I don't feel like he's going to swing his shoulders out of his sockets. It's more of a graceful aggression, put it that way. Does like to whack it though. Enough's enough, and he's going to get 4 here. Again, you can't angle in and bowl that length. He'll turn on you, and he does. There's another boundary.
Yeah, it's a good
Tigers
shot.
away.
It's a good shot, Vinny. Just a little bit short, back of a length. The old swivel pull gets enough on it for 4. And obviously we've changed ends this week, Vinny, and I know you are an astute man of statistics and that. Is the scoring rate a little bit higher from this end during the ECC?
Well, come back to that in a second. This is whacked down the ground into the gap. In fact, that's going to go all the way. No, it hasn't. Just 4 in the end, but still 4 takes him a 30 off 10 balls, striking at 300. Now, to answer your question, if anything, it's more of a qualitative observation. Seems like there's a bit more bounce from this end.
Okay.
So it seems like it comes through a bit more. I'm not quite sure. I don't have the stats on at this end versus the other. I don't know if it would have made a lot of difference. If anything, maybe this is slightly less. And this is going to be 4 more. And well, just not learning their lesson at the moment as BET2BALL has another very, very productive over. And so in the end, there's 13 off that one. 2 overs down. Corey, 36 for no loss.
Well, BET2BALL's hit all boundaries, hasn't he? Hasn't worked a 1 or anything like that, and that was a very good signal from Mundian at the start of that over. But yeah, 36 for none off 2. I mean, they're on par. They're looking for something that might be above par around that 140, 150 mark. For me, it still feels par's at about 120.
Yeah, and I think so. I think we had a really high quality series in Hungary last year, very competitive series. 4 out of the 5 teams in that were pretty even. And Royal Tigers, they've always dominated club cricket in Hungary. They haven't had it so easy lately because of the kind of the changing nature and a bit more of an even competition there. But they still ran out winners in the league last year in Hungary. 4 teams in what they call the Premier League. There's also 4 clubs in the Club League, which is kind of the second division. And like I said, 7 of these players played in ECC last year for Hungary. So I think they know they throw the bat. And Zishan, I think, is probably their best out-and-out hitter, but they've got plenty of firepower in that middle order. As new over starts, and it could be the first wicket. It is. And it's Usman Arif. Man I mentioned earlier, he gets it down with a bit of pace, and Mundian didn't want to have a look. He went after him, but just didn't time this shot at all. So that's just what Bjorvika needed. It's not the man that's doing the damage, but it is their first wicket of ECL 22. It's 36 for 1.
Yeah, they'll get them a little bit of momentum and confidence in this tournament. Sort of clothed it, hit high up on the back, made good ground, takes the catch, and wasn't he happy with his work? Bit of mayo on that.
I think it's all in the celebration. I don't mind a bit of celebration as well. That's Mohammed Imran. Well, I'm glad he's got to celebrate something, because he wasn't celebrating his first over, was he? When it went for 23. Anyway, that's the end of the Tigers. Skipper Harsh Mundian goes for 1. 36 for 1. And brings the new batter to the crease. And of course, in ECN cricket, if they cross, which I think they did cross there, they will have to cross back. So the new batter will be on strike for the Royal Tigers. Like I say, they've got a bunch of hitters. They've got, you might remember the protractor, Abhishek Kedapal. Yeah, he's playing for Royal Tigers.
Looking forward to watching him bowl later.
You're big on your research. I know you're pretending to be surprised. I told you that. Zahir Safi coming out at number 3. There's another one that we did see back in ECC 21. But what a dream stuff Usman Arif. He was the man who we did see in that triangular T20 series. Big, powerful unit, gets it through. First ball, first wicket. Can he change the narrative of this innings? Safi on strike for the first time. Bit of a wide, quite as much as there was on the first one. And what do you think? I would have thought, you know, probably your fastest bowler in the first or second over. Do you think there's a tactic to bringing him on now, still in the power play, or?
Yeah, it's not a bad option. You sort of want to close the power play with a positive intent in the field and with the ball, and after that electric start, it's a good option to bring him on and get the wicket.
Oh, this is miles in the air, and well, good luck catching this one. This is coming from outer space at a serious pace, and then somehow we have a collision. How many did they run?
I'm not too sure. I was watching the
8?
ball, Vinny. That was miles.
That was so high. If you get a fast bowler and you swing at it as a top edge, they can go really high. And I guess in the end, it'll just go down as a 2. But
Bit of Steve Waugh and Jason Gillespie in that.
Luckily, it wasn't as bad as that. We didn't run. It's had a bit of everything so far. It's called a wide.
Well, one thing I'm noticing here, Vinny, Royal Tigers are taking a leaf out of Drew's book for the French team from week 1. They are swinging at everything. You see how he clears that front leg? So he's not really thinking where this ball's going to pitch. He's thinking, how hard can I hit this?
Yeah. It's aggressive intent, isn't it?
Hyper aggressive.
Hyper aggressive. I like it. So I think it's okay.
And this is the difference between, the difference between hyper aggressive and having a little bit of a technical nous to you. I mean, you can power hit without just swinging wildly.
Yeah.
And you sort of want him just to keep a bit of a stable base and keep that head down. And I mean, that could have easily been hit through the offside.
Yeah, there's no one in the outfield in the offside whatsoever. So I think, yeah, get the foot across to it and hit over the offside this time. It's a back dab. No run. They just need to work their way back in. They have a wicket. That's a bit of a steady out, but I think it'll all be down to whether Kukakell can go on with it. As we head out of the power play into the middle overs, he'll have more outfielders to deal with. But certainly has not looked rusty at all so far in their first outing of this ECL 22. So if he gets another wide here.
Yeah, just losing his line and length a little bit. He's trying to keep it away from his wheelhouse, and that jagged off the seam just a bit.
It's a fair call.
It is.
Once you hit any line, you're dicing with the umpire's patience. Pretty harsh on them, but I think it's for the good of the game. Slight breeze, kind of behind the bowler, if anything, at the moment. And he's knocked on. Yeah, he has. And so Safi just loses his shape, loses his wicket, slight under edge there. And so Usman Arif gets 2 in his first over. Solid start from him as Griffin grab a couple in the third. And the score is 41 for 2.
Yeah, well, Safi will look back on that. And, well, to put it lightly, it's terrible batting. It's another ball wide of off stump, and he's just trying to swat it over mid-wicket. Not too much technique in that innings from Safi. He'll need to hit the sheds and maybe hit the nets as well, get a bit of form. But 2 wickets in the over and a good comeback.
Yeah, it was shapeless batting, wasn't it, from Safi, who's a lot better than that. And there's also disciplined bowling from Usman Arif. I think he saw that Safi was struggling with that kind of delivery this time. Gets him to chop one on for 2, and that's wicket number 2. Royal Tigers 41 for 2.
So obviously new group, Vinny, and 6 new teams that are joining us as we see the chopped on there and the bales flying in the background. Who are you thinking in Group B? Who's your smoky? Who's your favourite? Too early to call. Is there any?
I was kind of in the camp that brigade from Ireland.
Yep.
Probably based on the standard of cricket there, they're probably coming as favourites. But I mean, they had a horrendous start this morning. So Guernsey, hard to see. I don't see anyone perhaps. Apart from them, maybe Royal Tigers were another one. I don't know if they're a smoky or not. I mean, they're pretty experienced. But I mean, Hungary's not considered a big cricket nation. They only have 8 teams, only 4 in their Premier League. So let's look at this last ball from Usman Arif to Stan Ahuja. He plays and misses and takes us to the end of the power play. Entertaining one. Royal Tigers 41 for 2.
You know who I'm going to say who's my smoky is?
Okay.
Zagreb Sokol from Croatia.
Right.
Oh, I'm looking forward to watching them. I tell you what, they will surprise a few teams. Big Lazaridis, looking forward to seeing him later today.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's got the Iceman, Sam Houghton, from, you remember him from the Croatia series, but also he was playing recently in Gibraltar for Calpe Giants. He's a premiership player there. You see there's the teams we're talking about, Bjorvika and Royal Tigers, their first outings. And you can see that already Griffins from Guernsey have opened their account. A solid 53-run win over the Irish this morning. So what an over from Usman Arif. 2 for 5, just steadying things and getting this back under control. But someone else has got to give him a hand here. And the other thing is that over, Zishan for the most part was at the other end. So now we head into over number 4. Zahid Ashraf bowling. Cut away, and this is going to be 4 more. Well, it wasn't that far from the man at third man. But this just shows that Zishan, he's not leg side obsessed. This one is the correct shot to this ball, and he starts the over with the boundary.
Yeah, nice shot. Got a bit of width, and he hits it to the left of point, goes forward. I think I'm right. Has Kukakall got all these runs in boundaries?
I believe so.
38 off 12.
38 off 12 with 5 fours and 3 sixes.
That's a pretty good way to go about it.
That's one way to jinx it. Of course, we had Ahmed Nabi in ECL 19 score 100 completely in boundaries. I can't remember another situation where someone's hit a 50 all in boundaries. 2 sixes will do it. So just lose his sanity for a second. This one must have just missed the leg stump if it's been called a wide. Thought for a second maybe it went over the stumps, the best angle. Yeah.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
The pitch seems to have a little bit of seam movement in it when they get it right, but yeah, that's jagged a bit off the seam, but probably slipped down the leg side for a wide.
Okay. Doesn't quite get this, and it'll be 4. So the boundary run keeps going. Perfect run of boundaries from Zishan Kukagel, who's into the 40s. And I thought for a second maybe that would get cut off, but he got it into the gap, and that was the key. He moves to 42.
Yeah, that's why we call him Mr. Muscle. He muscled that ball into the gap. Wasn't out the meat of the bat, but well, he's playing a bit of a lone hand at the moment, Vinny. I mean, 42 of 13, perfect T10 innings.
I have to say a quick hello to the gentleman after this ball from Ashraf. Oh, he's lucky to survive.
Oh, no.
There's 100. Well, never mind. Oh, no. He could have been walking back. If this hits the stumps, which Safi last over suffered this fate. That does bring up the 50, though, for the Royal Tigers. Well, Stuart Hook, who's a big part of the setup in Estonia, Cricket Estonia. We had an ECS there back in 2020. Unfortunately, we haven't been back since because there's a lot of cricket going on there, believe it or not. But his nickname is Mr. Muscles. He even got gifted a bat from his teammates engraved with Mr. Muscles. So when I was back in Estonia. So hello to you, Stu. I don't think he'll mind you calling Zishan Mr. Muscles, though. I don't think Zishan will mind it either. But now he's going to get some support from Stan Ahuja, the man who we've also seen playing in the ECS in Romania. He's a very experienced Stan. He's also made the suit that I'm wearing today.
You do look
As a
good.
man, the tailor. And this one, he steps across, and it's going to be another boundary. Zishan just keeps on keeping on. The Royal Tigers making an outstanding start to this one, and that puts him within reach of a half century.
Yeah, bowler's got it wrong there. That's just a half volley on middle stump, and well, Zishan, he's swinging as hard as he can. He's getting a little bit of luck, keeps finding the pockets on the ground, but 4 more to him, and getting close to an important 50 for his side here.
After this, well, get a look at this. A lot of people excited about what you might be wearing for Valentine's Day. Oh, this one disappeared. Well, this one is brute force from Kukagel, who brings up his half century off only 16 balls. And there's only 1 single in there, the rest in boundaries. That's his 4th big 6 and 7 fours in it, striking more or less 3 a ball. And this one was probably the hardest hit ball all day.
Yeah, he got that one out the meat. The noise off the bat was splendid. Good way to bring up your 50, and well, he's got plenty of time to make a big score here, Vinny.
Yeah, well, we haven't had a century so far in the 2022 season. 61 for 2 after 4. Very good morning to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers and everyone in the chat. What's Corey going to be wearing? It's Valentine's Day.
Green polo.
Sometimes people get a bit too comfortable. And you think here in week 2, but I mean, you look fine.
Look
You look nice.
I thought I looked good.
But I mean, I've gone to a lot of effort, Corey.
I don't celebrate Valentine's Day, but I do want to say happy Valentine's to my grandparents, John and Gloria. Hope you're tuning in and enjoying.
Very well said. Very well said. Also want to say that thanks very much to Stan Ahuja for this wonderful suit right here.
You do look good.
Yeah, looks
Bit colourful.
Red-pink combination, not one that I normally go with, but I think on this occasion,
Did you and Rico communicate this morning about that?
just kind of telepathically. I was up a bit late watching the Super Bowl, actually.
Were you?
I won't do a spoiler alert to anyone.
I was in bed by 8. I was getting my notes ready for today.
That's good. So, who's coming up?
Left arm off spin.
Wazzy Mabas. It is. Who starts with the ball. There's just going to be one. One thing I do really enjoy, Corey, having you in the box, of course, you are the current national coach of Spain. You've got previous experience coaching Belgium, previous experience coaching in the PSL, Pakistan League, of course. Abbas here. Zishan time. Wants him. Drags it to the leg side. This will just be a single, a rare single for Zishan. But I think you're really tuned into the kind of tactical side of the game. So it's always like commentating with you, because you kind of think about things at that higher level. So maybe you can give us an idea how Bjorvik can get back into this match at the moment. Nice shot by Stan Ahuja, who just works this off his pads for one.
Well, Abbas looks like he's got a good little action here. He little of a walking sort of run up, but left arm off spin seems to be doing really well around the world in any type of format. Seems like he's got good control, and his 2 overs could be key here for his side.
Oh, he's just completely missed this. So's the keeper. It'll be a bye. Wow. I mean, this is just one he misjudges the pace of it, I think. Is it? It's out of the front of the hand.
Yeah, I think he's actually tried the arm ball, sort of keeps his finger on the seam of the ball, and he's trying to just bring it back in, but loses control of it.
Drops at the last minute, so it's below the waist, but yeah, just completely kind of diddles him for pace there.
Sometimes you're not ready for that type of delivery, you just lose sighting of it.
If you probably hit it through the covers, you probably do hit it wide. Yeah, so the Super Bowl, the only problem with this time zone watching it in Europe is it starts at midnight, which is probably when you should be asleep. Depends, if you have a big night out, it's not so bad, but if you've got work first thing in the morning, it's not ideal. Yeah, full toss, and this one is going to be cashed in. I think it's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, that's Stan Ahuja, the tailor, who gets 6 here. Again, just losing his length. Got some good variations, Abbas, but doesn't get the length right, and he goes the journey.
Yeah, put the mocker on him a little bit. He started this over really well, but just last few deliveries has lost that control. So obviously trying to get that Yorker length, probably outside off stump, but low full toss gets punished.
Last ball, the over. Well bowled. That one comes back. Yeah, clever bowler, Abbas. A bit of a mixed bag from him, though. And 10 off that over. It is 73 for 2.
Yeah, that's good bowling. So what he's doing there, he's keeping one finger on the seam and not rotating his wrist at all. And we actually, it is Valentine's Day, we actually called that the nude nut. That's what the term of the delivery is. And he's just trying to bring that back into the right-hander.
Is that about just taking the rotations off the ball?
Yeah.
Or and kind of let it's more drift than anything? It's not
sort
really
of like a slow drift in-swinger.
Yeah. Yeah, so 5 overs down, 73 for 2. Very healthy run rate, 14.6. As we head into the 6th over. Sufyan Salim getting a second. Now this one is miles in the air. It's going to take some catching. Outfielder calls him out and catches it. Well, it was a bit of luck, I think, as well. That had to play its part. But Usman Arif, he did it with the ball. And he was quick to call that one. It's a correct call from him. I think the outfielder coming in, an easier catch for him. Still didn't quite go in the middle of the hands, but he does remove the dangerous Zishan, who gets to 54, but he'll go no further. Big wicket, 73 for 3.
Yeah, good catch in the end. I'm not going to lie, when this first went up, Vinny, I didn't put much of a chance on that. Gets a little bit of luck as it rolls around the arm and flicks his hat on the way out, but he takes the catch in the end. Good innings from Zishan, though. He'll be happy with how he started the tournament. A lot of boundaries, flurry of boundaries when he started this innings, even through the middle part. He'd be disappointed to not go on to something massive, but he can hold his head up high.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll be happy with the half century. Probably a bit disappointed to get out at that stage. I mean, he only faced 19 balls in that innings. 284 strike rate. He becomes Sufyan Salim's first wicket of the ECL. Good ovation from his teammates. So, Stan Ahuja remains out there, and he'll be joined by the projector, Abhishek Kedapal, and we call him the projector because he's all angles. Wait till you see him bowl if you haven't seen him before. He runs in from basically wide mid-off to bowl, but he's also a pretty good clean hitter of a cricket ball. He comes in as we embark on the second half of this innings. Cracks the first one, and this one's probably going to be 4. Well, that's a really good shot first up, and the protractor is in business.
Well, I'm not too sure if he heard you. You said he's a good hitter of a cricket ball. That's a glorious shot, right out the screws. The old traditional cover drive, he's hit that hard.
Look at the front foot, how it gets to the pitch of the ball. So it's not that premeditated clearing of the front leg where you kind of lose your shape and maybe lose a bit of your arc of where you can put the ball. Just a really good cricket shot. Now goes back and cracks a cup. That's straight to the man, short third man, Mohammed Afzal. Protractor's a good man to come in at this situation.
Vinny, you said you like when I'm a bit analytical and I look at certain things and aspects. What's the over rate here? It feels like it's a bit behind.
See in a second. This is cut away. Well, this one might be 4 more, and it is. Cuatro carreras más. This is very, very good batting. No Zishan, no worries. Royal Tigers still on the prowl as they pass 80.
Yep, short, wide, you got to put it away, and he does exactly that. Like you said, not premeditating. 4 runs for his try. But yeah, I ask you, Vinny, because I know we have pretty stringent rules that if
We've got 3.5 overs, they'd have to bowl in 14 minutes. So 4.
Well, we've got 4 overs.
3. Oh yeah, 4.5. Yeah.
So,
yeah,
yeah, they're behind, aren't they?
Yep. Good call. Oh, almost dragged out of the stratosphere by Fark Razul. Chance goes down.
Sorry, what was that, Vinny?
It was a tough one though. He does well. Probably happy to save 4 in the end, Razul. Just one though. As we get to the end of the 6th over. Pretty good run rate at the moment. It's 83 for 3.
Yeah, you'd be pretty happy if you're the batting side at the moment. 83 for 3. 4 overs to go here, and they're behind the over rate. And the reason I brought that up is because if they don't start that last over in time, there'll probably be a 5-run penalty incurred as well. So
I've seen one the whole first week.
Well, we're going to see one now. I can't see how they're going to bowl these overs in that time.
Haven't really taken enough wickets to get allowances. I think after wicket 5, you get a minute.
How much time do they have?
They've got 12 minutes to bowl 3 overs.
Oh,
maybe. Oh no, sorry. I was right. I said the first time. So when I said 3.3 overs, what I meant is because you need to finish, or you need to be able to start the 10th over. So they're only going to bowl 3 more overs now in that 12 minutes.
Oh, okay.
They need to be able to start the 10th. That's why I said 3.5, not 4.5. Yeah. Shouldn't second guess myself. Regardless, Wazim Abbas came back to bowl his second over. Comes off the bottom of the bat. Just bounce off the keeper's pads for 1.
Good running. Good match awareness there. So sneaking through for a few singles. I mean, you're looking at up towards around 140 mark. Trying to bat them out of this game. But nice bowling from Abbas. Nice tidy little action. Trying to keep it wide of the off stump.
Well bowled. Just had to get some bat on that. He was in danger. Just never quite sure how that ball's going to react because he's got those subtle variations and he's shown he can actually bring the ball back into you. He also conscious of that one that might spin away. Huja on strike. It's full toss and he almost picks out the man. An extra cover. And that's Rasul again. This time gets it on the bounce.
He's missed out there. Gets a big full toss. Wide outside off and sort of cloths it straight to cover. We've been better off leaving that.
Good area, but better from the batter. Well, the protractor, he knows all the angles and he's fighting with the bat at the moment. It's pretty safe if you can get it over the infielder's head because there's normally a gap behind him. And this time there was, but still not an easy shot to execute off the back foot, but he timed it nicely, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. What they could probably do here, because he is trying to bowl it wider off stump, you can either bring your deep square leg up and drop your cover back as well, or just move that man right round to cover and bring your tight cover to point. He's trying to bowl out there, so we need to give him a bit of protection because he looks very strong through that region.
Just a really cracking back foot drive, wasn't it, in the end? Last ball for Abbas. This one not as pretty, but it might be effective. Chases on, and I think T10 probably could have got 2, but he feels like he's on a roll, so he wants to try and parlay it into the next over. So he will retain the strike, and the score after 7 overs is 91 for 3. And just a reminder, this is the format in the group weeks. Of course, we saw Tunbridge Wells going through last week. So on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, we have round robin matches. Each of the teams will play 5 matches, so they play every other opponent. Super Thursday, it's all about whether you finished in the top 3 or the bottom 3 after the round robin. It's a lot easier for the teams in the top 3 because they automatically qualify for finals Friday. They fight for position and the double chance on Super Thursday. The bottom 3, they basically have to face eliminators. We saw, for example, Helsinki Titans. They were eliminated to a team that hadn't won a game on Super Thursday on the Golden Ball last week. Also, we had to say goodbye to Star CC on Super Thursday. And then finals Friday. At the end of that, we'll know exactly who our Group B qualifier will be for Championship Week. Here's Zahid Ashraf and French cut. And it's going to be 4. So T10 decided he wanted the strike. It would have backfired badly if he chops out onto the stumps. But luck's the fortune. He misses the stumps and it ends up being 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a cruel game sometimes. He gets a bit of fortune there. Unfortunate for the bowler. Under edge goes for 4. Trickles away.
So we said Luke in the chat saying, you know, poor running that last ball should have been 2. But I think it was a tactical decision from T10 that he wanted the strike. Because I think he considers himself more of the
natural aggressor.
He is. And this one will just be 1. They've got 3 men there. Well, you probably normally only have 2.
Well, that's exactly what I just said. They could theoretically drop that cover back, so they did that and brought square leg up. So, I mean, T10's obviously shown he's very strong through it. It's not the worst bit of tactic, something a little bit different.
I think sometimes you just want to try and get the batter to change what they're doing.
Make them feel like they're doing something uncomfortable.
Yeah. Like that. No, Ahuja is on strike this time. But yeah, if something's been working for you, you have to change what you're doing. It's always a bit uncomfortable as a batter, isn't it? So.
One of the great quotes Dean Jones ever told me, rest in peace, Dean, and was do what the opposition doesn't want you to do.
Yeah.
Make them feel as uncomfortable as possible.
Ian Chappell will say that as well. Yeah, it's good advice, I think. If you're not sure what to do what they don't want. This one's into the gap. Still think it'll just be 1 though. What was it like working with Dean Jones at Islamabad United, right?
Yeah, Islamabad, we did Pac-2 T10. Brilliant man, brilliant man. Sad to lose him so early, but he was sensational. His energy and his positivity around the boys, and tactically he was intelligent and switched on, and he just saw the game a little bit differently as well. He's a little bit like yourself in a way. He wasn't just the old school book. He wanted to change the game, and he had a really, really good record in the PSL.
Very kind comparison. Appreciate that. Yeah, I remember reading his book when I was in primary school, One Day Magic.
Yeah, he changed the game, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Charging at fast bowlers, running between the wickets in particular.
That was the one, the running between the wickets, the stuff he taught
Wearing
the players
sunglasses.
on. Yeah, the zinc sunnies.
Yeah.
Well, the stuff he was teaching the players on turning circles and just running between the wickets and that. Most players at the highest level still don't practice it, because it is such an art.
Last ball of the 8th over. Now this one's hit pretty well, and this one's going to go all the way. Maximo! A really good cameo so far by the protractor, who moves to 26, and he's not done yet. That's 8 overs down, and the 100 is up for the Royal Tigers. 103 for 3.
Well, they put that deep cover in place, but it doesn't matter if it goes over his head. Nice shot for 6. Be interesting to see if Ahuja, he tries to work a single here to get the protractor back on strike. We have a look at the worm. I dare say it's going north. It is.
Yeah, no, you're a big fan of the worm. But yeah, Dean Jones, I remember his One Day Magic book he was talking about. It might have even been another one of his books. He was talking about in England, one of the games where he actually went to bowl. And he was wearing the sunglasses, and the umpire said, well, I'll take the cap, but there's no way I'm taking those sunglasses. This is just when it wasn't really done, was it? Back in those days. Okay, 9th overtime. It all happens in the 9th. It starts with what looks like a bye, so a bit of fortune for the Royal Tigers. So that's the result that they wanted, isn't it? Because it does get Abhishek T10 back on strike.
Yeah, you can see the keeper's disappointed there. And that fumble by Usman Haddad allows the single, the protractor, as we like to call him, back on strike. He's 26 off 11, Vinny.
It's good cricket up. Again, a bit like Griffins did in the first game. Just kind of that scoreboard pressure, especially if you grab 1 or 2 early.
I'd like to know what the win margin is for teams batting first and teams bowling first in ECC and ECLs in the higher levels.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
Overall, it's about 55%. A little bit short, leans back, nails it. Maximo! And Abhishek T10 moves into the 30s, and he was all over that. It was a little bit short. He pounced on it. 6 runs.
Yeah, maybe eyeing up a 50 himself. Every part of that. It's a poor ball. It's very short. I'll have to put it away, and he does exactly that.
I feel like he's only just gotten there as well. Yep. And he's already, what's he up to now? 32 off 12. Now opens up and goes over backward point, and it's going to be 6 more. Say, it's Carreras Mas. Oh, he's been very clever, and this time, after going leg side, he opens up the offside. Seems like everything he's hitting at the moment is hitting out of the middle of the bat.
What I like about this innings, when he's shown that he can score 360, he's gone over cover, he's gone over square, now backward point. He's hitting the pockets on the field and batting beautifully.
I would say they're giving him the length to work with, though. I think they've got to get fuller and straighter. Well, it's a slower ball instead. He slaps this down the field, and it will be caught. Nice bit of work there by Kamar Ijaz. This one just seemed to be down towards the bottom of the bat. Doesn't get the contact he wanted, so the projector certainly found an angle to keep the innings moving along, but he falls for a very brisk 38. Good innings from him. The score now 116 for 4.
Yeah, a nice clean catch out there by Kamar Ijaz. Made some good ground to his left and held onto it. He clothed it, didn't get out the middle, but not an easy catch with the rope there and your teammate. Almost a mini collision, but does his job. And the protractor, he'll be happy with his first innings in the tournament. You'll see him with the new ball more than likely as well. He goes 38 off 14, 4 fours, 3 sixes, and striking at 271.
Yeah, he batted really well, didn't he? And Santa Hudra, he had an important role in that partnership as well. But just for an illustration, you know, before that ball, they both faced 13 deliveries, but Santa Hudra had made 12 and BET2BALL had made 38. So you can see why BET2BALL kind of wanted the strike, wanted to kind of make more of it if he could. As it's going to be Kai Badelda, again, very experienced player on ECN, coming out at number 6. And, well, almost gets stumped first ball. So, I mean, getting BET2BALL is important because it may save them kind of 10 to 15 runs, but it just depends. Delda, very good domestic form. He didn't have the ECC that he wanted, playing for Hungary, but he's out there now. He's got the last ball of the 9th over to come from Rasul. Able to knock it down the ground for 1. And so he's off the mark, and we're all tying as after 9 overs are 117 for 4.
Yeah, Borvico will be a little bit disappointed with their bowling so far this innings, but I mean, if they can still finish well in this last over and try to restrict them to under 130, they're still in this match.
Yeah.
Especially if you get a good power play. Looks like a little bit of smoke coming the top left of your screens there. And
is there a fire behind us?
right near the commentary box. It's a little bit of a worry.
I'm going to go poke my head out. I'm going to wait 1 over. Just checking the time. Well, 38 minutes. So, ended up 2 minutes ahead of schedule. Just keep an eye on whether we're going to burn to the ground, and I'm glad we got that shot, because of course that's our commentary position. You see it kind of top left of your screen.
It's just the fire between us, Vinny, on Valentine's Day.
Well, something's been smoking this morning, and it's back to the Royal Tigers. 9 overs, 117. No surprises who they're going back to here. It's Usman Arif, who I think is their fastest bowler. Got to get it right, though. Bowling to Kai Badelda. 10th overtime. Kind of gets a fair piece of this, but hits it straight at the man out at deep square leg, so it'll just be 1.
We've been pretty impressed with him so far with the ball. Looks like he's got a good, strong action. Hits the deck hard. He get a couple more wickets or a couple more dot balls for his trouble.
Salva Kumar Murugasamy in the chat saying, well, they're 4 down, but still no Mark Ahuja. And Mark Ahuja's a player that can bat anywhere in the order, really, but I think they probably feel like they've got some bigger hitters, and that's what they need at this stage. And speaking of the devil, Stan Ahuja goes bang. Oh, that's out. That's in the cars. Oh, no, the BMW is down there. And often there's a bit of a promotion where if you hit the car, you win the car. But I think at the ECL, if you hit the car, you pay for the car. And so, fortunately for Stan, this one misses the cars, but what he does do is get 6 runs.
Yeah, what a shot that is. The old standing slog sweep. He got every piece of that. That's gone a long, long way, Vinny. It's probably the biggest 6 we've seen today.
Bang. It was with the wind as well. Seems to be going that way. Once more. This one, they may think of 2 here, but I don't think they'll get back. It's bowled back in. That's the 1. Nice bit of defensive fielding to keep that to a single. And we get Deldar back on strike.
Yep. Maybe they could have pushed 2 then, because like you mentioned, he bowled that in, so maybe a bit of a shoulder trouble for the fielder there.
The wind's going this way. Does that mean the fire's going away from us? So. He tries it. Doesn't get what he wanted. In fact, he mishits it so well that the field has no chance, and then somehow overruns it. It's a bit sloppy. They get a couple. It's a similar kind of score now that we saw Griffins put on the board, and we saw Brigade lose a couple of early wickets in match one and just get nowhere near it in the end. All Tigers, I think they'll enter the second half of this game full of confidence. There's been a riff. 2 balls to go. This is a nice looking cut shot. Now will they push for 2 here? I think in the end they decide on 1 for a reason. I think Ahuja says, I think I'm the man to face the last ball. Do you think, so they've turned down a run basically there to keep him on strike. Do you think having him on strike is worth more than 1 run? That's the calculation, isn't it?
Yeah, probably, but also you do like to see them push there and maybe get the 2 because you could force a 3rd with an overthrow.
He did just almost hit a car. Instead, he eats 1 and, well, probably fortunately for Usman Roof, he doesn't pick it up because I feel like he was going to ping that. Probably could have cost him more. So in the end, they get a single off that last ball, and believe it or not, it's the exact same score we had this morning. We're 129. Look at this. Oh, I hope he's all right there. Just kind of turn on that one. Seemed to get the back of the kind of backside of the grill, but in the end, Ahuja, nice little knock from him. 2 big sixes, which lift his score to 19. And after 10 overs, it's the identical score as match 1. Yes, Royal Tigers 129. This time for the loss of 4 wickets. Well, it was time for 2 new teams to enter the fray. The giant coin was in business, and even though we lost it behind the giant leg of Harsh Mandian, it was Eurovica that won the toss. They elected to bowl. Nice moment as they got presented their European Cricket League caps. But then it was down to business, and Zishan, a man that we did see in ECC, not really playing to his potential. He had a couple of close calls early, but he was scoring a bunch of boundaries and scoring them really quickly. And he got the Royal Tigers off to a really good start. And ultimately, he'd have a bit of help along the way as they posted this quite imposing target of 130 for the Norwegians.
Yeah, absolutely. It was all Zishan at the start. He came out with great intent and he got his team off to a flyer. Unfortunately, for his opening partner, he couldn't imitate that, and he was dismissed, and you could see how happy the Borvica fielders were with the first dismissal. They had a couple of chances as well that sort of went missing and sort of went begging in between, but they also had a little bit of luck with that under edge going on to the stumps, and really, really impressive bowling that over that had 2 wickets in it. Then we had the Protractor come out, play some conventional cricket. There were some nice sweeps, there were some nice cuts, and they were scoring boundaries all over the wicket, and you sort of feel that for Borvica, they'll have a look at their bowling analytics and they'll feel a little bit upset with where they pitch the ball. It's a little bit everywhere. That was a well-timed, a well-juggled catch, and, well, the Protractor came out. He did his job. He hit the ball beautifully on the offside, and they were trying to change the field a lot with deep cover and deep point, but unfortunately for them, he just kept whacking it, and Vinny said he hits the ball hard, and he did exactly that until his dismissal. A nice, smart catch out there by Karma Ejaz, and he'll be happy with his work because that was a big wicket with a couple of overs left, and trying to keep this dangerous Royal Tigers side under a pretty, well, under maybe about 114. They were able to do that as they were, in the end, all out. Well, not all out, sorry. 129 for 4. It's early. It's Monday. But let's have a look at the scorecards here. And for Borvica, they'll feel a little bit disappointed, it feels, with their bowling unit. But for the Royal Tigers, they'll be pretty happy with their batting efforts. And there's 2 men that really stood out. It's good to see some good conventional batting with a mix of some fire as well. So we take a quick look at the scorecards. And we're still waiting for the scorecards. They'll come through for a second, and we'll be able to have a little look and a little dive into the statistics in this innings. But it really was a 2-man show, and going to be looking forward to seeing how the Royal Tigers go up against some good bowling attacks later in this week. Okay, and it seems that just to a small glitch, we will not have the scorecard. So I'll tell you quickly that it was Zishan who made 54 off 19. Really impressive T10 innings that. And then it was a Protractor ladder that hit 38 off 14. So those 2 men did their job with the bat. and I'm sure that they'll be trying to do that job with the ball. So the score at the halfway stage is 129 for 4, meaning Borvika need 130. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to all our viewers around the world. We're at the beautiful Cartama Cricket Oval here in sunny Spain. We're here for more T10 action. We're at the halfway stage. Royal Tigers from Budapest playing Borvika from Norway. And, well, 129 for 4 for the Royal Tigers. They got off to a bit of a flyer thanks to Zishan. He hit it to all parts, and it's a beautiful sunny day now. There's a bit of cloud cover earlier this morning. A little bit of a dew factor for that first match, but I can tell you conditions now for cricket are perfect. So looking forward to this run chase. Will we have a close one? You're going to have a pretty good power play, you feel. Maybe get into that 40-run region off the first 3 if they can, and then try go at 10s for the rest of the innings and maybe have one big over in there to get to this total, because 129 for 4 is a big ask. We didn't see too many big run chases in week A, Group A. So hopefully we'll see a couple this week. Looking forward to it. Players are all out there and the umpires are all out there, and we're about to get underway. Looks like it's a deep mid wicket and a deep mid on in place. Interesting enough, looks like 3 backward points. It's very interesting. Yeah, they've left a pretty big gap at cover. Maybe one of those points is going to go a little bit straighter. Looks like it's going to be the captain with the new ball, Munjian. So both teams starting with spin. Kept the sunnies on. Here we go. Oh, that's going to be a no ball. Yeah, it is a no ball right off the pitch. Well, if you don't use the facilities, that can happen. And, well, Hayder, he's going to get a free hit for his first real ball. It's almost a bit of a Christmas gift if you're the batsman. It's a good comeback, a really good comeback. And you can't ask for much more of the better ball. Fires in a Yorker. So they miss out on the free hit. And, might just scamper through just for a bye here. Don't think it's going to be given a wide. No, just a bye. So a couple of extras to start this run chase. Thought that might have just snuck outside the tram line. Yeah, I think he got lucky with that one. Yeah, for me, that probably was a wide, but they'll sneak through for a bite. You can see what he's trying to do here. He's trying to bowl these sort of wide Yorker deliveries, and this is probably why he's got the extra man in between the point fielder. In the back of your screen there, 3 men. 3 men patrolling in the same zone. And that is a wide, and that could go for 5 wides. It will go for 5 wides. So a bit of licorice all sorts to start this run chase. We've had a no ball off the pitch. We've had a bye. We've had 5 wides. Still yet to get a run off the bat. And, he's landed a few Yorkers in. This was the leg spinner, and it's turned and bounced. The keeper will be disappointed that he didn't get anything on that, but that really did bounce. And he gets the Yorker in again. Well, seems like it's a sensational delivery, then followed up by a poor delivery. He's landed 3 Yorkers in this over rather impressively. That's a nice shot off the bat, and well, he splits one of those fielders there, and he gets it through the gap just. Like I said, they've got the extra one in backward point, but he just gets it through, goes for 4. And this was the leg spinner again, rolls it out there, but too much width on offer, throws his hands, 4 runs. So already 11 off this, good start for Borvika. Hit in a similar region, but this time it is fielded, and they'll scamper through for a single. So that'll bring an end to an interesting first. 12 for none. Vinny, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. And Yeah, strange first over, wasn't it? It's probably one in there I thought might have been a wide as well, so I might have gotten away with one, but 5 off the bat. 7 were Valentine's Day gifts just to help Eurovica get into the tournament, but 13 and over is what they need. They get 12 off the first, so 12 for no loss. He's got to beg, borrow, or steal the required rate early on, just so you're not behind. Okay, Mandia wasn't his best over, but he's a clever little bowler. You can see how he pushes them through. Normally pretty accurate, but I mean, you can understand that a bit of rust on some of these players coming off the off-season, of course. Second over coming up, and it's going to be Vignesh Jayaraman to bowl it. Swing and a miss, Usman Haider. That's the man who's facing up here. He tries to launch this first one, kind of losing his shape there early on. How do you describe that stroke, Corey? Well said. That wasn't a replay. That's live action. Similar kind of a shot this time around.
Well, we've spoken about it, Vinny. Like we like hyper-aggressive players, but they just lose their shape sometimes. Just has to keep his head a little bit more still here.
Effective ones have played the correct shot, even though they hit it really hard. That's strike 3 now for Haider.
Well, the bat speed's impressive. The connection with the ball less impressive. These are valuable dot balls in the power play. He's batting outside his crease as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, significantly outside his crease. Strike 4.
Strike 4, you're right. So standing outside your crease, I mean, you're shortening the pitch anyway. He's really far, and you can see him walk forward as well. So he's making it more difficult for himself. I'd rather him go deep in his crease.
It's quite a common thing, though, when people play T10 for the first time. They can just get a bit carried away.
You ever had a 6 strike over like this, ever? I can't remember ever seeing this.
But I think you've jinxed it now. That's 5 swings and misses in a row.
I don't think he's learning. He seems to be going further outside his wicket.
Yeah, well, they got lucky scoring balls they didn't have to hit in the first over. Not so lucky in this over.
Valentine's is over.
I don't want it to happen now. This is the last one there from Jayaraman. There we go. We've had it.
Wow.
Our first ever 6 swing and miss over. Well, congratulations to Jayaraman, who bowls a maiden in the second. I bet there's a few maidens being bowled over today around the world, but right here, that's a big fat 0 next to over number 2, and it's 12 for no loss.
Well, yeah, it's disappointing batting, you have to admit, and he's missed out on 6 balls there in the power play, but it's a maiden towards the bowler. Well done to him. Jayaraman will be very happy with that.
Ninja in the chat saying, well, keeper needs to get up the stumps and peg the batter back. Well, I don't think you do.
Well, here's
if he's missed all 6, because you're fine with the maiden.
Sorry to interrupt you, Vinny. I'm seeing something in the background that I'm shocked at. They've just taken both helmets off. They can't hit the ball, and now the quickest bowler's coming on.
Yeah. Well,
the protractor bowls quick. I'd be calling those helmets back.
Especially before they've had a look at the protractor.
Oh, no.
Have a look at this run-up. Let's focus on that. He's not lost. He is walking to...
They don't have a short extra cover in place. That's the bowler.
That's just what he does. Abhishek Kadepal, the protractor. Geez, he batted well, didn't he? The first half of this match. Here he is now with the ball, Kadepal. And he gets a wicket, very first ball. And he makes a mess of the middle stump. What a game he's having. And that not only is the ball they don't score off, it's one where they lose Butty for a duck. Eurovica at 12 for 1.
Well, he asked the right question, hits the top of the stumps, but does that count as strike 7, Vinny? Because he's missed that by a long way. It's poor batting at the moment for the Norwegian side. They're trying to just really slog. It's just slogging. There's not much technique to it. They've got to be careful here because, I mean, they're in this match. They just need to show a little bit more cricket education.
Yeah, well, he'll be disappointed. Just went after a ball that was pretty well pitched, so 4-ball globe for Ayaz Bhatti. Start the tournament he was after. Yeah, you just see, I think it's just a bit of inexperience in the format. We're feeling like 130 is a lot of runs, which I'm not saying it's not, but you can't get them all in a couple of overs. You have to build towards something. They got a few gifts in the first over, got absolutely nothing in the second over. And third one, not starting well at all, as Sufyan Salim comes to the crease. Now, he's one of 2 players in this team that has played T10 cricket before at some level. They'll be facing the protractor, BET2BALL, with his tail up.
So that's strike 8.
I'll give you that. What's 8 dot balls in a row? 8 swing and misses in a row.
I don't think I've ever seen 8 swing and misses in a row. Usually there's some sort of connection off the bat.
It'll be a while before we see it again, I think. Luke asking, was it the first made in this ECL? I don't think so. I think we did have one in the first week. Well, now there is some bat on this, and this will be a boundary. Sorely needed one for Bjorvika. And Salim gets off the mark. Nice cut shot. Semi-controlled, I think, but made good contact.
Yeah, see, I like that from Salim. He's playing the ball on merit and where it is, and he sees it a little bit back of a length, a little bit of width, so he plays the cut shot. It's not a premeditated wild swing. And that's good batting. He's off the mark now. Maybe that can get the innings going a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you pretty much burnt 1 over, so now you're trying to hit 139 overs, which isn't easy, but I think it's a bit of a trick to think that you can only score on the onside. There's value everywhere here. Back to the swings and misses though for now. That was clever by BET2BALL because he gets cut away there because of the length. So next one, pitched up and right up in the block hole. Good bowling.
Must be weird to face up to someone coming on such an exaggerated run up.
It's got to be. Whistles through to Sufyan Muhammad behind the stumps.
What's the story of it? How has this developed? Because, I mean, he loses pace by being this way.
Yeah, it just works for him. I don't know.
Have you spoken to him ever about it?
Kind of had a conversation about this. She's the wind's really picked up. It's behind BET2BALL at the moment. Driven straight. Just one. And we've seen some bowlers with pretty angular run-ups. Jeff Lawson from Australia used to have a really angled run-up.
Merv Hughes did as well, didn't he?
Yeah, yeah. Well, takes us to the end of the power play. Not too much power in it for Bjorvika on ECL debut. They are 17 for 1.
Yeah, pretty rare you'll see a maiden in the power play, but that's what you see there on your screens. And
yeah.
Look, I'm not a meteorologist. What's going on with the weather right now? The wind has picked up massively.
Nowhere, hasn't it? And geez, it's not ideal for trying to hit back over the bowler's head anyway. Just pretty sure it's pretty stable, the structure we're in. But I'm also a bit worried about the giant inflatable balls. Imagine that.
Oh,
taking out a few people.
I got taken out by the ball last week.
Hold on. You took the ball out.
Well, I don't want to talk about it because I had that catch. That was my catch.
Yeah.
Caught the wrong one.
I think you completely made a mess of the giant ball. That's going to be on our plays of the week.
Did you laugh? Did you spot it?
On the replay we did. We didn't spot it at the time. But Rico spotted it. I really enjoyed watching it. 7 plays and misses now. Jayaraman.
So this could go down as the greatest spell in history if he bowls 5 more plays and missed balls.
Yeah, different batter though now. This is Salim. Imagine 12. No, let's not even think about it. Oh, there's some bat on it. This one flies away. I think that's gone for 6.
It has.
Honestly. Yeah, that one's gone all the way. Maximo! Your luck can change in an instant, and that one never really got that high, but it crashes into the jungle. So there goes Jayaraman's perfect record. 6 runs off a shot over the point.
Well, like I said, what Salim's doing a little bit better. He's just playing the ball on merit. Gets some width, and he gets enough bat on that. That flew away. Flat 6, very flat.
I like the way he tries to throw his hands through the ball. Sufyan Salim. They push the deep point back now. They can't have... They can now, actually. They're out of the power play. This one's cracked hard, and well, put a fielder back, doesn't matter, as Santa Hooja has to watch his one sail over his head. Maximo! Salim, he's probably ruining the fact he's got 1 less over to chase these runs down in, but still, he's made a very solid start to his innings.
Yeah, it really has. That's a great shot over wide extra cover. Just stand and deliver another 6. And, well, this innings needed a bit of an injection of spice, and that's what's happening now.
Hello to Terry in the chat, who said, be careful of talking about the wind picking up in the Czech Republic. He had a bit of an incident.
I heard about that.
One of my favourite moments, Terry. Hope you're well. Hope this finds you well. Looking forward to seeing Czech Republic next week, represented by Prague CC Kings. This one's just hit down the ground for 1. That brings on strike the captain, Usman Haidar. He's 5 off 10. Again, it has to kind of play with your head right now. Don't have a lot of confidence to Jayaraman. swings and misses at him again.
So this is one of those moments I'd consider retiring somebody. I know some people aren't for it and that, but if he's not going to be able to get on with it and keep playing missing, that rate's gone up to above 15.
The other thing is he's really struggled with Jairam, but he's only got one ball left. So maybe, there you go, just crunch that one.
I wonder when we will see that in the T10 cricket.
We've seen it a few times, not so much at this level, but we have seen it. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the 4th over, and Bjørvika, the Norwegian champions, they are 31 for 1. It's just popped up to 16.5 and over. And a very warm welcome to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. And I know we've got quite a few people tuning in from the Czech Republic today. I think they're probably just getting a little bit interested, a bit more vocal, because their team, the team representing them at least, they will be here next week. And looking forward to seeing them as well as plenty of others next week. We'll see our Turkish team for the first time on ECN. We'll see Switzerland return for the first time in almost 2 years on ECN
exciting.
As well. Team from Scotland as well. And yeah, it's going to be great. I think also precious to see the Italian champions. But right here, we've just seen just too many balls just not being contact with. I was going to count the dot balls in this innings through the first 4 overs. We've had 14 dot balls out of 24. That's just way too many. You need to be thinking, well, minimum 1 and hopefully more. No credit to the Hungarians as well, Royal Tigers. Hold pretty well. Good areas. This is Bashrat. Balls wide. Jinxed him there, but Aslan Bashrat, 4th bowler to be used.
Vinny, with the wind picking up so much, do you think it's a disadvantage to the bowling unit? Do you think it does play on it for the fielders? It's a bit more difficult for the bowler running through that breeze?
If I'm bowling, I'm loving the wind being behind me. It's better than it coming the other way and then just feel I'm going to get drilled over my head consistently. You know, maybe it's time to get funky if you've got it, but it's just trying to get better ball at the moment. This time he pulls and doesn't quite get out to deep mid wicket. Yeah, because the wind for the most part is just straight behind the bowler. So if you're trying to play those shots, your percentage shots, which is kind of your straight drives, hit the sight screen, you know that if you get it too high, it could easily blow back into play and not carry the line. Yeah, someone like a Boris Gawley or something would probably love this, because he can just get those. Don't point at yourself when I'm saying that kind of stuff. Play those funky shots. So you do have some good memories, don't you, of ECL 19. I think we lost the footage though. Your 3 consecutive sixes for VOC Rotterdam against Smart Hole.
We might have to get it up. We might have to get the footage up just to remind the viewers I used to play a little bit.
That footage is lost, but not good enough to make the team this year. How do you feel about that?
Dropped from the VOC team. Very disappointed. Piers Fletcher, the coach, gave me the message on the couch as a housemate. Said, "You're not getting picked, Corey."
Fair enough. I didn't have that option that Piers had. This one's wide outside the off stump. Not a bad place to miss though. Hello to Stefan Gooch in the chat, who's watching. Of course, there's been a lot going on in Hungarian cricket, I'm sure. Steph will be watching with interest. All Tigers flying the flag for Hungary. A lot of the countries, they have these kind of internal rivalries, of course, but I think when it comes down to it, even if it is your rival team, let's say, that reaches the big dance, yeah, still support them, because you're representing your competition that you play in. Another wide from Bashrat, just losing the handle here.
I think the wind's playing with him a little bit here. I know you said you think it might be a slight advantage, but it seems blustery to me, and he seems to be losing his run-up.
If it's going at all, it's going left to right on your screen as well as behind him. So I don't know why he's missing left. That's be what I would say. How good are these kits, by the way? I don't even ever seen a uniform exactly that shade of, what you call it, yellow.
I just like the baggy hats. I think they're such a nice touch.
Hopefully, not a cricket ball hitting one here without the helmet. Well, he smashes this, and this one's miles in the air into the wind. This is what I'm talking about. It's going to blow back in play. It won't be caught. But that one, if that's at the other end, that's 6 by about 25 metres, as it was. The catch goes down, and that's Zishan Kukakel, who wasn't able to hold on to it.
Oh, well, Vinny, they've walked one as well. They should have been running 2, and you know me with my cricket and whatnot. I mean, Harder's got to be running hard there. I mean, it's dropped, it's a tough one, but you've got to turn back and at least get 2.
Yeah, inexperience. And this one will be another opportunity. Again, this one's up in the breeze. He has to come in a long way.
Oh, no.
I think he gets there on the full this time. Wow, it's a really good effort, but the result is going to be another drop catch, 2 in the over. And this is illustrating my point perfectly. You're hitting into the teeth of the breeze, and when you need to then hit lower and flatter, because the higher you hit, and that one doesn't even get anywhere near clearing the infield in the end.
He's made really good ground there, but it's torn the trot. Does he want the ball to go to him in 3 in a row?
I think he does.
Oh, no.
It does.
Well, no.
And this time, it will be caught, and
That's not out.
Wow.
That is not out. That is not out. There is no way that can be given out. At what stage does he have control of the ball?
I'm going to make a counter.
This is 3 drops in a row.
I think it is out because the last one, it's a controlled.
No, doesn't have it, 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 doesn't have. I don't like, I don't like that. I don't like it.
It's pushing the boundaries, but I think it's out. The reason is,
No, I don't like that.
I'm not saying that it's smart.
You can't do that.
Well, he did. It's just a matter of, do you think he has control?
That's 3 drops in a row for me.
Touch it 12 times.
So is that 15 drops in a row?
Here's the reason. We'll slow this down when we get to the last one in about 10 more touches times. 3, 4, 5. See, the last one he does actually hold, and then he tries to flick it to his teammate.
Oh, yeah, but
doesn't know
you
about
got to
it.
remember, that's in slow-mo as well.
Yeah, I think
That in live, watching that live, I don't think he had the ball very long.
I saw what happened. I think it's out. The batter walked off anyway.
You love controversy like this.
I'm not saying it's not controversial. I'm just saying that last one, he holds it, and then he deliberately throws
Tell
it.
you what, Herschel Gibbs held it for longer when he went to throw it up.
It slipped out of Gibbs' hand. That was the difference. You know, it wasn't. It's not necessarily about how long you hold it. It's do you control the further disposal.
I would like to see what the chat's saying. Are you Team Vinny or Team Rutgers here? Because I
mean,
don't think
put it
that
this
should
way,
have been.
it was a lot of swagger from someone who's dropped 2 catches in the over, wasn't it?
Yeah, what was that?
5 overs down.
Fair bit of mayo on that one.
38 for 2 at the halfway point. There's a lot of similarity between this game and the first game, actually. Big swing and a miss as Usman Arif comes to the crease at number 4. The big man have to do something huge. I mean, that rate's already past 18 and over, which is what I normally call the point of no return.
So in fast motion, it was that quick.
Do you mean normal speed?
Yes.
Well, could be another chance. He's going to have to come in a long way, Savant. He actually gets nowhere near it in the end. And get 2. Friendly fire there. Corey, you're loving this game, aren't you?
I'm not too happy at the moment.
There's a lot of Corey with his mouth open at the moment, just kind of not offering much. Because,
Well, they've got like 2 third mans in position. That should have been straight to where square leg would have been, or D square leg. Yeah, they've got
a third man.
Yeah, they've got a floater. But yeah, I've seen some things in this match I'm not used to seeing.
But batted. Could be a chance. Yeah! And this time it's held on the first attempt. And well, Zishan's been moved to the bowling crease. So that looks like the captain that takes the catch. Harsh Mandia deputising for him in that long-on position. Well, this is more traditional fashion. What it does, it creates the 3rd wicket. Jurvika 41 for 3.
Yeah, good catch that time. Nestles it pretty safely in the pouch. Another wicket goes, and well, sort of for Borvika, it's getting away from them now. Really haven't got into this chase at any stage. Well, if you're a Norwegian supporter, you're a little bit disappointed. So will Usman Arif. He's out for 2.
Hard hitting. I think it definitely makes it harder for the batters to play what is considered safe shots. Okay, we've got a bit of a split. I would say more people think it is a catch here. Look at this last one. In the whole point, he's like bumping them up, but this one he does catch it. See, he does catch it
For about
holds
half
it.
a nanosecond.
Yeah, but he actually catches. He's holding onto it. And he's in control of the ball. He's in complete control of the ball.
Can we see it?
No, it wasn't very long.
In normal speed, because that is just giving. I don't like it. I still don't like it.
But my point is, even though he doesn't hold very long, he has complete control of it. Right? He has complete control of the ball for however many nanoseconds that he holds onto it.
Yectosecond.
Goes down the ground. This one Well, you've got to hit it well if you're going to hit a 6 in this area today into the wind. But Maximo, 6 to Salim. He's watched it all from the other end. He's been the only batter to get anything going at all. It's a nice shot, takes him to 26.
Yeah, it is. That's a good cricket shot. Stand and deliver, puts his hands through, and that was a big 6. It's a one-man show at the moment. Salim, he's still there. He's not giving up the chase, but a lot of responsibility on those shoulders now.
Yeah, 48 for 3 after 6, so only going at 8. You can see that no one's really gone the distance. Mandia went for 11, but most of it was his fault because there were a lot of extras in that over. I mean, what would have been interesting if he was getting a bit with that juggling catch. If he'd still batted it one more time, then for sure that's not out. You know, which I thought maybe he's going to do, but Savant was the fielder coming the other way. He wasn't paying attention.
You're saying that it's out because he had his hand around the ball and he wrapped. Herschel Gibbs had it wrapped up.
No, because
Herschel had it.
No, there's a big difference. Herschel's, as he went to throw the ball, it slipped out of his hand. He hits his thigh, right? And he didn't control the further disposal of the ball.
You are sitting on the fence,
this is just a fact.
You're confusing me and the viewers.
So Zishan, even though it was nuts what he did, he deliberately threw it away like that, and it went where he wanted it to go, whereas Herschel hit his thigh and the ball slipped out of his hands. Fake news from Corey once again as we go to the next over. And it's going to start with the boundary. And Ejaz, this will bring him a bit of confidence. Mandin comes back in. He's the only bowler to go in double digits so far. He starts the 7th over with a boundary.
What a shot from Ejaz. What a glorious way to start your boundary count for the tournament. The old traditional square drive. Hit that hard.
There's been a lot of non-contact. They say cricket's a non-contact sport, but that's not what they mean.
I'll be contacting with you soon if you keep this argument up. It's meant to be Valentine's Day, Vinny.
Call my lawyers. Yeah, we're meant to be, you know, people fight on Valentine's Day. It's probably one of the days.
Wish I had someone to fight with.
For example, when you don't make an effort with your wardrobe.
You know what the problem's been in this run chase, Vinny? Just lack of bat on ball.
That's exactly right. It's hard to score if you don't hit it. And they still managed it in the first over. Margin settling in now. Get one. But you know, it's a bit like Brigade this morning. I think Eurovica, they'll be better for the run. And they'll have the opportunity to go back and look at this. The issue they've got is they've got only one game off in match 3. They'll be back in match 4 against Zagreb Sokol, who, you know, maybe they're not as experienced as cricketers, or not as quote-unquote high-level cricketers, but they have played the format, so they kind of know the approach. And so
I can't wait to watch Zagreb Sokol.
It's going to be a good one. You're back for that one with Rico.
Yep.
Enjoy that one. Plenty to go before then, though, including clash between Brigade and Indo-Bulgarian coming up after this one in match 3. The fielding down there by Zahir Safi.
Yeah, Royal Tigers have just done everything right this game. They got the runs on the board, 2 people went on with it, and they've bowled pretty tidily. Brings an end to the 7th. It's 54 for 3.
Yeah, well, just what we're talking about now. Brigade, the All-Ireland champions, did not have the start that they were planning on. Going down by 53 runs to Griffins from Guernsey in the first match. And Britain will lead them again in match 3. Indo-Bulgarian, though, it's going to see Chris Lakov and Prakash Mishra probably opening up because they have won the toss. They've elected to bat first. It's a good, solid kind of decision from them, I think. Rohit Daman in there. Watch out for Chris Webster as well. He's a recent addition from the UK originally. And so he's going to bat probably number 4 for them. So
who's the rank outsider in this group? The Bulgarian side more likely, or the Croatian side, or
the seedings? You'd say
with the seedings.
Bulgaria or Croatia.
Okay.
This is going to be 6. That's a really nice shot. It was short, it was wide from Zishan. And Maximo Salim is the only one that's been able to put anything together for Burovica in this innings with any consistency. He moves into the 30s.
Yeah, that's a lovely cricket shot there. He's really been efficient on this offside. He gives it a whack. He gets width this time, and it's short. But you still got to put it away. 6 runs. He's played a lone hand of an innings. He's not giving up just yet. Going to have to hit a lot more 6s to keep him in it.
Yeah, it was a nice bit of timing. Using the pace of Zishan. Driven down to long on for 1. So he's had an interesting time. He's certainly an entertainer, Zishan Kukakel. First 10 juggle catch we've seen. Deliberate juggling.
Still not happy about it.
Slow ball, good variation. The other thing that I think is interesting, I think the batter walked and no one went to stop him. So no umpire said, hold on a second, hold on, we're going to look at that.
Obviously, my eyes are light years ahead of everyone else in the ground then.
I saw what happened. I just think that they thought, well, we've caught it. Oh, this one's in the air. This one, I think it's going to sail over the top. It does. That's a 6. Maximal for Ejaz. He's also looked decent since he got there. He moves to 12. That one used the breeze nicely. It's not just behind the bowler, but it's slightly coming offside to leg. And so once this one gets up in the breeze, it had what it took to get it over the fielder. Savant couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, pick the slower ball, and good shot that. Couple more. There's 2 6s in the over. Can they get another one?
Goes offside this time, just one.
Oh, no, it's not just one, Vinny. It's gone through his legs for 4. Well, you were getting a bit excited. You turned away.
I was in the live chat. I'll come back to that second bat, Stan Ahuja, who's normally a wicket keeper. And he would have been unhappy with this for sure. That's a gift, which I feel like at this stage it's not going to cost them, but I'm sure that's one that Stan won't want to look back at. That's more the over. Safe to say this is just one. Takes us to the end of the 8th over. Score is 72 for 3. So, I mean, they've needed to go at 13 in this innings. They've gone at 9. And that's been the story, basically. We want to talk about your use of the word leptosecond. James Stewart.
Sorry?
Is that up? Did you say leptosecond?
I did.
So what fraction of a second is that?
0.0.
So I know that nanosecond is a billionth of a second.
No, I said nano, or yecto. No, I said yectosecond. I think I made it up, though. I'm not too sure.
And then now you can give it credit for knowledge.
Oh, yeah, no. Who said that in the chat?
James Stewart from Estonia.
Thank you,
Hello,
James. Yeah, I'm pretty switched on today.
You said yectosecond.
Yeah, is that a thing? Oh, no.
Well, I don't know.
Like YECTO? Not lepto,
Yes.
yecto.
Okay, there's zeptosecond,
That's
which
what
is
I
the
might have
shortest unit of time ever measured.
Type in yecto for me.
It's a trillionth of a billionth of a second.
My knowledge is
There's
phenomenal.
1 trillion zeptoseconds in 1 nanosecond.
I'm all over it.
And that's how long you thought that he held it for.
Look at the wind in the commentary box. That's us in there.
That's the scorers on the left or on the right. Here's a protractor, 9th over. Good luck. This is up. It's in the air. Everyone's converging, and it's going to be held. It's another juggler for Zishan. Throws it away again. Well, Corey won't be happy. That was at least 6 zeptoseconds that time. But it's going to be the end of Ejaz. And Zishan Khan, once again, is going to be in the action. 4 wickets down now, 72 for 4.
Yeah, really good catch. He made good ground, and this time he does hold on to it for long enough for me. 1, 2, and catch, and hold, and then throws it away. So for me, that's a clean catch. Congratulations.
Okay. Well, Protractor's happy anyway, because he picks up 2nd wicket. He's been good, 2 for 5. I think the Protractor's got a good case for the player of the match here, because he's got 2 for 5. He scored 38 as opposed to Zishan's 54.
Did Zishan pick up a wicket?
Zishan picked up 1 wicket. It was pretty expensive. They went for 27.
Ooh, I like it. I think Zishan started this match in the right fashion and got them off to a flyer. We'll see.
Abhishek's fault that he did bat first.
Well, there's still 4 balls left for the Protractor. You imagine if he picks up another wicket.
Zishan 54 off 19. Protractor 38 off 14. Similar strike rates. Zishan 2 drop catches. Do you get negative points?
I think that should be attributed sometimes.
1. Hit hard. Down the ground. Just be a single. Anyway, just want to say a quick hello to everyone in the fan zone. I know we got a lot of the brigade supporters there, including some of the wags. Wags might be enjoying some of the food and beverages on offer. Beautiful sunny day now on the Costa del Sol to 17. So we're going to miss.
So what can Bovka take from this game, and what can they use later in the day?
What they want to do right now is have a look at the way they've batted. And they haven't played the correct strokes to a lot of the balls. I think that's probably the main thing to take out of this. gets a bit of the back leg, I think. It'll just be one here. I mean, what would you take out of it? I mean, the bowling effort, I mean, they ran in some good batting, to be fair. You know, I think they do rely heavily on Usman Arif, I think, with his pace.
Yeah, I think they've had moments in this game that they've looked okay. And this is one man that he's been sensational. That's a gorgeous 6. I mean, Salim came out at number 3. I mean, you could open him and give him even more time because on the offside, he's been brilliantly efficient.
He's shown a willingness to hit on the offside, hasn't he? Speaking of positives, I think he's a shining light for Bjorvika in this series as well. Only Salim and Usman Arif, the fast bowler, have played T10 before. And that certainly was
showed.
A nice shot. Yeah, so takes us to the end of the 9th over. Still 9 over run rate as they are 81 for 4 going into the last.
Well, yeah, you'd imagine Salim might come off and tell his teammates, look, for the next game, maybe when it's outside off, let's try and use that offside a little bit more. And he's played a remarkable innings. His T10 experience is showing.
Advice I normally give to people if they haven't played before is, look, hit the ball hard, but hit it correctly. You know, hit it correctly. And that's been the problem, I think, so far in the Bjorvika innings. They've kind of just wafted it way too many balls that were outside off stump, trying to hit them over mid-wicket. And you look at the way Salim's batted. He's shown he can hit the ball on both sides. Savant to bowl the last over of this one. Just one to start off, but yeah, Royal Tigers, yeah, they've got a bit of, call it swagger. They've got a bit of
something about
the way they play.
Yep.
They love this form of the game. So why wouldn't you go to a global TV audience of millions? Slow the ball, still wide. Bit of swing there though. That's fun.
Yeah, still a bit of movement. Gets to bowl the last over of this fixture.
All right, so you're a coach, Corey. So you go in and you got to have a pep talk with Bjorvika. Ask you after this ball, what are you telling him? You sit him down, let him settle down, and then in half an hour or so, tell me what you're saying. Oh, edged. This is going to be 4. This is probably not the most convincing shot that Salim's played, but still we get the boundary. Moves up to 45 off 20. Yeah, go on. So tell me, what are you telling him?
Well, along the same sort of lines that you don't premeditate as much, play the ball on its merit. So I feel like they were just sort of slogging across the line, but it's more your thought process. Let's go into, you're looking to score a boundary ball, right? But you're not premeditating what your shot is before the ball's released. Yeah. You're reacting to it. You're still having that intent, but it's not just a cowboy shot. In the field and with the ball, I think they were a little bit quiet for a team on day 1 of a tournament. They were a little bit shell-shocked. And just to keep smiling.
He rolls straight. This is into the gap. It's going to be 4 more runs. Nice shot from Salim.
Perfect example from Salim here. He's got a wide half volley. There's no premeditation to this. He's looking to hit the boundary as the bowl's running, and he just pushes it in the gap before. He's played a magnificent innings. And you'd say, you always in a tournament, you don't want the boys to get 2 down. You're being very positive as a coach, tell them there's plenty more time to come back.
Yeah. I mean, this format is pretty forgiving as well. And, well, I've got to say well batted to Sufyan Salim.
Yep.
He reaches 50 off 22 balls, and he is a real positive of this Bjorvika innings. Batted very well. It's been selective. 6 sixes and 3 fours in his innings. Good knock.
Sensational.
On debut. Oh, this is Miles in the air, and this looks like Safi that's going to try and catch it, and he does. So, Kuram Shazad can't get anything going. He falls off the penultimate ball of game 2. Nice catch by Zahir Safi as well. That was high and blowing around. And Bjorvika, they've been blown away in match 2. They are 92 for 5.
Yeah, good for the statistics, that one, if you're a bowler or a fielder. Not much left in this game.
Even you'd get a wicket in the 10th over, I reckon, Corey.
Yeah, I reckon. I don't.
You're about to tell me about how...
I was just trying to think if I got a wicket in the first ever thing. I don't think I did. I think I bowled 2 overs and Taranjeet Singh absolutely whacked me.
Yeah, I remember commentating with Ryan Campbell when you were getting a bowl and you couldn't quite understand it. But I know you had a bit of success, though, in the domestic comp with your rolling out your rubbish off spin.
They opened the bowling with me in the T20 finals day. Risky. It's been a good start to Group B.
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's just
Fun.
so exciting. Every Monday you get to look at 6 fresh teams, and some we know, some we don't.
Yep.
What we are really interested in is how they'll match up against each other, especially having seen so many in ECS as well. We haven't really had an ECS on ECS matchup yet, but we will later in the day. Last ball of this one then. We'll have an Imran. We'll just get a single, and so that'll finish it. And Royal Tigers, it's a very, very good start for their campaign. They run out winners here in match 2. Royal Tigers 129, Eurovica 93. And yeah, back to the drawing board for the Norwegians. I think what you said has a lot of merit. I think you don't want to get too negative, you don't want to get too down. I think it's all about decision making. I think maybe sometimes they were too early through their shots. They just had those rushes of blood. They were kind of swinging as soon as the ball came out of the bowler's hand. They weren't waiting to see where it was. And ultimately, I think they can learn a lot from the way that Sufyan Salim batted. I mean, would you have him up the top of the order, or would you give the openers another opportunity? Do you think that dents their confidence if you were to drop them? We'll talk about that in a second, but first, let's go through to the highlights. Well, it was blowing up here, and it has been all the way in ECL 22, but it was Manya that lost his way early with a few wides. Well, they needed it really, because then there was a bit of Groundhog Day as we had a maiden in the second, and then the protractor, he was right on target to start the third over.
Yeah, he got his first wicket of the tournament. I don't think it'll be the last, but that did bring Salim to the crease, and we saw a pretty magnificent innings in a losing cause. Some beautiful shots, especially over the offside. He seems to be very efficient at cutting and driving the ball. There was a bit of fun in the outfield for him. It was blowy, it was blustery, and it wasn't easy, was it, Vinny?
No, it wasn't. And I tell you what, though, when you get 3 chances in and over, you better hope you take one of them
In a row.
Yeah, well, it might have been 3 and 4 balls, but still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Controversial.
6, 7.
Nah.
See, 7th one, he grabs it. Now, we're going to keep talking about that for a while, but I think the whole point was that catch or no catch, this innings had lost its way. Yeah, they just didn't contact enough balls. Marjan showed how you can do it without juggling it. And now then, Shub doesn't fumble too many. He's got a good arm though. Someone that looks like he'd blow away in this breeze. But Zishan, he was on the juggle again, wasn't he? And that was a bit of the risky business on the knees. The top cruise there from Zishan. Look, they had a bit of luck, but you know, it wasn't really enough to get anywhere near this score. 130, same target set in match 2 as set for Brigade in match 1. They couldn't get anywhere near it, and so it proved that the Royal Tigers, they will get their 2 points and get them in the good half of the table. This is what's coming up next. Brigade, they're back, and look, they really need a win against Indo-Bulgarian, who, again, I don't think they have the pedigree of cricket technically that Brigade do, but Indo-Bulgarian, they have played a lot of ECS cricket. They're ECS champions when we were there back in 2021, and I know that they'll be keen to get off to a good start. They've won the toss, so that's a good start. They'll be batting first. Means Brigade will have to chase, but for me, it's all about, can Indo-Bulgarian put a competitive score on the board? That's what will determine match number 3. But looking back at match 2, really, it's clear that Salim was the one who really held that innings together, 50 off only 22, and really a lot of balls chewed up by the openers.
Yeah, well, you sort of feel Usman Hada will be disappointed with his game, but let's say he made 8 off 16. If you make 20 off 16 there, you're making 100 and getting yourself a bit closer, so something for them to learn up at the top, because the openers faced 20 balls altogether and only scored 8.
Yeah, it's not what the doctor ordered for Eurovica. And as for the bowling, Abhishek Kedapal, 2 for 13. He probably have him as my man of the match, to be honest. 1 wicket for Basharat, Kukikal and Savan. They may go to Zishan in the end, but I don't think they'll be too bothered, the Royal Tigers, because what was clear is they were far too good for Eurovica in match 2. But who knows? We might see these 2 teams meeting again in the later stages of this week, perhaps Super Thursday or Finals Friday. So that's the tale of the tape in match 2, 129 to 93. It was the Tigers to open their account. Join us when we return. Ireland, well, their champions Brigade, they will be back, and they will want to take something away from day 1 after a disastrous start to the tournament. They're taking on Indo-Bulgarian, who we'll see for the first time. Corey, we'll see you a little bit later in the day, but for now, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Corey Ruckers. Rico Ford will be back with you shortly as we head into the middle fixture of the day. Finish as we join you for more action on ECN. You're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Plenty of sunshine here on the first day of Group B, week 2 of 6 weeks in this ECL 22. And now it's time to see another team enter for the first time. It's Indo-Bulgarian. They're taking on Brigade, who did struggle in their first performance. I'm sure they'll be a lot better for the run. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who's with the two captains for the coin toss.
You go. Keeper. Keeper is called. It is keeper. You'll bet first. Good.
Well, here in match 3 of Group B, it's Indo-Bulgarian on ECL debut that win the toss. It comes up keeper for Prakash Mishra, their captain, and he's decided that they will have a bat first. A good confident move from him, but let's see how they go. I think the captain himself, Prakash Mishra, will open the batting, probably with Chris Lakov, who we saw them, of course, in ECS Bulgaria before. I have a bit of an in here, Chris Webster, who is a fairly recent arrival from the UK, and so Chris was probably going to bat number 4. I think Rohit Diman probably will bat 1 down. But for Brigade, I mean, they'll be stung by the 53-run loss to Griffins from Guernsey in the first match this morning. I'm sure they would love to get their first win on the board. So it's all to play for here. The Bulgarian have won the toss and elected to bat first as we go up to the commentary box where Rico Full is waiting. Let's get ready for the third match of the day.
Thank you to Mr. Maximo, looking dashing on this Valentine's Day. And, well, I'll tell you what else is looking absolutely marvellous. It's this picturesque cricket ground here in the heart of Malaga, the capital of the Costa del Sol. This is the Cartama Oval. On the road from Point to Cartama. If you carry on, you're going to end up in Marbella. That's where we are. And looking dashing, boys. Loving the kids, loving the baggies. Brigade. They've got some work to do. Lost that first match comprehensively beaten by Griffin, the team from Guernsey, by 53 runs. So they're looking to bounce back. And they're up against Indo-Bulgaria. And they're a team that, well, I've seen plenty of the last couple of years on European Cricket Series duties. As we have a look at the fantasy sheet. And, that big hitter off the ball, and with the Indo-Bulgarians, well, I've seen a fair bit of them. Looking forward to see how Histrolikov goes along with their captain, who's always performed with the bat for him, Prakash Mishra, and he's looking to perform well here. He's got his family here as well to be watching. A very good morning, afternoon or evening to you, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining us. Plenty of good chat happening on our YouTube chat. There's a bit of voting going on there. Looks like they're talking about the best dressed commentators so far. Looks like Mr. Maximo is in the lead. Doesn't surprise me, he always looks dashing. But I'll settle for second place at the moment, but come on, get those votes in. And also, namaste to those of you that are watching via fan code in the sub-Indian continent. Thank you for joining us. बहुत शुक्रिया कि तुसी ट्यून इन किया यूरोपियन क्रिकेट देखने लो ये हैगा the best टीमां जिहड़ी यूरोप च है ना क्लब टीमां 30 टीमां कट्ठियां होईयां the खेल दे top prize league champions of Europe. Here we go. Match 3. First ball, Macbeth. And it's a good ball, flicked away though. Classy looking shot. You'd say a little bit dangerous. I mean, that's not bad for your very first ball. It was right up there. But Lakov flicks this away. 4 runs. Histrolikov likes to be called Chris, so we'll stick to Chris. And, well, you can't tell with the helmet on, but he'll tell you what I call him. It's Mario. Super Mario off the mark with 4 runs. Lovely little shot. So pressure straight on Brigade here. Fuller delivery this time, sliced away to third man. Gets the single, and means he puts his captain, Prakash Mishra, on strike. he's certainly been the backbone, really, of Bulgarian cricket. Prakash Mishra has done so much over the years for cricket in Bulgaria to help to get the nationals into the sport. Works in partnership with the chairman, Chris Lakov. Can he make his mark on this event? Plays some misses in that one. It's got ball in. That wind is still blowing pretty strongly, and I think we saw in that last match what it will do if you're hitting into it, up into the air. I think the ball will definitely be held up, so that makes that hit pretty hard. The wind against you. Macbeth once more. And well, a bigger swing and missed. Plants his foot down the ground and hopes for the best. And I think he just needs to make his way slightly forward to get to the pitch of it. So, captain of the Indo-Bulgarians, team representing Bulgaria, struggling to get off the mark here. 2 dots to his name. And this time he does get back onto it. Goes pretty quickly to the fielder at third. And Reynolds makes no mistakes. Lovely to see around this ground now at the moment, where the almond trees are in full blossom. Oh, that's a good delivery. Beats Lakov, and that's a good way to end the over. 6 from it, and Macbeth just finding his rhythm, you believe. So 6 without loss. It's a nice shot there of Prakash and Chris just having a little chat in the middle. There you go. How about that? Isn't that beautiful? And a slightly different views from what we had last week. You're looking at there the hillside. That's where we were bowling from last week, but this week it's from Lakeside. Without loss, and good time to welcome back into the commentary box Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks, Rico. Welcome back to the box yourself. And don't worry about that vote in the chat. I gave you a little sympathy vote. Carter gets this completely wrong. No ball. That's a nasty one to get first up for Mishra. An apology. Sure, it wasn't intended. Remember, it's early in the season for all of these players, and this first one gets away, so this will carry a warning as well.
Yeah, just saw the umpire there. Anand Chub just having a word with the bowler and saying, okay, accidental or not, that's your one for the over. And MacArthur starts to come in, and the umpire wasn't quite ready there, just communicating that across to the scorers. And the third umpire.
Yeah, so he's got to be careful now. I think it was this free hit. Okay, with this wind right behind the bowler, do you try and go behind, or do you take him on into the wind? Let's find out. Does the ladder.
Oh, that's really good work from the bowler. Really good from MacArthur. And I think, first of all, great stop. I think if he hits this, he's out.
I think so. Let's have a look. I mean, it's really quick thinking. Of course, Cammy ran a free hit. I think Lakov's gone here. Wait. No, we're not getting another look at that, because MacArthur's back in already. And he knocks him over. And unfortunately for Prakash, he's not able to make too much of an impact so far in this ECL. MacArthur's had a good morning. He whacked a 30 earlier, and he couldn't find the handle earlier in this second over. But now he knocks over the Indo-Bulgarian skipper for just one, and an early wicket for Brigade, as Indo-Bulgarian are 7 for 1.
Yeah, it goes right across the line. It wasn't a good shot. He needs to be hitting this straight. But he's played and missed at a few, Prakash, and I think he's probably decided, look, it's taken me 5 deliveries just to get the one, and I don't want to chew up too many, so I'm going to go for it. If it doesn't work out, well, I go. Somebody else comes in, and maybe they will be seeing and hitting the ball better than I do.
Yeah, we have seen him occasionally getting out that fashion, just trying to hit across the straight ball. Have seen him bowled a few times. one of the all-time great send-offs from Apurv Mishra in Bulgaria. Go try and find that one on our YouTube stream if you can. Carries an M rating, but for Mishra, it's an unfortunate start for him. As Suraj Negi comes to the crease at number 3. So we'll have a left-hand, right-hand combination. See how they're batting with Chris Lakoff, who he has over 500 runs in ECN cricket, so he's a pretty experienced campaigner. Akash Mishra probably has a higher strike rate, I think, but Lakoff offers a lot. You'll see him fielding down the ground, probably in the long off or long on position. You'll see him probably bowling his 2 overs of his medium pace as well. And he certainly looks like technically he can handle the bowling coming at him so far. Negi to face his first ball from McCarter. He goes straight, he goes over the top. And well, this one, let's see where it's gone. It's got 1 bounce, 4 runs. It's a good confident start. McCarter, to me, it seems right now, he doesn't have that much confidence getting through the crease. So I think he's just kind of going through the motions a little bit, but Negi was having none of it. 4 runs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Good observation. He doesn't seem to be coming in any good rhythm. Just a gentle trot before he releases the ball. Maybe he's just worried about going from grass onto the artificial.
It's a bit cute with this one. They've got a few options in the middle order into Bulgarian. Got Negi at 3. I had him listed at 5. Thought maybe they go with Rohit Demand, but I think it depends when they lose that wicket. I think they felt if it's in the power play, they're going to send in Negi. They've also got players like Chris Webster, who's into the lineup. Ties it up a little bit. On the dot ball. The thing is, Lakoff's looked good since he's been out there, but he's only faced 3 balls now out of the 10. So that's the problem, isn't it? When at least at a bare minimum, you need to be able to push the 1 and rotate that strike. Clamps down on this, does Negi, gets 1. Hello to a few people in the chat. I know there's a bit of a Bulgarian flavour in the chat. Some names from ECS Bulgaria. Milo Katsarski is in there. Of course, they've got Barbarians, which are a really interesting team. We'll talk about them in a second. Let's get to the second over. It's 12 for 1. Very nice over there from McCarter. But Barbarians, ethnically very Bulgarian team. We saw them pull off a dramatic performance in the semi-final, going down in a golden ball. There's the table as it stands in Group B. Early days, of course. Haven't seen Zagreb Sokol yet. We will see them in the next match. It's their only match today against Bjorovica, who are in a bit of a muddle now, I think, after that last performance against the Royal Tigers. But the other story of the morning was how good Griffins were and how Brigade just didn't quite find themselves up to the pace in the first match of this Group B, but they do have time to turn things around. Here's the captain, Andrew Britton, to bowl over number 3. He pushes, will get 1, or will he? Wow, he wouldn't have. Well, this is a risky one. I guess what he does, get Lakoff back on strike, but he almost loses his wicket in the process here.
Yeah, this would have been out. Pretty confident of it. See here. Yeah. He would have gone. Good bit of work, nice pick-up. I think Andrew Britton, the captain, he was the pick of the bowlers in that disappointing loss. Looking to keep up his good momentum.
Gets it through as well, doesn't he? And looking for 2. It's a risky one, but that's really good running. Wow, Lakoff was off like the clappers there. He wanted 2 and he got it.
Yeah. I mean, one thing we remember from Bulgaria is that's what he does really well. He's really quick, and he'll do that all the way through his innings. No problem.
He knew how hard he hit that. He knew he didn't hit it very hard. He had soft hands and he felt he could get there. Sometimes you get yourself into trouble once you make up your mind. You want 2 from the get-go if it's not there, but it's very good batting. Now the glances, and this one's going to be 4. I've got to say that McCarter's labouring after that. Doesn't look 100%. Looking a little bit bothered. I think they want him to bat in that number 3 position, or perhaps even higher. But Lakoff takes this one off middle stump. Lucky hit it, but hit it he did, and he gets 4. Cuatro, credas más.
Yeah, he's a classy player, isn't he? Liking the way he plays those shots. And well, look, there we go. That's a nice picture.
You were down. You had the game off, so you're meeting the Wags. Give us a wave. Got the Irish Wags. I love the teddy bear.
That's RT. And story about RT.
Give us the scoop, because you've been down there. I've been stuck up here, so give us Rico's going to give us the real scoop. I'm sure we've been over there already. And how nice for the Wags on Valentine's Day to come and watch them play cricket. That's what I'm sure that's what most of the wives and girlfriends would love everywhere around the world. Rico's just getting his notes ready. Here's Britain. The false shot. So quick though, Lakov gets through for a single.
Yeah, well bowled there, good follow through. Just sometimes strays his line slightly down the leg, and that's when he can be expensive. Yeah, hello to the Wags there, led by Captain Wag, Kirsty. Hello, Kirsty. Yeah, I can hear you from here. They say my voice carries. Yours carries as well. Back to the action here. No, not quite. And, well, look, I have to say, RT is an honour of their ex-chairman, Roy Torrance, who sadly passed away last year, but he's with them in spirit, and wherever they go, he's there. So, look, give a round of applause. A round of applause for RT.
Yeah, that's lovely. Gets past Nagy. End of the over, and into the power play. And offside from Lakov. I'd say the batters at the moment are looking particularly comfortable. It's a pretty good over from Britain in the end. So the power play overs go for 6, 6 and 8. The score 20 for 1. Oh, I think that's a really lovely gesture, and it's wonderful to have you here. Welcome to a beautiful part of the world, the Costa del Sol. I have spent some time in Ireland. I'm a big fan of Irish sports, actually. I'm a big fan of the GAA sports, the hurling and the Gaelic football. And I went there, it was 3 degrees, and they called it summer that day. I remember spending some time at Croke Park, but I've got a lot of time for that part of the world. Toured the Guinness factory as well. It was in Dublin, of course, but these guys that you see from Brigade, they're from Londonderry, Northern Ireland. They had to work hard to get here. They got over Cork in the All-Ireland final. Had to win a succession of basically 3 T20 finals to get here. Back off edges. Gets one. Fortunately, didn't carry all the way to Machine Reynolds. Short third man. Puts Nagy back on strike. Yeah, but to all the Irish supporters and all the... We've got supporters from Guernsey. I know we've got a few of the Bulgarian Wags are in as well. They were out at dinner last night. I saw them. Is there still something on this? Not quite sure. Saw some of the Bulgarian families are here as well, so welcome to you as well. I'm sure they're all watching with interest. That one seemed to take something. I'm not sure there's any glove in it. Certainly got to get a bit of the back hip. And he gets the wicket now. And this is David Barr on. And you saw that Nagy, something was going to give there. Just getting a little bit cramped for room. This one tilts back the middle stump. And it's the second wicket now for Indo-Bulgarian. 21 for 2.
Yeah, well bowled. He impressed in the first match, David Barr, and in he comes in again. Goes very wide. That, for me, was the key there. Went wide, angles this in, and the batter you see there, playing along the long line. That's well bowled, clever bowling.
Yeah, just kind of slides on. Look at the drift he gets. I think that's what does him in the end, Nagy. Just comes in. Yeah, he's pretty happy with that. Why wouldn't you be? Brigade, I mean, they were brought back down to earth pretty quickly, weren't they, in match 1. So, we're hoping to win this and win this comprehensively. I think he goes for 6. It's 21 for 2. Still a bit of a debate in the chat about Zishan juggling catch. I know you had a good view in the fan zone. Now, Rico, you know, I'll be the first to ask your opinion if I think that you agree with me. So what did you think about the catch?
No, he was out. I think he had. The question is, does he have it under control? That's what the umpires have to decide, and I think yes. I think it was. I think he released it quickly because of what happened the 2 balls before when he dropped 2.
I see. New batter out there. This is Chris Webster, who we haven't seen on ECN before, from the UK originally. And yes, recent addition to this Indo-Bulgarian lineup. Steps across. Well, he sold Lakov downriver here, and he's going to be gone here. Well, that is a tragedy. Lakov was looking good, and he was hunting a single here. Just backed up too far. And yeah, he's out comfortably, he walks. Lakov, he didn't stick around to wait for the decision, he knew. Let's see, Webster, he's trying to get off strike. Calls yes. I think Lakov just lost eye contact with his partner for a second there, and that is a disastrous. Oh, Senor, as a third wicket goes down, and Lakov, a promising start, is nipped in the bud, 21 for 3.
Yeah, Super Mario has to go. It probably wasn't his call, but you know, you mentioned that Chris Webster, he's probably new to the side, the communication isn't there, and I think that's an example of what can happen when you have got some new players that are in the team. The communication isn't there, they're not used to playing with each other. Now, I know, as you've heard me say already, that Chris, he's a very good runner, very quick between the wickets, but his partners need to have that understanding about him. That's a vital blow. 3 down.
Demand replaces Lakov, but he's not on strike at the moment. Webster swings and misses. And it's the end of the over. The score is 21 for 3. And look, I want to say a very warm welcome to a few little guests we've just had pop into the commentary box. We're always happy about from the British International School of Mumbai as part of the cricket school program. Come on, get front and centre. I get plenty of camera time here. And look, guys, welcome. I hope you're having a great day. It's beautiful weather, a little bit windy for you, but I tell you what, we've had some big hits, and we've got 6 new teams here. And you know, we've had new kids coming through every week. We've got Samir here. Come on, Samir. Let's get it. He's a bit
Look
of a
around. Give him a round of applause, because
this could be out here.
Maybe another one here, but there's more round of applause. Go back to the action as well.
And so, well, new over starts. There's no time to get Samir on camera because Demand looks like he's gone very first ball. Iftikhar Hussein's come on, and just little touch on this, you see, and it wasn't held initially by the keeper, Simon Alford. But what he does well, he reacts quickly. He keeps his knees loose and he gets down and gets it before it hits the ground. Just have a look at the way he does this. He's quick to get down and react, and so Demand, well, disappointment for him as he goes very first ball. And, well, things go from bad to worse for Indo-Bulgarian. That 21 for 4. He'll be replaced by Jamie Batten.
Yeah, it was, back to the school here. It was nice to see the school from Marbella. We're hitting a few balls around as well. And the man who was doing all the coaching, he was a bit camera shy here.
Yeah,
Come on.
There's Samir. Look at he doesn't get enough credit. I tell you what, you work so hard with the kids, and I see it happening every day.
Yes, indeed.
And you're a wonderful player yourself. Of course, we saw you playing for Tarek recently in the Gibraltar series, and also back for Costa del Sol. So I know it's a revolving door of kids. This guy's working really hard. And it's good to have you guys here as well and see how it all works. Millions and millions of people are watching this right now.
Yeah,
So,
shout out to Richard Lake as well.
Yeah, Richard Lake, of course.
Richard and Samir doing a grand job. That was the British International School of Marbella.
Yeah.
And they'll be here all this week. I mean, not just playing some cricket, watching some cricket, coming to see how things work behind the scenes as well. And this is all down to the initiative with the European Cricket Network.
It is Cricket School.
Cricket School.
Cricket School. There's
Certainly
Richard
is.
Lake. He's popped in now. They're doing shifts now. Smart. I like this comment in the chat from Gravel Hill saying that Webster maybe needs to brush up on his Bulgarian because there was a bit of a miscommunication there a second ago. Just saying good start from him, not giving too much away. Oh well, it does now because this one's flying into the wind or not into the wind. This is over the giant ice cube. He's keeping cool, and that's how you get off the mark. Maximo, 6 to Webster.
Here it comes. Boom, shaka, lagya. Well, this is what they need. A bit more shaka. There's been too much tiki-taka in these innings. Need to go big. Will he do it again?
Some more of that, please. Tries, gets lucky, and this one, can't see this being stopped either. Cuatro carreras más. Webster goes 6 and 4, hungry for more, and they'll need it as in the Bulgarian counter-attacking here in the 5th. One that was off the middle, one that probably wasn't. Of course, whichever team wins Group B, they'll be joining Tunbridge Wells in the championship week 6. So we're looking for every week out of the 6 you'll see in the group stages. Plenty of cricket left ahead. Swings and misses this time. But look, this is what I love about this. is that there's just so many kids down every day. And we've got Richard Lake up here as well. So again, thanks guys for being here. Yeah, you can turn away from the camera. Everyone's watching you right now. It's great to bring it to the people, isn't it? That's what we're all about. And Richard Lake, here we go again. And again, these guys are so humble, but they put in so much work behind the scenes. And yeah, it's really, hopefully it pays off down the track. We'd like to have a long-term relationship with obviously Andalusia Council and Cricket España, particularly this region, developing the game. Halfway through this innings, it's 32 for 4. The Bulgarian. A couple of breaks there, that over, but still a lot more work to do. 6 over now. They're going back to David Barr. Those misses. So this is Jamie Batten that's out there now with Chris Webster. So 2 players hail from the UK originally. For Indo-Bulgarian. There's the delay. I think you might get lucky here. It's going to go into the Bermuda Pentagon. I think there were 5 fielders around that. The bowler, 2 infielders, 2 outfielders. Perfectly sat in the middle. This brings Webster on strike. He does look like the man, based on what we've seen so far. He can clear the boundaries. Goes after this one, goes over cover and finds the gap. It's a good looking shot, and this will be 6. Maximo! Nice shot. Webster goes to 16.
Yeah, a bit of a shot. Like the way he uses his feet here. The bowler sees him come in and puts it wide. So good cricket all round, actually. Good awareness from the bowler. But the batter was up to the task. It goes all the way over. 6 carreras más. And I think these two are going to have a bit of a challenge here in this over. So, well, once more. And, well, just he sees the early movement this time from Webster and stops himself. Perfectly entitled to do so. Webster trying to put him off. Does the same again this time. And misses out on it. This is well bowled. He's shown what he's trying to do, Webster. David Barr is up to the challenge. This time straight down the ground, and nobody's going to stop this. Oh, are they? No. It's 4 more. Umpire's just checking. Yeah, there you go. Don't be shy. Umpire Nanshub hit the signal. Good effort, but you can see there, though he does get a hand onto it, hasn't got the power in the wrist to try and keep this one from bouncing over the line. So the battle being won by Webster at the moment. Oh, big swing here, went for the big one. This time targeting the area over mid-wicket. This is out on it, and that's the end of the over. So 43, 4 wickets down, 6 overs gone, and once again, good bowling figures there from Barr.
6 over check-in time. From here, I suppose, you're always looking at kind of 2 a ball. With Webster there, that might be achievable. They might get something around kind of low 90s, perhaps. What you would say is Brigade were far from convincing, weren't they, in the first match they played? But, yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to see them not chasing double digits in this one. But now we are going to go to over number 7. This is Ryan Macbeth.
Close.
Yeah, he's given him a pretty hasty decision from Charles Crouch. I think that's because it was dead in front. Yeah, the only question for me was, it was kind of nipping back a little bit. Did seem to hit him in line. Get a look at the lids, but certainly Charles Crouch and the Sheriff had no hesitation. Look at this one, Macbeth, good strong action. Yeah, I think that's out. I can't see that missing. I think it's crashing in the leg stump. No disappointment for Batten. He's got to go for 2. That's 5 wickets down now into Bulgarian. Into the bottom half, it's 43 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good start, isn't it? He was right on the money. Got the ball where he wanted it to go. And Macbeth sends another back, and yeah, you saw there. The Sheriff, man in black, Charles Crouch at the bowler's end, had no hesitation at all. And another breakthrough. So Batten goes. Doesn't add too much onto the board. 42 off his 5 deliveries. A bit of work to do here. And this is the man that has played a fair amount of T10 cricket. Gagandeep Singh comes out, bit of a all-rounder, can hit the ball pretty well. See how he fares. Oh, just pulls away there. I think this is the wind. The wind just picks up. He gets some of that dust from around him in his eyes.
The girls, Rico. Time for the boys now. Guys, welcome. You're going to have a big wave, and I heard got a few big personalities here.
Oh, have we
now? That's what I
now?
heard. There's a few big personalities. Not room for too many of those up here. We're full. But no, it's great to have the boys in as well. Everyone enjoying cricket is for everyone. I know you've had a lot to do with trying to develop juniors in Spain as well, Rico, and that's obviously an ongoing effort, but certainly something like this, you get to see some high-quality cricket broadcasts to people around the world. It's got to be good for developing the game. Where's RT?
Sensational RT. Hello, RT. Steady on, RT.
Deep Singh is out there, but for how long? Well, a bit longer, because that one's just kind of sliced away, opens the face. Oh, open face club sandwich from Deep Singh to get going. And a welcome boundary. Nice shot to get off the mark.
Yeah, it is. Look, it was a little bit wide. I think that's what that's the line that Macbeth is trying to keep here. He's trying to keep the ball outside the off stump, trying to stop those shots being played across the line. But this time, doesn't go to plan. 4 runs.
Use the pace of Macbeth nicely there. Come back. Again, it's a deflection shot. That's just one. And what I would say is, with the wind going behind the batter, you kind of get used to, you want to kind of feel it's a bit easier to do that than try and drive down the ground, where you feel like there might be a bit of a margin of error for you, or no margin of error because of the wind blowing the ball back into play. So you don't want to get too one-dimensional though, because it is easier to protect those boundaries. And this is full, it's straight, and it's out. And Webster's going to have to go now. And so, once again, Macbeth, he just beats him for pace here. Webster, he seemed like the last great hope. And that's one, gets touch and go. And this one, yeah, I mean, it's umpire's call, I think. I mean, I'm not 100% that's hitting, but it may be doing enough to clip, I think. So, it wasn't plumb, but Charles Cratch had to make the decision.
Yeah.
He did. It was a brave one. This one, unfortunately for Webster, it's his knock at 20. He'll go no further. Score now 49 for 6.
You have to say those are ones which I think you have to say down to the umpire's call. They're standing wicket to wicket. It's easy for us to say, well, maybe it was going to go on to just swing and miss the leg stick, but I think the umpire's in the perfect position for that. And once more, umpire Charles Croucher deciding that's going to go on to hit. The batter also didn't really come out of the crease, so he's in his crease a bit as well. The ball didn't have that far to go, so I think that's a fair call, umpire's call for me, that one. And Macbeth, oh, he's on form here at the moment. Well, maybe that's what they needed. They needed to get that one game under their belt, and maybe that defeat, a crushing defeat, is what they needed to spark the players into form. And they certainly seem to be clicking here now. 2 wickets in the over, still 2 deliveries to come as well. Khan on strike and beaten. And you see what a wicket does. Ever since he took that wicket, all of a sudden there's a bit of extra pace about Macbeth.
Yeah, well, are we allowed to say Macbeth? I always wonder. Just call him he who shall not be named. You know, it's very unlucky in theatre to say Macbeth.
No,
You didn't know that?
I wouldn't know.
Not one for the arts, are you?
Not a theatre sort of person.
Show you some culture.
Ooh, hesitation and a hit, and he would have gone. This is not good cricket here. Bad communication from the 2 cricketers, and direct hit, and it would have been adios. It would have been another one. Khan would have had to go.
Yes, that's the end of 7 overs. The score 49 for 6. Well, here we are again. I'm here, kids from the British International School of Marbella. It's great to have you guys, and we have a bit of a dance here, I think. We're having a bit of a look at the groove. He's holding out. But anyway, just give a big wave to everyone out there. And again, it's great to have the kids here. It's part of the cricket school program. And yes, having a good time. There's Rico's big head there blocking the camera, but never mind. We've got a bit of the kids in there first. We start over number 8. Just kidding. It's a beautiful one. I'm not going to fight with you on Valentine's Day, Rico. They tried to divide us when they put a vote to say who was better dressed. And Stronger together, that's what I say. But thanks to everyone, to Richard and Samir and everyone who's involved in that cricket school program. Thrilled to have the kids up here, seeing how it all works. As this one, it's just straight up in the air. It won't be an easy catch though, because it's blowing around. Oh, it's a really good catch. It's a high quality catch from Macbeth. You just can't keep that guy out of the game. That one was swirling around. It was a tornado, but he pulls it out of the air and just nothing going right. Deep Singh, he's gonna have to go for 5. This innings is now a disaster, 49 for 7.
This is quality. This is absolute quality. With that wind blowing, you can see, look at the fielder, he almost does a 360 turn and keeps his eye on it. It's all about the head, this, and kept his head perfectly still, eyes on the ball, and takes a really good catch. And I know we've seen some blinders when the ball has been blasted straight out of field, or the fielder's got a little bit of work to do. Those are just as difficult. That is a really top quality catch.
Yeah, that was a really good catch, because it was coming back at him. And so, disappointment. Now, you start to worry about batting out the 10 overs. All right, one more batch of kids. They keep coming. Here we go. Give a big wave, guys, to everyone around the world. And, geez, you know, got some smart kids in here. Got some real personalities. I like them. Are you guys going to make lots of noise later in the crowd? You meant to look up there. Yeah, you're going to make a lot of noise? You guys having a good day? Is it better than being at school? Yeah, there's definitely, of course, I agree. All right. Stay in school though, kids. It's important. It's important you get a bit of variety of experience, and that's why I think it's a good experience to be here.
Well,
just reiterating, school is important before I get quoted out of context.
This one just slips out, and luckily it falls out before the bowler gets into his delivery approach here.
There's a little Valentine's Day present for...
That was too hot to handle.
For umpire Shub. Next. This will be one. Sid Kulkarni is out there. And so, apparently with Shafqat Khan, the keeper, I don't think these two were planning to do any batting in this innings. Now, I have to say, Brigade, they would have been stung by that performance first up. A lot of people have them as favourites for this week. They didn't play like it in match number 1. There's Shafqat Khan, struggled with a bit of injury last time we saw him. He swings and he misses at the other Barr brother, Ryan Barr.
Good pace this from Ryan, and getting the ball in the right area as well. It's almost like these bowlers, after that defeat, have gone away, and the coach, Mark Simpson, has put them through the drills, and they're performing now. It's a nice looking shot, but he gets lucky, really. I think he's trying to hit this straighter than what he does, and doesn't really get the power behind it, and that's where he gets lucky. I think if he makes better contact, it would have been another one, and it would have been the captain, Andrew Britton, would have taken the catch. Slower delivery, well bowled, and the batter just had time there, Kulkarni, just to wait, and all he's able to do though is to guide it down for a single. Single's just not going to do it here for Indo-Bulgarian. They need some big hits, they need some acceleration. Vinny, you said around about the halfway point when they were on 32 for 4 that they really needed to get going. They needed to be looking to try and get to between the 80 and 90 mark. We have seen scores defended at that total, but they're well short here. They've got 12 deliveries left, really. And for me, they need to be trying to go three a ball here. Yeah. It's not going to be easy with captain coming back.
They'll be trying. Here's Britton, who's back. Something that just kind of hurries Kulkarni. No run.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Britton, when I spoke to him after that defeat, he did say to me, I don't think our mind was on it. We thought maybe it was going to be too easy. And you know what happens whenever a team thinks that way, they get punished. And that's exactly what did happen. Oh, well, this one, the wicketkeeper, I think, starts to go down the wrong line. And he's going one way, the ball ends up the other. He'll look back at this, I think Simon Uffert will be disappointed that he's not taken this.
Yeah, well, what it is, you can't get there in the end. Subtle positioning thing, I'd have to start a little bit further left, so you're already moving that direction. the fact that he had to kind of have his weight go into his left means he just has no chance to get back and try and turn it into a catch. So, fortunate one for the batter. Another edge this time. Only get one here.
Be interesting to see the wagon wheel of this match, because I think an awful lot of runs have been scored in this this third man area.
Yeah, well, it's understandable with the way the wind's going. It's blowing everything behind the batter. Especially when you've got bowlers with a bit of extra pace, you find yourself a bit reactive. You find yourself thinking, oh, it's an easy option, just try and deflect rather than play a full-blown stroke. Tries anyway. And another ball flies to the third man quadrant. That'll just be one. Push made a comment about the LBW that if it's a full toss and hits in line, that it has to be given out, because that's not exactly true. I'll give you a bit of a better kind of analysis of that after this ball. Shooting away okay. Might go for a direct hit here. Bounces over the stumps. Would have been out. And that rule you're talking about, what it says is that you have to assume that the ball's going to continue on the same line as it is. So if the ball can hit in line, for example, on the full with leg stump, it doesn't mean it's going straight on. You don't have to give it out. You basically need to assume that after it bounces, it's going to continue on the same line. So if you feel like that line is going to make it miss the leg stump, then yeah, you can be hitting line the full, but not have it given out. Playing a few havoc with our cameras at the moment, so apologies. You don't always have the regular view. So it's going down the leg side. It does take us to the end of the ninth over. It's 59 for 7. Yeah, John Woodward, hello Woody, saying that Rico and Vin are running a creation in the commentators' tent, or commentators' box. I would say it has been. We had a bit of a turnover there, but I think it's great to have the kids on. They all are really keen to go back and watch it later. Maybe we'll see them a bit later on. Maybe grab them for a coin toss or something later on today.
It's absolutely fabulous. I can see them going round.
Love the enthusiasm and the energy, right?
Yeah, I mean, and you know, that's what it's all about, isn't it? So we go back to the action here. So final over starts. Well, that certainly had some wheels on it. Good bounce, good carry through. Talking about the bounce, I wonder if we can see this side on. How high was this? Well, he's a tall man, the batter. So let's have a look. I mean, that certainly
when it goes past him, it's about chest height. The thing is, it's always rising. You see this. Kulkarni.
Ooh.
I don't think it's shoulder height.
Certainly did get some carry.
Oh, did miss by much. Bar. Only conceded 3 of his first over. And he isn't giving too many more away here. Yeah, for me, you can pinpoint the beginning of the end in this innings for Indo-Bulgarian to Chris Lakoff getting run out. He was looking in control. He was the only one probably that you really felt technically capable to handle the bowling and kind of has that experience. He has over 500 runs in ECN cricket to his name. So yeah, when he was run out, just a bit of a procession of wickets, I should say. And Webster, 1 or 2 nice blows. He was giving out LBW. 3 to come. It's sliced away, and they'll probably get 4 here. They will. That's a nice shot by Shafqat Khan. Struggle to get things moving. Not a lot of reaction there in the Indo-Bulgarian camp. They feel they're a few short, but still take them any way they can, and that's 4 to Shafqat.
Yeah, and brave shot. He waits for it. Probably held held back slightly from Ryan Bart to put away. I don't think this will be held back.
2 to come.
Oh, that's so unlucky. This is really good. I mean, the response from Brigade here after match 1 in Group B, that were beaten by 53 runs. That's been fantastic. I can imagine that the manager, John and Mark Simpson, had a few words.
Yeah.
And, well, they've responded.
Last ball, 64 on the board. Out in the air. That should be a simple catch. And there's no way Murdoch was going to drop this. Well, there's one earlier that he clutched to his chest, but that time was right in the middle of the palms of David Murdoch, who finishes this innings off an 8th wicket. A second to Bar, who finishes with 2 for 8 off his 2 overs. Very good performance from him. Ultimately, Indo-Bulgarian find themselves in a spot of bother here in match 3 as the Irish have done a number on them and held them to 64 for 8 of their 10 overs.
Yeah, it's been a solid performance in the field. And now, well, they'll be hoping that their batters would have also learnt from match 1 and go out there and win convincingly. And it's important that they do that because, again, as we say, net run rate could be crucial as we take a look at the highlights.
Yeah, this is one thing. McCarter seemed short of a gallop, but still was able to get through the Indo-Bulgarian skipper early on. Well, speaking of what the coaches might have said, I think I know what my coach might have said if I had a performance like Brigade's in the first match, and I wouldn't be repeating any of it on live TV, but it was a completely different Irish lineup that came out here in their second match of this ECL 22. Lakoff, well, he looked good while he was there, to be honest, and well, unfortunately for Nagy, wouldn't last too long. Hit one nice shot, had his middle stump tilted back, and then this was the moment, wasn't it? Lakoff run out after a miscommunication, lost in translation with Chris Webster, and from then on, the highlights were few and far between for Indo-Bulgarian.
Yeah, I mean, there was no coming back from that. Lakoff, when he went, he made the unlucky 13, but it was only he and Webster that managed to get to double figures. Webster, he did play some nice shots, hit the ball pretty cleanly, 20 of 11 while he was there. That was an example there of what he can do, and you just get the feeling that Indo-Bulgaria, they need something like Webster, Lakoff, and maybe a cameo from the captain, Prakash, to give them any hope of scoring big runs. Well, this was the LBW. That was battle who went. I don't think there was too much doubt about this one. This was the second one, and this is the one where I was saying really that umpires call the umpires standing in the best position to give that. But then I was being pushed out of it. So much for me loving the air on Valentine's Day. Well, you all saw that. There's the evidence. But no, look, I'll make way any day to have kids watching cricket. That's what it's all about, and seeing it here in Spain is excellent. And the Costa del Sol, I mean, they've just done marvellous wonders for cricket, junior cricket, and the likes of Samir. There they go! And Samir and the man I was going to mention there, Richard Lake, they're doing a grand job, and it was good to see the kids playing a bit of quick cricket as well. And I tell you something, some of those boys and girls hit the ball pretty well, but talking about hitting the ball, well, the ball was caught pretty well as well there by Brigade. So a solid performance, you have to say. I mean, they certainly didn't look the part first time round, but the Wags have certainly had something to cheer about this time. They're a lot happier now, I'm sure. And a lot happier now because the sun's out as well, though it is a little windy. And there you go, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Lakoff, well, we know that he's going to be key. He goes run out disappointingly. That miscommunication. Webster, perhaps a tad unlucky with the LBW decision. He makes 20, but no other batter really able to make a real contribution. And that's why the score is reflected 64 for 8. They do bat out the innings. At one point, they looked in danger of not doing that. So 65 required by Brigade. Just have a look at some of those bowlers. I think both the Barr brothers were in great form. I like the bowling of David Barr. I think he's going to get a lot of wickets. I think the slower bowling always seems to do well here. Ryan Barr picked up 2 as well. Hussain, it was important when he came on. He got a valuable wicket. Only bowled the 1 over, as did McCarter, and he's 1 over, only went for 6. So good variations used there as well by the captain, Andrew Britton. And what that's meant is that, like I say, they restricted Indo-Bulgarian to a low score, which they'll be hoping that they're going to go on and knock off and register their first victory in this, the Champions League of cricket, the BET2BALL European Cricket League. I'm Rico Full, and alongside me in the commentary box is Mr. Maximo, and we will be back in 10 minutes time. Join us then. Hasta pronto.
Hello and welcome back to the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 clubs from all around the European continent all come together here on the Costa del Sol in Spain for a chance to become the kings of European cricket. This is Group B. We have 6 clubs here, including the Bulgarian champions, Inter Bulgarian, who are receiving their caps at the moment from Prakash Mishra. Of course, one qualifier from each week will get the opportunity to return in the 6th and final championship week. We already have our first qualifier, Tunbridge Wells from England. Won a dramatic Group A last week. There's plenty of cricket left this week and the next 5 weeks, in fact, as we have the second ever ECL, previously won by VOC Rotterdam of the Netherlands in 2019. A team we will see back in Group D. They have automatic qualification as returning champions, so the Netherlands get another spot, which will go to ABS Kruinhout. We'll see in Group E. So right now, here we are watching game number 3 of Group B. It's Brigade from Ireland versus Inter Bulgarian from Bulgaria. 65 for the Irish to register their first win in this tournament. First one, pretty zippy from Jamie Batten. Will be called a wide though. Really whistled through to the keeper. Shafkat Khan. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN today. Joining me, looking pretty in pink, is my colleague, Rico Fool. Welcome back, Rico.
Thank you very much, and always great to be here.
Walk will be a dot. All right, so into Bulgarian. I think they're not happy, obviously, with their score. We have seen these scores defended before, but not often. Talk to me about what Inter Bulgarian can get out of this game.
Well, if they can get 3 wickets in the power play, not too much damage done, they could even register a very unlikely victory. As you said, we haven't seen too many of them in this sort of situation, but in this format, as we've travelled across Europe, it has happened, and I'm liking the pace here from Batten. He's bowling a good line, he's keeping it on that outside the off-stump corridor, as you like to say, and he's creating problems.
He's got a big breeze behind him at the moment, Batten. Beats him again, it's just beating the pace, almost beating the keeper. Shafkat Khan for a bit of pace as well. It's good disciplined bowling. I know he went for that one wide, but very conscious to keep the ball outside the off stump. They kind of got the field for that. They've got a very fine third man. They have kind of more kind of square third man in the circle. This one, oh well, there's a bit of a noise there. I don't think there's any bat in it, but this is David Barr, who's been promoted up to open the batting, but at the moment he's going to deal with a bit of spicy stuff.
That's good pace. Good pace from Batten. Now he's kept 5 outside the off. I don't know if he's going to go for the Yorker length delivery here. And he does, and it keeps it the same.
Fumble there. I think a clean pick up and throw there might have been in business. Webster doing the fielding. Yeah, they went with McDade and McCarter earlier today. So they've decided to promote Barr up to open the batting. Eventually gets off the mark. This will bring McCarter on strike. He was good earlier, actually. Cracked to 30. A few bright spots of their batting effort. This one, wow, really getting through. That was still on the way up. And Shafkat somehow got the mitts up there. Anyway, I think he's got sore palms after that over. Well, welcome to the ECN. Jamie Batten, good over.
Yeah, good. That was a brilliant over. That was the quickest of the lot. And you're absolutely right. Shafkat Khan. Well, that nearly carried him to the boundary.
That's the end of the first over. 2 for no loss. Well, I'm going to say Inter Bulgarian have a chance to win this if Batten can bowl 10 overs. That was a really good start to the innings. 2 for no loss. And now, it'll be someone that I don't think he'll mind me saying that he won't be quite as pacey as Jamie Batten. It's going to be Prakash Mishra to bowl over number 2. So a bit of a false shot from David Barr.
Yeah, what Mishra does do, though, is he's a very clever, cunning bowler. He does have a... can generate a bit of pace, but it's his variation. It's his slower deliveries. That's what gets him wickets. And this one, it's knocked out middle stump, but at the other end, courtesy of a nice shot from the batter. Well, hits this beautifully, but unfortunately for him, it's right onto the stumps down at the other end. But at the same time, he's fortunate that Mishra doesn't get a touch on this. So we're ready to go again as the umpires have been settled. Mishra, slower delivery, and this is what I was talking about, and he gets in the wicket, and there you have it. Oh, I called it, didn't I, folks? I've seen enough of him in Bulgaria, and Prakash Mishra, he wasn't able to go big with the bat, but with his bowling, clever, cunning, wicket.
Yeah, and sometimes it doesn't matter how fast you get it down there, it's where you put it, and yeah, Mishra just does enough with it, doesn't he? This was just a drive that got away from the batter, David Barr. See, sticking that shape right, ended up kind of inside-out helicopter job. And it was held nicely by Deep Singh above his head. Well, he's got a spring in his step, and why not? It's been a really good start for Indo-Bulgarian. Brigade lose their first wicket, 2 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling, and I was saying that need a good power play. They need to take some quick wickets, and that's exactly what they've done. And well, if Mishra can avoid going through a boundary here, now what would you do? I'll tell you what I'd do. I'd say to Bannon, here you go. Get another one in. And what do you do when you don't get a big score? How do you make an exciting game? Well, you get a good first 3 overs in, and that required rate will go up. It's over 6 at the moment, about 7.5. Well, Prakash can finish this over well. Who knows? Adam McDade is the new batter. Oh, and this one wasn't far away either. Well, they're feeling a bit jittery, Brigade. But that was very, very close to either catching an edge. He could have quite easily played this back onto his stumps as well, Vinny.
Shafkat Khan's in a really unusual distance back from the stumps there. He's not up to the stumps, but he's not really back. I don't see how he could stop an edge. He's about 3 metres behind the stumps. Mishra defended. This is Adam McDade, who was opening in the last game. It's been dropped out of 3. Look, to have any chance when you're defending 64, you need to have a really, really good start. And I mean a really good start. So power play, ideally, kind of 12 or less or something like that. And they've got halfway through it, they've only conceded 2.
Talk to me about where the keeper's standing here. I mean,
yeah, that's what I was saying. Oh, Mishra holding hand grenades at the moment. Hasn't gone for a run. So I can't quite work out where Shafkat's standing, to answer your question. As we get to the end of the over, a very good one from Mishra. 3 for 1 after 2 overs. Yeah, normally you're either up, because then you've got a chance of a stumping. You're encouraging the batter to stay in their crease, or at least, you know, they risk a stumping if they leave their crease and miss it. But then otherwise you want to be back as far as you can, as long as the ball's going to carry to you to be able to handle a deflection, so you've got a bit more time to look at it. I think that one, you're 3 metres back. Even Mishra is not more than slow medium, but he could take another 3 metres or 4 metres back, at least be able to react to a deflection. That's probably my advice, but you know what they say about advice? Easy to give, hard to take.
yeah, they didn't take my advice either with the bowling, which I was surprised about. I thought they would have started with Bannon and Lakov. Now, he is a good bowler, take nothing away from him, but I think the way that Bannon was bowling, you need wickets to keep you in the match. If he could have bowled another top over, maybe picked up a wicket, or even just keep it tight, it really would have put the pressure on. Not a bad delivery that from Lakov, but a nice shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, we dug it out, like a half volley in the end, more or less. But you know, what I would say is that it's power play over as well. So I would have thought for sure you stick with the man that is able to get you in this position at in the first place. And it was Batten who was express in the first over. I think he might what the batters want. The batters are happy now. The Lakov's a bad bowler at all, but you know, there's no point holding back when you're only defending a target of 65. Super Mario, as you like to call him. Oh, he's going well for Chris. He's no slouch with the ball, though. And he gets this one through. Again, he's got the wind behind him. So you can hear that in the effects microphones as well. This ball from Lakov. Good away movement there. This one certainly just tails out a bit. Just look at leave the batter. It's a bit of bowling from Chris Lakov. Oh, Rico. We talked a lot about the kids today. But also have some of the people here that are chaperoning them around the ground today. That's a nice shot. Oh, it's almost caught though. This one was faster than a speeding bullet. I don't know how much of it he saw, but it certainly was hit hard. Ends up 4 runs. Look, wasn't a bad delivery, but just a really nice shot. Well struck by McDade. Lakov. Come back. He's had the better of this over. See why it's so hard to defend a total like 64. Because just 1 or 2 lucky boundaries, you feel like you let things get out of hand, get out of the bag, so to speak.
Yeah, he's been. I mean, he'll say he's been unlucky. It's been. I mean, that one there, I think catch was there to be taken. Didn't go to take it the right way, the fielder.
Oh, chipped away, and this is going to be 4 more. Just gets over Ishan Patel in the circle for the first time. Lakov just losing his line there. And this one is kind of in the vortex today, the way the wind's going. And once it got over the fielder, it got to the fence pretty quickly. It's the end of the over as well. That's the end of the power play. Brigade are 15 for 1.
Yeah, nice shot to play in the power play. And, nice to see the teachers and the kids here. And we've got the star pupil as well, Carolina. That's been in... certainly been the star student, and we'll be coming back here next week. There we go.
Time to get the adults on. Can we get a bit more Richard as well? Because we get lots of requests for Richard.
Get in there.
There you go. So, look, guys, thank you so much for taking the time and taking the interest to come down. And I think you guys are having a good day. You've been up here twice, so that's pretty good. It's been more... A star player coming... There you go. Keep your eyes here, but no pressure or anything. But you enjoy cricket, you guys? You like to watch it, like to play it? That's what it's all about. And it's a really great form of the game to watch as well, because it's all action all the time. 4th overtime, and look who they brought back. In fact, no, they've gone to Webster now. Thought for a second maybe they go back to Batten, but Webster getting a bowl. So, look, it's all about keeping the runs required over the balls remaining as long as you can. I always feel like you have some sort of a chance as a fielding side if you can. At the moment, it's 50. It's 49 now off 41. It's a wide, so that's not going to help. So I just think, yeah, the longer you can do that, then maybe just collapse or a few wickets away from being in the game. But see the difficulty of defending a score in the 60s. We've seen it a handful of times. This defence has going to be 1 more than the all-time record. Best defence of 63. Any other way I think you can defend total in the 60s is to hope the batting team helps you out, maybe by being a little bit too defensive, by being a bit too conservative early and worrying too much about keeping wickets in hand. That can backfire.
Yeah. We saw examples of that in Group A, didn't we, with Svanholm in a couple of games where they really took it. Well, they were made to take it into the last over a few times when you thought they could have finished the job off a bit earlier.
Swivels on this one. Does McDade. And he gets one. A few people in the chat. Piers Fletcher watching from the Netherlands. Says he remembers playing Chris Lakov in Auckland in first grade cricket years ago. Yeah, well, it's got an interesting story, Chris Lakov. He was born in Bulgaria. He spent a lot of his life in New Zealand. Kept up his Bulgarian because of his grandparents and eventually moved back. We got to know a little bit during the ECS there. Also, Conrad Greenshields is in the chat. Watching from Portugal. Conrad, I hope you're well. Looking forward to seeing you hopefully sooner rather than later. Webster has made a pretty good start to this over. Can it last? Well, something is going to give, and it will. It's a catch. And so it's McCarter. It's a big hitter, but he didn't have a lot of the strikes since he was there. In fact, he'd only faced 3. out of the first 21 deliveries, so just could not take a trick. And off the fourth one, he forces the issue, just doesn't get it. Again, trying to hit into the wind. You've got to hit it well to hit it down the ground today for 6. And it was a nice catch that was taken there by Jamie Batten. So now the two players with the UK connection, they connect nicely. And that's the end of McCarter. Goes for only 1, and it's 18 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is not the way Brigade would have wanted to be going about this front chase. They're still looking a little bit cagey out there. I mean, that shot, you see, I think McCarter's probably done everything right. I think his footwork was okay. It was just the final shot itself. He didn't quite get it right. It didn't make the right connection, didn't get underneath it.
It's partly his body shape there. I mean, he's kind of fighting himself because he's opened up that front shoulder.
Yeah, it's all in the, I mean, does everything right apart from the execution. And it's he who has to depart.
I mean, how many wickets before they're in trouble? I think you need 3 more, realistically, I think. As we see, keep out of there. Iftikhar Hussain. That's a very elegant shot. It's going to be 4. What's the class shot from a man with plenty of experience? And this is Webster just strays on his pads and he pays the penalty. 4 carreras, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot from Hussain, talking to him in the break. And he's been now at Brigade for 15 years. Remember, he came over as the professional from Pakistan to Ireland. Been in Ireland 20 years in total. Does a lot of work with the juniors as well.
Yeah, good to hear. It's wide. So can't give too many of those away as well. That's the other thing. I'm going to say, a lot of people in the chat talking about the Super Bowl last night. And so it's a bit of a late night. I'll watch some of it. I'll watch the rest first thing this morning. I won't give the result away in case anyone's waiting on it, but always a big day for sport. Oh, bowled by Webster, who finishes with a very good delivery. Let's have a look at this one. So it comes in and just leaves the batter a little bit. It's a good rock to finish the 4th over. And the score is 23 for 2. Hello to Sundari Balchai as well in the chat, as well as Woody and Ninj. Well, I hope you're going well, no matter where you're watching around the world. Well, it's a little bit nippy. I know that you're not a big fan of my ECN scarf, but I am. Tell you what, we should get these on as well. What do you think? You like it?
Yeah, it's okay.
Otherwise, we completely match. Look, big hello to everyone that's joining us. A lot of people joining us for the first time as well on ECN that maybe are new to us. So welcome. We have so much cricket that we go through in a year. We had over 1,200 matches last year. Hopefully around that same mark again, at least 1,000 plus this year. And it's great to be here. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Very happy Valentine's Day as well. If you're just waking up, if you just joined us, we're sending all our love to you, and our gift to you is 5 matches of T10 cricket. And already, head-turning kind of events this morning. I mean, Griffins taking Brigade to the cleaners was a bit of a surprise. Brigade coming back strongly, but still feel like they're batting not quite clicking yet. Steps across and sweeps. This is Rohit Dhaman, who's coming on to bowl over number 5.
Yeah, no, Rohit won't mind that because the batter's gone right across the line here. Literally planted a foot and gone across the line, and that always means that the bowler's got a chance.
It's a bit short. It needs to be cut off, and it is. I mean, I suppose the most obvious comparison, don't know if it's a fair comparison, for Brigade would be compared with Tunbridge Wells. You know, you got from a country that plays Test cricket, so you expect the club champions to kind of technically be at a certain level, which I think they are. But I mean, it's just partly, I think, struggling to adjust to the mentality of T10 cricket. The difference between Tunbridge Wells and Brigade: Tunbridge Wells play a lot more T20 cricket than Brigade have. So they essentially play a lot more 50-over cricket. And this one is going to clatter off the fence. And McDade, well, this will be good for his confidence after he missed out in the first game. It's not a really good ball from Dhaman. Just a bit too short. Helps it round the corner. Helps himself to 4.
Yeah, not good bowling here. I mean, the first couple of balls he bowled, he pitched them right up. He got the batters going across the line. The last few, he's short down the leg side. Got away with a couple, but not that one.
Dhaman. This is a lot better. Pitches it up. Stopped by Shafkat. Still pretty close there. It's the end of the over, so halfway through this innings. And, well, at the moment, the Bulgarian hanging in there. It's 29 for 2. Yeah, so I would say that because I think they play more 50 over cricket than 20 over cricket, I just think they're not used to playing their shots so quickly. I think Tunbridge Wells seemed a lot more comfortable playing their shots early in their innings, taking those kind of risks. I think that Brigade, still adjusting, but I'm sure we'll see their development as this week goes along. And again, hello to all the Wags who've come in from Northern Ireland. And the RT's over there. RT's having a great day. Tell you what, wish someone would hold me up all day at the cricket. I'm always having to stand on my own 2 feet, but it's great to see them over there. We wander over, and I've got the next game off. Check out what's going on there in the fan zone. This looks like Chris Lakov, who's going to bowl over number 6. So you just can't have a bad over here. You just cannot have a bad over if you're into Bulgarian here. 6 over. Goes after him. Well, this one, it was a very good attempt. He launched himself there, Suraj Negi. He'll be disappointed. It's only a half chance, I think, but these are the half chances I think you have to take if you're going to win.
Yeah, I mean, he's done well here. I mean, he's literally pushed himself up. Look, he's in the air when he's got hands to it. Really, really, well, some will say he's actually saved runs there, saved the boundary.
True. He got 2 hands to it, We're disappointed he didn't hold on. Just kind of cramps the batter for room into Hussain.
Lakov's been unlucky, really.
Yeah.
He quite easily could have had things go his way in the first over. Same with the first delivery in this one.
It's added a yard of pace, I think, as well, from when he was from in Bulgaria.
He can change it up. We've seen that in Bulgaria. He does take stat loads of wickets.
He's had a good game. He's really competing. Oh, this one's going to go for 6, and this is going to be a disaster once it goes up in the wind. That's not coming down. Well, sometimes you can be too strong, and Lakov got it down there quickly, but it left the ground even quicker. McDade gets the Maximo, and 6 more. That's going to break some Bulgarian hearts as Brigade now over halfway into this chase.
Yeah, I mean, that was certainly taking a bit of pressure off. Maximo says Guerreras, the first of the innings. And, well, Lakov, he'll feel that nothing's going his way at the moment. They need to break this partnership, need a wicket. And I'm going to call it. I reckon you're going to go back to battle the very next over.
Definitely. I'm surprised I haven't rolled the dice with him already. So backwards Maximo or Maximo. Completely intentional from McDade. And tries to lift this one, and he's going to get 6 more here. Maximo, 2 in a row for McDade. And McDade just knows this wind as well. So if you can get something he can pick up and drop kick over fine leg, he will, even though this is probably on the off stump. But you can normally trust the bounce in this wicket. And so Lakov, no luck here in the 6th, back-to-back 6s.
Yeah, just waits, doesn't he, in his crease. Not too much movement, waits for it. And makes good contact, good eye and back coordination. 6 more. So 2 back-to-back 6s. All the pressure now on Lakov.
Pretty good comeback. Dot here, he'll be disappointed. Things haven't rolled his way in this game. Lakov, but certainly good signs for him competing with the bat and the ball. He's also a really good fielder.
Yeah.
Remember, they'll get to play 5 matches in the round robin, then into Super Thursdays. I mean, each team plays a minimum of 6 matches, up to, I think, probably up to 10, potentially. So last ball of his spell, conceded 26. Well, better than that, though. This one goes straight into the wind, though. Well, the fielders just can't take a trick here. They do well to at least prevent the boundary, but the ball falls safely. McDade will keep the strike with that single. 6 overs down. The score is 45 for 2.
Yeah, and that's the sort of day with the ball that Lakov has had when he'll go away and look back and say, yeah, okay, I went for 27 in my 2, but it's a few occasions when if luck was on his side, he could have picked up a couple of wickets as well. Well, let's see if they do now go for battle in this over. I think they have to. I think they need something to happen. Otherwise, another good over for Brigade, and this match is over.
Yeah, you could almost agree now that Might already be a foregone conclusion. 20 required off the last 24. Although this was the kind of position we saw the Helsinki Titans lose from against the Luxembourg champion Star CC last week in that golden ball encounter. Golden ball 27. Cameron Sanders is calling for it in the chat, saying bring back the Bulgarian Express. I'm sure that when Jamie Batten was growing up, wouldn't believe that he'd grow up to become the Bulgarian Express, but here he is. So just positioning that square leg a little bit further behind. That makes sense. So here is Batten. Try and pull something out of the fire for Indo-Bulgarian. First one. Oh, really test Shafkat. And that's the thing, the carry that he's getting is still on the way up. And I'd say Shafkat, he's probably too close. And I don't know if he's kept on the pitch like this to bowling with this pace, but you want to essentially you want to take the ball most of the time coming down around waist height. At the moment it's going up and it's about shoulder height or head height. So
that was quick, Vinny.
Yeah.
That was really
as a keeper, that's when it's good because you can take a bit of extra time to see it. Shafkat doesn't want it at the moment. So it's driven. Just be one.
Yeah, he's bowled very well. I've been very impressed. Not just with the pace he's bowled at in the areas and his first over. He's just kept that ball outside the off stump, made it difficult for the brigade batters to get back onto ball. Here he showed his pace again.
Yeah.
And I think it also underlines how this end does give you just a little bit more if you're the pacer.
He's making it though. Yeah, beats him for pace. That's better positioning from Shafkat, who I think has gone back a couple of metres. A few people asking about the wind. Yeah, the wind's pretty strong, I have to be honest. It's coming pretty much dead behind the bowler or maybe slightly from mid-off, so it means that it's favouring shots over fine leg. I think the way I'd be thinking if I was batting is I'm probably not going to try and take him on down the ground, kind of pace he's bowling. I'm probably just looking to kind of get something on my pads I can flick away or flick behind, a bit like that. But I guess the problem with him is when he gets it right outside the off stump, he's hard to catch up with. We've seen lots of plays and misses from the batters so far in this innings.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be inclined to. I know it's a shot that we saw tried and attempted a lot last week. Sometimes to perfection, sometimes not. I'd be looking for the old scoop here. I think everything suits it with the wind the way it is. I think... yeah,
except you might eat the ball. Easier said than
I
done.
think the width
This guy's
is there
bowling
for
on
it. I think
in
the width is there
130s.
for it.
Rico's volunteered to go and play the scoop to Batten in the next break.
No worries, no worries.
I like that. Don't get me wrong. In theory, you're exactly right.
Yeah.
But it's a very difficult shot to execute.
Yeah.
You know, oh, straight off the kneecap. So that'll be one. I like the way you think, though.
Yeah, I think the conditions, the way, like you pointed out, the way this wind is blowing, and look here as well. There's no third man.
It's very fine third man.
Oh, I've just seen him. He was behind the flags. He was behind the flags. I didn't see him.
Tried to save you there. Anyway, never mind. It's the end of 7 overs.
I'm glad you I was having a look around and say, where's the extra fielder? 49 for 2, 7 gone. So they're taking it deep, and that's good, I think, from Bulgaria. But you just know that one good over here, then it's all over. It's under 5 and over.
See the format here in ECL 22 in the group weeks. There's 6 teams every week. They'll play each other over the first 3 days. And then what's important is either the top 3 or the bottom 3. So the top 3, they'll be safely through to finals Friday, but they do have to play matches on Super Thursday to determine which 2 of them will get the double chance on finals Friday, which is really crucial. The bottom 3, well, they fight for survival on Super Thursday. The bottom 2 play off in a sudden death match. The winner plays the team that finished 4th for the right to join the top 3 on finals Friday. So join us, big week of cricket ahead. Finding out who will join Tunbridge Wells from England in the championship week. There'll be 5 teams taking part. Here's Prakash Mishra. This thing they can pretty much knock it round now, knowing that it's under a run of ball. But I mean, they haven't really sold me yet with the bat, Brigade. I thought they might do this a bit quicker, but I think credit goes to the Bulgarians. I think there's been some good bowling. For the most part, they've taken their chances. Mishra's been good. He's only conceded 3 off 8 balls. his accuracy, isn't it? That's his weapon.
It's accuracy and it's his little tricks up his sleeves as well. We saw it was a slower ball that got in the wicket last time round. He's already varied the pace around here.
It goes inside out. This is into the gap. This one is going to fly. In fact, it'll go all the way. Maximal! 6 to Iftikhar Hussain. Pretty good shot. It's into the wind. Mishra hasn't gone for many, but he goes for 6 this time.
Yeah, Hussein's starting to get confident here. I was saying that earlier, he does prefer to play most of his shots on the onside, but I like the way he works at this one. Really sort of leans into the shot. Good connection. Goes all the way over. And looks like they're just maybe just checking if this does go all the way. And there you go, confirmation, 6 runs.
A few questions about the bowling speed of Jamie Batten. Yeah, I think he's around about the 85 mile an hour, mid 130s in kilometres. This one will pick up the fielder, so it'll just be one. Yeah, just eyeballing it. I tend to have a pretty good eye for these things. Just from, I think, I don't know how many balls I've wicket kept from my life, just like 100,000 or something like that. So you kind of get a knack. Cross ball, the 8th over coming up. Well, could be trouble here. Well, he's going to race him back. Now, does he get there? That's the question.
Well, there was a very late no on this.
I think that he may just get back, but I'm not going to guess just yet. This is why I've got the replay. Let's have a look. Oh, let's go back. No, I reckon might just be out. There, it's out.
He's gone.
Yeah. So there you go. It was a race that the fielder could win, and he's going to have to go here. It was a late decision. It's a late decision to be sent back. And Iftikhar Hussain, 48 years old, he had to turn on his heels there. So I think it probably will be nothing more than a consolation wicket for Indo-Bulgarian, but well executed. Again, didn't want to risk missing, so he runs the ball in. And Iftikhar's going to have to be run out for 17 off 11. That's 8 overs down. Brigade 58 for 3.
Yeah, well, there was a bit of a race there, a little bit of the and Hussain, well, probably got stuck a little bit there, so he had to turn around, does try and get back, and does everything right, really. Can't really fault him there. He's doing the right thing as the non-striker. He's backing up as well. But I think that call of no came just a little bit late for him. And he was always going to struggle for me to get back. Vinny, you were confident he was going to make it. Now, going back to you were talking about the speed of the bowlers. How do you think Bannon compares to Bailey Whiteman?
It's faster.
Tunbridge Wells.
Yeah, he's faster.
Yeah, I would agree.
Bailey Whiteman's kind of high 120s. I work in kilometres now normally, which is about 80. And I think that the Batten's about 85 on average, which is mid 130s.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Yep.
I think that certainly is the fastest. Maybe the end also helps. You have to throw that in, and of course the wind coming from behind. But from what we've seen, what the evidence is, yeah, I think we've certainly seen some good pace from Batten, and I think in this group we're going to see he's going to cause a few problems, I think. That's for sure.
Ninth overtime. And it'll be Chris Webster. I guess what we have seen is a lot of fight out of Indo-Bulgarian. They've got a couple of decent ins in Webster and Batten. So I think they bring a lot to the table. They've got a fairly experienced base of T10 cricketers.
Look, get a good over in here. Say they just get a couple of runs. Take it into the last. Who knows? Panic mode could set in. But there we go. That'll help. That's what I'm talking about. It's they're there almost. And they're thinking, well, look, just get one big shot in here. That'll tie the scores, a Maximo.
Britain, he was skied one this morning. 1 off 2 he made, batting at number 3. Captain. Would expect the captain to see them home. It's 1 off 2. Now, hits and runs. They'll get one. I think that's smart as well. Field is pretty spread. Just take one, sometimes the other end is the best place to be. That brings McDade on strike, who is set. He's 35 off 25. And now he can actually win this match with one swing of the bat.
What do you do here? You bring people in? You put the pressure on?
Nah, for him, you're happy to concede one and then try and get your dots on the other batter that's new. You see, I think now you come in for a ball because you want to try and force a dot here, right? And then last ball, maybe you're happy for Britain to take the single off last ball and keep the strike. Pretty much you think if McDade faces a lot of these balls, well, he can finish it. You know, one boundary. I'm not saying Britain can't. It's just it's situational. He's new to the crease. There we go. Brigade supporters looking on anxiously. Now it's between the pads and the stump. So even though that misses leg stump, it might have flicked the pad, I think, on the way through. So now actually is where I'm quite happy to concede a one here, to be honest. And if I'm Britain, actually, probably just swinging at this.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm just saying, you
Big
know
shot.
what? Let's have a crack. Why not?
I'm with you,
You can
100%.
still get a boundary to tie or a 6 to win. Tries, going nowhere. And so frustration for Britain at the moment. Better pattern than we're seeing from him. The Brigade skipper anyway takes us to the last over. And well, they're still in the match. Anytime it goes to the last, it's 60 for 3 after 9. And look, Rico, I would have said you're dreaming if you told me that Indo-Bulgaria were going to take this right down to the last over. But credit to them, they have. And anytime it goes to the last over, anything can happen. But I think to have any chance, they have to see the back of McDade, who'll be facing up in over number 10.
Yeah, I think played this pretty well in the Bulgarian. The only question is I would have still gone back with Batten over number 3 rather than Lakoff. But in hindsight, doesn't matter because when he did come back, he bowled really well. I think Webster's bowled well here. And it all depends who they're going with here in this last over. And it's all about getting the field wide as well. I think you're right here. With McDade, you just push back slightly, allow him to take the single, and then you put the squeeze on.
So 5 runs required. This is where you're happy to concede 1 and then just gamble for some dots, I think. Well, they might go for 2 here. If they're smart, they will. It's a long chase, and there's a slight fumble, so they will get back. That's frustration for Indo-Bulgarian. I think they probably were more likely to get 2 than not anyway. Straight away, I think they know. Look, let's go for it.
Yeah. Interesting how they haven't used Gagandeep at all with the ball. He's normally been top gun for them at times when they're needed. They would demand here. And that will do it. That's the shot they needed. 4 and victory to Brigade. Well, they took it deep into Bulgaria. They gave themselves hope. But in the end, though, it's a low-scoring affair. Brigade have timed it perfectly. And, well, they owe a lot, don't they, to Adam McDade, who finishes unbeaten and gets the victory. A well-needed victory for Brigade. It wasn't convincing, it has to be said, but it's the first victory, and a win is a win. And I'm pretty sure that they will get better and they will adjust to this format as well. Maybe they may tweak their batting lineup slightly. We've seen other teams that haven't been playing this format do exactly that. But, well, they've done the job. That's the most important thing, I suppose they say. It's not how you do it. The question is, you do it. Well, there was Prakash Mishra, the captain, handing out the baggies for his team. And well, it was all going well. And dancing with joy, Gagandeep Singh was there. And it didn't go so well for Lakoff. And he had an expensive spell. 27 runs coming from his 2 overs. Didn't have the luck of the green. And he just, going back to that, you just think if a couple of those chances were taken, a couple of those 50-50 balls went their way, anything was possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's a real initiation to the format for Brigade. I think particularly their batting. I think they'll learn from other teams about how they pace their innings and when they take risks, how they even structure their order, for example. So I still think they're learning. What I would say was I was really impressed with Indo-Bulgarian. I mean, I know it didn't really click with the bat. I think I go back to moments like Lakoff. So watch out for that patella, just to try and reattach that. But yeah, Lakoff getting run out and Webster getting out. You know, if they could have put 100 on the board here, you felt they could really put Brigade under some serious pressure as they kind of stumbled over the line. Well, thanks to McDade, really. 42 not out of 28 balls with 2 Maximos and 5 fours. Strike at 150, but didn't have a lot of help. Intika Hussain chipped in for 17. And you can see, apart from that, just 3 singles to the other batters that we used, including the captain Britton, who hasn't quite found his feet yet. He's got a combined 2 off 7 balls this morning, so I'm sure that he would have liked to have a bit more batting a bit more productive batting off the first day, but it's all learning experience, and I suppose what you would say is the format allows you to kind of to work your way into the tournament, but still they won't have too much time because that's 2 of their 5 matches in the round robin already. They do have a win to their name. I have to say Batten, the Bulgarian Express, bowled very well, number 6, didn't pick up a wicket, but yeah, got good pace and carry. Mishra, I thought he bowled excellently actually at this level, 1 for 10 for him, and Webster 1 for 10 as well. Lakoff, well, he's the one that went for plenty, but a lot of it wasn't really his fault. Demand couldn't hold them back in the last over. Pretty disciplined, only 3 wides in the innings, and it did go all the way to the 10th over.
Yeah, I mean, look, we know that they're missing 1 or 2 key players that we've seen on the road, Indo-Bulgarians, and Baptista here is certainly one of them, a great all-round talent. But Chris Webster in the side and Jamie Batten, that has strengthened them. And watch out for those 2, because I think both of those, along with Lakov and also with Mishra, and that's a pairing there that can cause a lot of trouble. Hasn't worked for them here today, but what they have shown is the batting didn't click. They had to work hard with the ball, and they were still able to take it into the last with only scoring 64 runs. So I think, you know, don't be fooled by them. They're going to come back strong as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So coming up next, we have match 4 just around the corner. Bjørvika for Norway, who didn't get over the line against Royal Tigers this morning, match 2. They're taking on Zagreb Sokol. They are the 6th and final team that we will see in Group B, and they have, amongst other things, the oldest player to ever play in an ECL, the oldest wicket-keeper, and also a former Croatian rugby international. I'll leave you and Corey to go through that one. Corey knows these guys pretty well from our time in ECS Croatia. But that match will be starting in approximately 25 minutes. We'll be back in about 20. I'm going to have a game off and get to know some of these fans in the fan zone for Group B. But until then, it's really sound to hear Mr. Maximo along with Rico Full. Hope to see you very shortly. Still 2 more matches today on ECN in Group B action in ECL 22. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
and welcome back to the Cartama Cricket Oval on the beautiful Costa del Sol in Spain. Now it's time for match 4 in Group B, and it's Bjorvika who are back, the Norwegian champions, and they're taking on Zagreb Sokol. The first time we've seen that team in this tournament, the Croatian champions, and actually this win today, it does remind me a bit of some of our time there last year. So why don't we go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the two captains for the Giant. Coin toss.
Your call. Keeper. Keeper's called. Let us keep it.
I can see. We will have a bat, please. Right, thank you.
Well, some fancy footwork from Dan Lazaridis, the Zagreb Sokol skipper, but it did come up keeper. So he has said that he would like to have a bat first. Zagreb Sokol, of course, we saw them in October last year in that ECS. Now, they don't have Peter Rahman at their disposal for personal reasons. He's out of this series, but they still have some really talented players, including the captain, Dan Lazaridis, who I think will bat 3 and bowl some of his left arm spin. Occasionally can bowl a bit of seam up as well. Jared Newton, he's a big in for them. He is a recent addition to this side, hails from South Africa. He's a cricket coach over there, so I think he'll bring a lot of experience and strength to this lineup. Also, look out for Sam Houghton, who is the Iceman. We saw him most recently in Gibraltar, and also their wicketkeeper, Mark Davies. He is the oldest player to appear in an ECL, and we're likely to see him behind the stumps for Zagreb Sokol. Well, Bjorvika, not much they could take out of their first performance. They really just didn't do well enough, and they just seemed a little bit short of where they needed to be. Sufyan Salim, though, he was a shining light with his half century. Usman Arif as well with his thunderbolts. I think that he will be a bit of a handful for the Croatian batters in this one. So let's go up to the commentary box now, and I can tell you that Rico Full and Corey are going to take you through this one. The news from the toss is that Zagreb Sokol from Croatia, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first in match 4.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maximo. And hello and welcome back. Lovely shot there off the players' zones. Which you see there first on your screen, and then further back to the fan zone. And we've got a nice crowd in here today enjoying the cricket. It's a little bit breezy, and though the sun is out, the wind is going to cause a few issues in this match for sure. We've seen that already. Certainly looking forward to this match. Rico Full here. And the man next to me, well, he knows all about, well, one of these teams, Zagreb Sokol. And, well, it's nice to be back with you again, Corey. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Rico. Yeah, looking forward to this one. That has that much pressure on him to perform for his team. He bats, he bowls, he captains. He's a really, really good player.
Yeah, so he's the all-round bomb, if you like. If he explodes, anything can happen. And well, you heard Vinny say that Ulrika didn't have the best of first matches, losing the first one to the Royal Tigers from Hungary. But the team from Norway, well, they did have some bright sparks, and I think Salim, he's 50 of 22 balls was good. And I think Usman Arif, he took 2 for 16, and he was pretty good with the ball as well. And it's Sufyan Salim. Looks like he's going to open up, and he'll be bowling to Gerard Newton first up. The umpires get ready for this match. Sulaiman Saeed and Nilkesh Patel. Nilkesh Patel, the bowler's end. Here we go, first ball. And well, that's quite a teasing start, just thereabout. The batter has to commit to either play this one or not, Corey, but in the end it was a bit of a nothing shot.
Yeah, it's a gentle ball outside off and just a little bit of fishing. Nervous start for Jared Newton. Here he plays a bit of rugby as well.
And he gets plenty on this. Would have been a wide, but gets him at the bat. 4 runs, and then liking that, yeah, you're right, he does play a bit of rugby. He's a cricket coach, recently over from South Africa, and also played rugby for Croatia. So
he played for the national team, did he?
That's what the notes say here. So
pretty impressive. He's a big boy, isn't he?
I mean, those used to be that. I mean, I don't know anywhere else, but I know in the UK it used to be you play rugby or football during the winter and cricket in the summer. And oh, that's a good delivery. Certainly, yeah, he says there, that one came up a bit. It certainly did. But that's the areas, I think, where Salim has to bowl.
Yeah, Salim had a good game with the bat in his earlier match today. Looking to try and get a wicket early here for his team. Just gentle away swing at the moment.
Once more, this time a little bit too much of it. This will be called a wide, and it has been. He is getting that movement away, but he needs to be a little bit closer to the batter.
Yeah, when you're not bowling express pace and a little bit of swing, you want to be pretty consistent with your line of length. He's just erred a few times.
This one, well, it's going to go all the way for 4. It's that bounce again. It does pop up. And the thing is, though, if it's short, you get any bat on this, and away it goes. There you go, see, on the leg side once more. Now that delivery, if it's straight or if it's outside the off, it's harder to play. But in that zone, it's easy pickings, 4 more.
Yeah, he's just going left and right a bit, is Salim here, and he's not bowling express pace, just has to be a little bit more consistent. But good start. Zagreb Sokol, they're my dark horse in this group. I think they're going to shock a few teams.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I know that you do like a few of their players as you see this delivery. This time it's cut away, and a good shot. I mean, the fielder probably a little bit late moving towards this. He needed to get a good dive in, but didn't get that spring in his step, did he? Mohammed Afzal. So 4 more.
Yeah, good conventional shot this time. Gets the cut away, and the fielder just couldn't get round to his right. So 3 boundaries in the first over already.
And this will be another, make that 4, Corey. And this is, well, it's all about placement and timing. We saw the other one was in between the gap between point and the third man. This one, well, he's gone the other side of point. 4 more, good batting, and that's a tremendous start. Certainly getting the runs on the board early here. 17 off the first.
Yeah, really good batting, Rico. 4 boundaries all in different parts of the ground, and a great start for the Croatian side. And I think in this match, I mean, Zagreb Sokol, they are heavily reliant, obviously, on these few opens and that, but they're more a bowling side. They have a very good 10 overs. So if they can get to 115, 120, they'll be thinking, here we go. And I think they come into this group as a bit of an unknown entity. We only had the 1 ECS there. And it's exciting to see what they can do. And Usman Arif, he looks like he's got the ball. He bowled really well earlier today as well. Picked up a couple of wickets in his first over.
Doesn't really. He looks like a big unit, doesn't he?
He's huge. He is huge.
Left-hander. We saw him do some nice footwork, didn't we, at the coin toss? And he'll be hoping to get the footwork in here as well and play some nice shots. Bowling to him. It's going to be Usman Arif, who impressed in the first match for the Norwegian champions. Well, there you go. It's straight down the ground, but it's going to be a chance. The wind holds it up slightly, which helps the fielding side. So, well, he is a big man, Lazaridis, but now the only dancing he's going to do with that fancy footwork is back into the dugout. He goes without scoring.
Well, you give someone a big boom up and you say he's their key man, and then he gets out first ball, looking to show a lot of intent that cloths it. He'll be disappointed to start the tournament that way. And he's out for a golden duck. And, well, that's a really, really big wicket. He had a really good ECS. He's a very talented batsman, but no runs in this match for him.
Yeah, Salim takes the catch. So once more, it's that man, Usman Arif, who's in there with the wicket. Now, how crucial is this wind blowing, obviously, into the batter? So it's going to stop those straight drives. Even that shot, I think that did hold up slightly because of the wind. What tactics do you deploy to try and use that in your favour if you're the batting side, if there is any?
Well, yeah, you're right. It is getting held up in the wind when people are trying to hit straight. So potentially it's going to be a bit easier to get the ball squarer, and it's not going to get held up. And for a fielding team, always when it's windy, it's quite blustery. Maybe you need to be 1 metre off the rope down at long on, long off, because a couple of catches have been missed because it's getting held up in the air.
Yeah, so I think that's a really good point in terms of the field position. I mean, at the moment, won't really come into play so much, though there's only 2 men outside the ring, and that at the moment has been deployed at third man and the man at long on. But that's what you're talking about. So long on maybe just in a few metres because of that ball holding up.
Yeah, just 1 or 2 steps just in case you do want to catch it. And I think even if it goes over you, you still have time to get back and catch it.
This is out on this one. They will get, looks like it's going to be signalled a leg by. It is, leg by signalled.
And so it brings Newton back on strike. He's already got 4 boundaries to his name. He's raced to 16 off 6. He becomes the key in this innings now, obviously losing his captain and opening partner in this over, but he's got himself in. He'll be looking for a substantial score. His third man's moved a little bit wider.
And well, that's just going to be helped along the way. They haven't bowled well to him, has to be said. They have fed him in that zone, the leg side, and he just does it again, just helps us along, says, well, okay, you're going to bowl it there. Well, I'm just going to help us along for 4 runs. It's not the best bit of bowling to him. No,
they've been short and into the hip, and he's got pretty quick hands, and he's been really good at getting it quite fine. So another boundary. That's 5 boundaries out of his 7 balls so far.
Time a riff gets it in the right area outside the off and just guided down to the man at third. They'll take the single. So we'll take Gornell back on strike.
Yeah, Neil's Gornell up the order in the ETS. He didn't bat this high, so obviously giving him a chance to show us his T10 form.
This will be called a wide. Good work on the wicket keeper, Usman Haider. And well, just a well that's been bowled to Gornell and not Newton. If that was Newton, I think that would have been clipped away for 4 more.
And it is very, very blustery here. You can see in the flags in the back of the screen there. It is difficult sometimes as a bowler when it's blowing sideways to get that run up correct.
It's better length and a better result. So it brings up the end of the over. So 2 overs gone. 1 more left in the power play. 24 for 1. Probably have a chance just to have a look at the table at the moment. Early days, of course. What are your thoughts on what we've seen so far today, Corey?
I was very impressed with the Guernsey side this morning. The Griffins, they played really, really well. Obviously, the Irish team started slowly, but they got their first win. And Indo-Bulgarian, I was really impressed with their bowling figures and how they went about defending such a low total. Yeah. Really impressive stuff. This group's a bit interesting. I think you're going to see a real pack fight for that 2nd and 3rd place.
There you go. Get it for first from Corey. And it looks like we're going to go to spin here. And let's see what the control is like. Start short, and it's been cut away beautifully by Newton. Lovely shot. I'm liking Newton. I'm liking the way he's playing these shots at the moment. So far, all around the ground.
Well, just cricket, isn't it? Just pure cricket batsmanship. Gets a wide ball. That's the old traditional cut shot. And hey, he's not looking to power hit. He's not looking to hit sixes. And for kids at home, you can get quite a good strike rate just by playing conventional cricket shots. He's 25 off 9.
Yeah, he's batting really well. Abbas just floats this one up and plays this one with soft hands. Good backing up from Gornell. Now, Gornell really, his phase 3 deliveries hasn't got off the mark yet, but surely he's got to be thinking, I mean, the way that Newton is going, right, all my job is to do is get a single, get him back on strike. If it's a bad ball, obviously punish it, but he's got to be trying to get Newton on strike as much as he can.
Yeah, he has to get going. It's an unforgiving game. 0 off 3 in a T10 in the power play isn't great, so he has to get going now. A 1 would be great.
He gets the one. He wanted the 1, and personally, I think it was there, but I don't think Newton really backed up here at all.
No, I think that was a little bit of poor backing up from Newton there. There was definitely 1. The fielder's on the ring. A little bit of confusion, but they get away with it in the end.
Oh, I think he's gone here. Yeah. And, well, now he'll probably look back at Newton and say, hey, if we'd taken that single, I'd still be there. He just walks out of his crease. And, yeah, nice, easy, comfortable take for Usman Haider. So they lose a wicket. It's another. And disappointment there. You can see from Gornell. He's disappointed that he's missed that. Clever bowling from Wasim Abbas. He's enticed the batter out the crease there.
Yeah, maybe not the worst thing for Zagreb Sokol either. Niels Gornell never really looked like he had gotten himself in. And unfortunately for him, he'll depart for a duck. And that will bring in the new man, Sahel Ahmed. Comes out at number 4. And Interesting start to this game. Borvica just getting wickets at the right time. 2 ducks in the innings already. A nice clean stumping there from Usman Hada.
Yeah, that's nice to see there. He doesn't get himself on the score sheet at all. Had 5-ball duck, but still he's happy to take the applause of the youngsters and a little fist pump there before he goes back. Now, can Newton get somebody who gives him some good support out there and really helps to accelerate this score? They'll be looking for the 120 mark. Newton, for his part, he's going well. 26 of the 10 deliveries he's faced. But it's the other end where 6 balls have been bowled, no runs, the other 2 batters. Abbas finishes his over. It's been a productive one. They'll take 1 for sure. So I think he may just have 1 more left. Actually, I'm just a bit ahead of myself. What do you think of this action?
Well, it's a little bit jerky. I mean, he's trying to get that ball up in the air and give it a little bit of drift, and it's pretty compact. There's not too much to say about it, really.
You may not think there's too much to say about it. I've been looking at it, and that's the 6th ball I've seen, and I'm thinking, well, okay, maybe one or few people may have a few question marks about it, but I think obviously it's been seen before. So you have a look at the power play. Started well, didn't it, that first over, but then you can see the wicket in over number 2 and 3. It just slowed things down a bit, and I think also the key thing there is this keeping Jaron Newton off strike. He'll want the strike here now.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to face most of the deliveries. I do know Sahel Ahmed likes to get on with it, and the number 5 coming in, Sam Houghton, and the number 6, MD Shakat, they all give it a whack. So what you might see is Newton tries to bat through, plays conventional shots, but I know the number 4, 5 and 6 really do try get on with it. So I'm excited to see how this goes outside of the power play now. Obviously the field is spread.
Zahid Ashraf, the new bowler. And, punches this to the man at long off. They'll take the single.
Yeah, steady start in this game. Borvica didn't really bowl too well this morning. They just have to keep their line and lengths and their wits about them in this one. Desperately want to get their first victory of the tournament.
Good early call this time from Newton. That's better, isn't it, this time? I think he was stuck in his crease. And Gornell was out there. And Gornell then getting himself stumped the very next ball. But he's got to be hungry. He's got to be hungry to get at that end.
It's going to be interesting to see how he applies himself with the field back. Pretty conventional T20 style field here.
Short. And he's put this away. There is a man out there. But this is wide off him and just bounces inside the rope. There's a man back. He is behind square. That's been hit more square. Nice shot.
Yeah, he could have probably been a little bit straighter. We usually put the man behind square when the bowling's quicker. He's not too quick, this bowler, so maybe could have been a little bit straighter, but it's a game of margins. 4 runs nonetheless, and he's playing a bit of a lone hand at the moment, Rico.
Very much so, isn't he? And quite an important one. So, what's your feeling? I know, speaking to Vinny about this, I mean, we saw all the action from what I call the hillside end last week. Lake end, a bit more in it, do you think? This one again. What they are doing is they are keeping Newton quiet after a blistering start from him hitting boundaries. Last couple of deliveries just managed the singles.
Yeah, it looks like the pitch has a little bit more bounce from this end. Looks like it just offers a little bit more compared to, what do you call this end, the house end?
This one, hill.
The hill end.
With the hill, yeah. And he's to give this plenty. Not quite, I think, where he was looking to play, but still gets the single.
Yeah, it does look like it has a little bit more in it, and some of the spinners this morning as well got exaggerated turn, so a lot more spin from this end.
So, more pace, more turn. Newton quite happy just to Make the signal as well. It's a shy. They could be looking for the second, and maybe should have been there. I think that the better teams would turn that into a 2 there, Corey.
Yeah, just a bit of match awareness. Went missing. Maybe he could have got a second, but that brings an end to the fourth. It's 40 for 2, so a one-man show. Newton, he's 34, not out of those 40, and you're with me live with Rico Fulho, all of yours. And yeah, we're just talking about the change of ends, and I was also asking Vinny this one. I'm curious about your opinion. Do you think that teams in Group B get a little bit of an advantage after watching Group A, or is it all just doesn't matter?
I think, interesting question. I think if it was from the same end, I'd say yeah, definitely. But I think because we're bowling from the different end, which they haven't seen before, I think again it's all new to them as well. So I think because there is, I think, such a distinct difference. See this one, this is probably a quarter wide. Because there is such a big distinct difference between the two ends, I don't think so. And certainly haven't seen that there isn't any kind of advantage there at all. So go back to bowling of Abbas. This is well struck. The fielder's going to have to do really well, and does. Takes a good catch. This was motoring. This really was. It was coming to him like a rocket, but he takes it well at quite an uncomfortable height as well. That's a very good catch.
Yeah, and it's the big wicket as well. He had to hold that. When you get your chances, you got to take them. And well, Abbas, he's just bowling these nice little left arm off spinners wide of off stump, and giving a bit of flight. And it's Usman Arif out there. Good catch from him. He made good ground to his right. And he's dismissed the danger man, Jared Newton. He's gone after a really good innings. And, well, Zagreb Sokol, they had a blistering first over, but the last few overs, they've been a little bit stuck.
Yeah, and once again today, not for the first time, we see the catch being taken on the straight boundaries. I'm not sure how much that particular one is to do with that win. Certainly struck it well enough, and there we go. The young man, he wants plenty of action from the incoming batters. Jared Newton. That well, 34 valuable runs, but he'll believe that he should have perhaps gone on a little bit more for his team. Now he's left a bit to do for the new batters out there. Ahmed has only been out there for 3 balls on 3, and it's Houghton comes out.
Yeah, Sam Houghton. No, he loves a sweep shot to Sam. He's a good player and a very handy batsman to come out at number 5 here.
This one just sort of, he drags it down to try and just short of a length. I think he was looking for the batter maybe to come out and take him on here. He's showing good variations.
Yeah, he's bowled well. It's a good little spell, and you can see how windy it is out there for all the fielders.
Good stop. Getting a nice appreciative round of applause from his teammates. Time to turn the screw perhaps here for the fielding side. And there we've got the prize wicket of Newton.
Borvica have come out a completely new team. In the first game today, they seemed a little bit shell-shocked. They were a little bit slow out the gates. They were quite sloppy in the field and bowled quite a lot of wides and extras, but this game, they seem right up for it.
Bit of work to do for the man there in the outfield. Does well. He's a big man, and I think he's a key man as well for his team, Usman Arif. Saw him bowl well and then take a very good catch.
Yeah, good support for Abbas as well. Abbas is going to finish with really good figures here.
And well, shouts a shot. They're liking this one. It goes all the way up to the top, and didn't sound like it hit this out of the middle, did it? It had sort of a hollow sound about it, but boom, shaka again. That's what they need, somebody to take over from where Newton was, and that's gone all the way. Big hit, 6 runs.
Yeah, nice way to bring the 50 up. He moved early to try and turn that into a half volley under his eyes. He got exactly that, and an important 6 runs for the team. And we have a quick look at the scorecard. Well, after the first 5, it was all Jared Newton. But what can this middle and lower order do? I mean, they're going at 10s here, Rico. They'll want that 115 mark, though, won't they?
Yeah, I think so for sure. I think they've seen what's happened, especially in the first 2 matches this morning. Both of those, ironically, the team's batting first, 129. Uppish, but there is a gap there. the man who's doing the sweeping on the offside. Keeps it to 1. I'd like to see maybe just a little bit more hustle from the 2 batters. Just trying to put the pressure on, maybe running that first one really quick and trying to panic the fielder a bit. At the moment, it's all under control, it seems like, for Bjorgovic. Big swing and a miss.
Well, that's the old traditional slog, that one. But yeah, you're right. When you hit it to those boundary riders, you want to be pushing that first one hard, because if there's a fumble, just go.
Yeah.
Get that second run. And we have so many tight games in T10 cricket. All those extra little runs do count.
This one was much lower delivery. Really held it back. Yeah, I'm certainly liking the effort here from Bjorgovic. As you said, they did lose that first match, and they, I suppose, like Brigade, want to come back strong. They want to get the points on the board. And if they can, it's going to be very similar to Group A. All teams on similar points. Net run rate could be really key.
So what I'd like Sam Houghton to do there as well, he's got 4 balls outside off stump and he's worked them all for a single. And that's, I know he's new to the form, that's T20 batting. He's actually got to try and open up a bit and try and get that over cover or splice it through backward point, because you can hit boundaries there as well.
Oh, he's trying to send this one to the moon. Big swing there from Ahmed. Makes no contact, and he's disappointed with himself. He walks away and he's talking to himself.
Yeah, just a poor head position again. The 6 he hit last over, he kept his head down. You're right there, he was looking at the moon.
Well, this time he does nail it, and it goes long again, up the stairs. Watch out, watch out. That's going to the bar. That is after a bit of Victoria. Nice shot. And he misses out on one, but doesn't miss out on that one. And well, there we go. There's the Maximo. But watch out, Maxi. It looks like he's going to get caught on the chin there for a moment. Tie him down, somebody. There he goes. He's doing a bit of a jig.
Well, Vinny was the second best dancer there, that's for sure. But nice shot. And, they keep getting boundaries on the last ball of the over, which is helping them as well. See the bowling figures there. They might have to look for a different first bowler. I'm not too sure they'll bring back Sufyan Salim. That went at 17 in the first, so they might look at someone else. But there's been quite a lot of boundaries off the last ball of an over. And if I'm a Borvico coach, that is something you've got to finish and close your overs well. I think there's been 4 out of 6 overs. The last ball's gone for a boundary.
Yeah, well, there's your coaching side coming out there, Corey. I know that's something that the coaches look carefully at when they're doing the analysis and saying, right, okay, you do well. And yeah, that final delivery lets you down. And he hasn't quite got under this. He just got bad onto ball. But I think he knows the man's pretty deep. It's a pretty safe shot to play, really. Nobody there inside the circle at all on that leg side, apart from the man on the 45, fine leg area.
So how Ahmed hit 2 really good sixes when he held his shape just a little bit longer, and then he's played 2 big misses when he was trying to swing too hard. What's he going to do this time?
And he gets enough on this. Not that far away from the fielder. Wasim Abbas, but there's nothing he can do about this. Once again, it's a little bit of indisciplined bowling. It's in an area where good batters are going to put it away. And that's probably, I reckon, the 4th or the 5th boundary for 4 that we've seen as a result of this type of delivery. Yeah,
you're right. There's been quite a lot of boundaries in that region. So that straight away tells you maybe bowling a little bit short and a little bit straight. Can they correct that line? Try get it outside that 4th or 5th stump channel and bring maybe pointing cover into play to get them a couple of dot balls.
Yeah, it's better line, and that's going to be, I mean, for me, if you can get the ball pitching in that sort of area majority of the time, it's going to be very difficult to put away. And also, it's probably quite easy to set a field to that, right? You're looking at the 3rd man, and the man at point, set the field and say, right, there you go. Well, this one was spicy. Oh, there we go. He's finally got the right line, and that one is one for the over. So just going over the shoulder height there. You're going to bowl short, that's the area to bowl it.
Yeah, if you want to get it right, get it above that shoulder line. And that was a bit short. It's a good ball. That is the one for the over. Can't do that again.
This one was Fuller. So good recovery after that loose one down the leg side. Now let's see if he can finish well. Coming up to the end of this over.
Yeah, it's another good over for Borvica here. They've held them down, but that last ball's crucial. I mean, if this goes for 6, Zagreb just wrestle back that momentum a little bit more.
And Ahmed, well, he does go out to it. He's looking to hit it straight over the top, misses out, and once again looks up to the sky. So despite the one boundary in the over, it's a good finish from Ashraf. So he's done well here, and just going to feel that they're on top. Now this is where we are in Group B at the moment, but plenty more action coming there, Corey.
Yeah, an amazing assortment of teams, all champions in their respective countries. And here for the Champions League cricket, looking forward to seeing Gek, the Corfu side, in Group E there. Also looking forward to Pak Ikea there, and Cluj from Romania next week. We all know about them. And well, Albi Zalmi from Sweden. There's so many good teams in there, but we're currently in Group B and learning a little bit more about Zagreb Soku, who are on their debut in the tournament.
This is up in the air. Good luck. He's gone a long way up. It's been called for and it's been taken. That's good cricket. Goes a long way up in the air, and it needed somebody confident to say, yes, it's mine. And Muhammad Afzal does just that. He stops the other fielders coming in his way and takes a good, comfortable catch.
Yeah, that is a good catch, because we've mentioned a few times how blustery it is. And he steadied himself well. The wind didn't put him off at all. Sam Mountain would be really disappointed with that shot. Didn't look like getting anything out the middle. And he just steadies his feet at the last moment. And a simple catch in the end. And another wicket falls. He'll be disappointed with that, Sam. He's a better player than that. I couldn't really get going in this innings today.
No, he was, I think, a little bit under pressure there. He was going to run a ball before that dismissal. I think in his mind, he already was thinking, I need to get a boundary. But once again, sometimes, if you're not in the zone, if you're not hitting the ball well, it's better not to chew up too many. Have a go, you get out, let somebody else come in. And if the new batter here creams the ball to the boundary a few times, he'll feel that he's made the right call there.
Yeah, MD Shakat, he hits a long ball. He's a bit wild as well, so I dare say he might be trying to take this on straight away.
No, you're right, he does. He's going to get lucky. And the chase is on for the fielders. And, well, how about that for a stop? And I know you're not a fan of the old the footwork, the foot stop, but he's done pretty good there.
Yeah, that was impressive, actually. I thought that was always going to be 4 once it ballooned over his head. And he just got the right foot down. And well, he's very lucky. I can't believe more people don't roll their ankles or break their ankles doing that.
Yeah. I think the advantage may be on this surface. It's really soft, isn't it, underground?
Yep.
You put your foot on the ball sinks a little, whereas on a harder surface, you're absolutely right. You're going to do a bit of injury to yourself. Probably the right shot to play. I think that's what you were talking about earlier, Corey, about trying to get underneath it and get it over those infielders, but doesn't make contact.
I think Borvica throughout this innings have learnt just to keep it away from them and keep it outside off. So they're learning as they go.
Firmly struck. And, well, they need to be looking here, you see. And, well, maybe I'm being a little bit unkind because the striker had to dive to get in. Good bit of cricket, nice pick up. Has the go. He would have probably been better off if he'd gone to the bowler. The bowler was there. Look at the time that he had.
Well, for me, it's always one of those things. The bowler never seems to be going around and backing up at the stumps. I mean, it's an old thing we get taught when we're 6 years old. You've got to do that. So that should have been run out by long. He actually tripped about 3/4 down.
In the air. Where's this going to drop? Is it going to drop safe? Is it going to carry? And it's a good catch. Well, unusual technique. Sort of goes down on his knees to take it. But again, look, anything at the moment that goes high up in the air is not going to be an easy one because of the wind. Well, there's a young man who's really enjoying himself. Well, he's worn out, Maximo. Maximo's gone. But good catch here, Corey, once more.
Really good catch. I mean, credit to Borvica. They had a bad game this morning, but they've come back here with some really good intent in the field. And they're holding on to some skies, which is never easy in these swirly conditions.
No.
So they're doing a good job. And they'll be pretty happy with this because after that first over that went for 17, Well, they've only conceded 50 in the next 7 overs.
Yeah.
Really good bowling.
Good wicket again as well, isn't it? Sohail Ahmed, 21 of 16. You thought that he was the one man who's probably capable of getting that acceleration in towards the end of the innings. It's not to be, so somebody else has got to go out there and hit the ball big.
Yeah, the onus is on someone right at the end here. They need to play a little bit of a cameo. They've got to get to 100 somehow. I mean, they were 17 off the first over. And the wheels have sort of fallen off in this batting innings, and they'll be pretty disappointed, I think. Some sloppy running and some loose shots. Last ball of the 8th.
Oh, and he's done him. That's a beautiful delivery, full straight. And it's timber. And Rasool has just picked up 3 wickets, all 3 in this over, and that's a really good delivery. Look, if that hits the pads, he's on his way anyway. This was full, it was straight. It wasn't the best of shots played there. And, well, unfortunately, Arpit Shahul, he has to go. First ball, golden duck. And, well, it's not a nice sight to look back and see your stumps destroyed.
No, it's never a nice look, and it's never nice when it's your first ball as well. The old nutmeg went straight through his legs, played all round it. And Shukla, well, he's dismissed as well. And we just said the wheels are really falling off, and they have in this batting innings. They came out with such good intent. They've just they've lost wickets at the wrong time, and they've never been able to have the momentum to get themselves up to a big score.
Absolutely right. But take nothing away from Bob Wicker. I think they've bowled really well. I think they've learned quickly. They learned from the mistakes that they made in their first match. And now all of those things, a bit like Brigade, I think, all of those things that the coaches would have picked up on, they've put it right. This is well struck, and this could be going all the way. It does. They're just checking. I think this is 6 runs, and we'll just wait in case my eyes deceive me. You may see it better here in the replays. Giving this a big thump. Come on, umpire, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Is he going to put him in the air? I think he is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, put him in the air. Put him in the air, don't you? Just don't care. Says Guerrero.
Well, they needed an injection of power there, and that's exactly what they got. Nice shot over wide extra cover. Shaka, well, an important boundary to start the 9th. I mean, Rico, they need this over to go big. They need 20 plus at least. And I still think if they get to that 100 mark, they're a bowling side. They're a fielding unit. So if they can get there, game on.
Yeah, I mean, you said that before, that you feel that that's their strength. So, Salim, he's been expensive. And this one is shorter at the body. And it's been, yeah, that's the one for the over. So you can't bowl another short ball. So now, well, the batter knows that the next few deliveries can't be short. So he's sort of given that away a bit early.
Yeah, yes. We try and teach bowlers not to bowl a short ball in the first maybe 2 or 3. Hold on to it for the back.
In the air, another opportunity. They've been good so far. Will they take another? And, well, yeah, it was all hands. No body behind that at all. That's a good grab.
Yeah, it is. We've mentioned the wind a few times. It's blustery out there, but he made that look really easy. And they've caught everything that's gone in the air, Rico. You see him walking down the wicket. He wanted to try hit it as far as he could, but he skies it instead. And another safe catch by the boundary rider. Look at him call out his mate saying, it's mine, and pouch. That's a really good catch, because, I mean, you know that you want to be taking these where you get your balance right. And he's off balance there, but he relies on his judgment, and he's able to literally wrap the fingers around it. A good catch, and another wicket. And just when you thought, well, maybe after that big Maximo that they were going to get towards that 100, another batter goes. Yep, disappointing. It can happen. They seem to lose a wicket every time after they hit a boundary, so their momentum keeps getting stopped. And, well, credit to the Norwegian side. They're playing a pretty good game of T10 cricket here. And Muslim, the new batsman, comes out. He's not ready. He's rushing his helmet on, his gloves on. I think he's a little bit surprised to be batting, Rico.
But look, he's still sorting himself out now. I don't know what the clock is saying, but I mean, an appeal here now, he'd be out, wouldn't he? I reckon he's going to be pretty close to that 90 seconds.
Well, yeah, I haven't seen a timed out before. It would be something interesting.
Look, he's still at it. Go on, I dare you. Shout out appeal.
No, I can't be doing that. You know that. I do like that stuff.
You're the wild one. You do things like that.
No, not today. I've got Mr. Monday sensible hat on.
Oh, you're right, okay.
You know what this will be. I've played in change rooms before. He would have been sitting at the back, and then he's freaked out. There's a wicket, and then he's just lost where all his stuff is and had to run on quickly.
He's still sorting himself out. I don't think he's taken his guard yet.
No time.
Here we go. And, okay, he's taking his time. Is he going to do something sensational? Well, now the bowler's deciding, well, okay, I'm going to take my time. Well, it's Masum. Is Masum going to go boom? He tries. And he misses. And a short delivery there. I think that was close your eyes and have a swing. And I think this one could be another one that's going to go sky up in the air, you know. He sets himself again. Salim. He's recovered well. And another swing and a miss.
Yeah, he's struggling to see through that helmet, it looks like it. This is what happens, though, kids at home. You've got to be ready to come out to bat because he's been late on those 2 balls. He was late getting to the crease. He's not mentally prepared, and it's costing his team at the moment.
And this one, well, looks like that was a wide ball from the way it's played, but I think he's backing away and too far outside the leg stump.
Yep, 73 for 7 after 9. But yeah, Rico, I think he sort of backed away to the leg side and yeah, got away with that one in the end. But I mean, 73 after 9 overs. There were 17 after 1 over. So they've really struggled to get that momentum going throughout the whole innings. And I'm a little bit disappointed, this Zagreb Sokol team, because I said that they're a little bit of my dark horse in Group B, but at the moment they're letting me down.
Well, you did say, though, that they are a bowling outfit. And, well, we saw already from Indo-Bulgaria that if you do bowl well, then you can take the game deep, and that's what they'll be looking to do here. So here we go. It's the last. And come on then, call it. What do you reckon is going to happen here? Are they going to go big? You're going to see the big shots?
Well, Wazil Kamal, he's on strike. He's a big boy. Tell you what, this would frustrate me no end. The batsmen have not been ready, and if I'm a bowler, oh, that would frustrate me so much.
So, Arif to finish, and...
well, what's he doing? I'm sorry. The batsmen, for me, the last few balls have not been mentally ready. They've been messing around with their gear. Yeah. It's the last over, and he just got a ball on his hip, and he's trying to block it for one. Nah, it's not good enough for me.
He's
hit the ball.
Yeah, and also, I think all round, where was the backing up from the non-striker as well? You need every run you can get here. Crucial. Oh, here again. Well, Corey, settle down. I'm going to hold you down.
Yeah, I'm getting angry.
Corey, settle down. Settle down.
Oh, and here we go.
Oh, well, it's a better throw. Would have been in trouble. Once again, the throwing lets them down. But, well, at least they do. Scarper through for a second, so you can try and block another.
I don't even want to talk about what I've seen the last ball, but yeah, it should have been run out, but they do scamper through for the second on the overthrow. But yeah, please tell me he's going to try hit this ball. If he blocks this ball, I might walk away.
Adios.
So thank you very much.
Hasta mañana, Corey.
Look, I understand lower tail enders and lower order don't bat as much, but this isn't pace bowling. This is just no intent. You just got to swing your bat at least get something on it.
Yeah, I agree. And that one, as we've seen already, you do that, gets the top edge, goes over the keeper. It's 4 runs.
Exactly. If your intent is to look for a boundary and you edge it for 4, you're never going to get that for 4 batting that way.
He does have a swing at this one.
There we go. That's okay.
I think the message has got across. Swing the bat or Corey's going to go. And of course, all our lovely people back home do not want Corey to go.
Grouchy Corey, that could be my nickname. Grouchy Coach.
Corey the Grouch. So, coming up to the end of the innings, and to be honest, it's not been a good second half of the innings. We'll look at that in more detail after this ball, and he plays his out to the off.
Sorry, Rico.
Single taken. And,
I didn't know we had 40 overs left. I didn't realise it's a one-day match. Oh, my. Well, it's a learning curve for a lot of people, but they really hopefully learn a lot from this lower order performance and show a bit more intent next game.
Zagreb Sokol certainly not doing themselves any favours here. And, well, little man has a swing, and they're taking time to get the ball in. They do eventually, and that will be the end of the innings, and it's finished really flat. 77 go on the board, and when you look at the halfway point, it was exactly 50, 3 wickets down. So you imagine from there, the second 5 would be the same, but it wasn't. Only 27 runs in those 5 overs. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, really slow finish, but it was nothing but pace at the start. And, well, we were excited to see this man. Jared Newton came out and he showed that he's definitely an adept cricketer and rugby player, we've been told, but he played some glorious shots at the start, and we thought, what are they on for here? But Lazaridis, this was a bigger moment than people realise. He will make a lot of runs this week. He'll be disappointed with that shot.
Yeah, he will, but I think it's one of those, and we certainly saw that last week as well. I think the batters early on, they've got to go out there, they've got to give their team a good start, and if they go, and that was the stumping there. Another bit of disappointment. He went for a 5-ball duck, and at that point, well, apart from Newton, he was the only man that had scored runs. There was none for Lazaridis, and there was also none for Gornell.
Yeah, and the credit to the Borvica, who had a bad match this morning. They fielded really, really well. There were some difficult catches throughout this innings. A lot of skies. We're going to see a couple more come up. And this shows you the wind.
Yeah.
But to their credit, they held on to everything, except for this one in the crowd.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I think the catching was superb, and they were able to take everything. The conditions aren't easy. Well, there you go, young man. He was waiting for it, and he got it. What an arm as well. And this one goes all the way through, and there's Maximo.
Oh, no.
And I'm not quite sure what that dance is called. Well, there you go. You can give it a name on the chat if you want. I don't know what it is, but Corey said it. We know he wasn't the best dancer, but the catching was good. And this also, well, what a stop that is, because I think 9 out of 10 times that's going to the boundary. And they caught everything apart from their caps. That's what the highlights show. This one, well, this was a really good catch. Does well. He's swirling around. He has to get down on the ground to take it. And look, good technique. And the catching certainly has helped. That was the first baller that plays all round this. This one was one that did go all the way from a maximum. We thought at that point, well, maybe, but then the very next ball goes in the air, and another good catch taken.
Yeah, those wickets happening all throughout the innings basically meant that they sucked the life out of the Zagreb Sokol, and they couldn't get up to a score that I think they were looking at probably around that 110 mark. But we'll take a quick look at the scorecard, and, well, Rico, not too pretty.
Not too pretty. Look, you can do the maths. 34, 21. Well, that's majority of the runs. The other batters, the top 2 there, 2 zeros, 2 ducks there, but they also used up an over, if you like. 6 deliveries for those 0, and then towards the end there, well, that just wasn't good enough. But the other thing is there, as you quite said, there was no intent to get those runs. But the bowling, well, there was one expensive over really from Salim, but other than that, it was nice and tidy.
Yeah, and it was Razul at the bottom there, 3 for 12. He'll be really happy with those figures. And if you look at the wickets column where the score is in the partnerships, they just lost wickets every now and then, and they just couldn't get enough energy into setting a good score. But the bowling unit, they can all hold their heads up high after a tough morning. They came back well, and they've held Zagreb Sokol to only 77.
Yeah, Bjorvika, they certainly learned, and they come out here strong. The Norwegian champions, well, they're hoping that they can follow up with the batting, what they did here with the ball. Bowled really well. The fielders supported the bowlers. They took the wickets when it mattered. And, well, Zagreb Sokol, they will not be happy with what they've done so far. But they're not out of it. They know. And as you said, Corey, they are very much probably a stronger bowling outfit than they are with the bat. If they can get a good power play in here, maybe pick up 2-3 wickets, not concede too many runs, then I think this is another one that could be one that goes, it could be a dramatic finish.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, for the neutral viewers out there, I'm sure you want a close match, but you're exactly right. I think you and I always say 3 wickets in the power play, game on. Yep. They need 3.
They certainly do. So there's the summary of this match 4 in Group B. It's not been the best batting performance from Zagreb. They've got 77 on the board, so 78 required for the Norwegian champions. Will they get them or not? Well, join me, Rico Full and Corey Ruckers, as we come back in about 10 minutes time. So see you in a short while. Get yourself a cup of tea. Be right back, because we could have some drama in this one. Hasta luego.
Hello and welcome back to the beautiful Cartama Oval. And that man on your screens, Mark Davies, leading the team out there. Well, he's my favourite cricketer because he is 66 years old. I'll welcome back Rico Full nice and early as well. Rico, let's have a talk about this. 66 years old.
Yeah.
That is a new world record for the oldest participant we have in any event.
Vinny's mentioned him to me before when he was commentating, and he said, you wouldn't believe it, there's somebody who's actually older than John Grimm, a very good friend of mine in Malta. And, that's just absolutely sensational. I know, at my age, I feel the aches and pains, but when you see people like that out there and giving 100% behind the stumps, that's absolutely awesome. So, and that's got, it's got to be, wicket-keeper for sure. Oldest player?
Yeah, he's the oldest we've had. But
the oldest player.
Can you imagine wicket-keeping at 66? When I'm 66, the last thing I'm doing is playing cricket. I'm not playing anymore, actually. But 66, credit to him.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's an amazing moment. It really is. And welcome back to everyone. We just wanted to introduce that. And we're here for the run chase. It's going to be 78 for Balfica to get their first win in the tournament. Looks like Jared Newton's got the new ball. So opening the batting, opening the bowling. And I hope you all enjoy the run chase. Here we go.
Starts with a short one.
Great hands. 66, he's seeing them all.
Yeah, there you go. Safe, no problems.
How many times has he crouched down in his career?
There you go, there's another thing that just keeps going up.
Well, there's a slight appeal, but I don't think so. But yeah, Mark Davies, well, 66. Safe as houses behind the suns. He was 13, that means, when the moon landed.
3 out of 3. And, Unjan is swinging and missing while he needs to just be thinking about getting bat onto ball on that. I'm pretty sure that's what Usman Haider's probably just gone over and said to him, look, just drop your bat on it.
Well, in the previous game, the openers batted for 20 balls together and hit 8 runs. So they need to make sure they don't do the same. They've got to get a bit of bat on ball. You're right, Rico.
Well, this'll do. That's more than a bit. He's still going for power. I thought he was going to just drop the bat on it, but he doesn't. He backs himself here, and that's gone pretty quickly. Fielder does go down. Try and stop it. Cautious to get the, but Joka Lagia.
Yeah, nice shot this time. He got enough bat on it. I thought he was going to drop it as well, but he swung hard and he got the reward, 4 runs. Newton, one of those rare cricketers, bats right-handed, bowls left-handed. I say that every day.
Goes for it again, and this is a nice shot. This is nicely played. Gets his balance right. He knows what he's doing here, and well, after 3 misses, Van Unjan gets 2 boundaries.
Yeah, perfect start now when you're chasing a low total. Just has to find the gap, and this outfield and these boundary sizes always goes away for 4. So how does Newton respond? I mean, for Zagreb Sokol, we said they needed 3 in the power play. That has to happen ASAP.
And
it was a dead ball.
Called here. I think that may have been, there's maybe a little bit of talking happening as the bowler was coming up to bowl.
Okay, yep.
So
it's a good early call from the umpire.
Yeah.
If you say it loud enough.
Yeah, it certainly was, and that's just been communicated through to. There's the signal. I think we saw it first time. That's Nikesh Patel, well handled. Beats him outside the off, so finishes with a dot. Started with 3, then 2 boundaries and then a dot, so a mixed over, but 8 runs on the board. Djokovic, I mean, they're looking to register their first victory here, and positive start. And I know that their captain Usman Haider will certainly want to be out there and lead his team to their first victory and the first points on the board for them.
Yep, absolutely. So can they get their first win? No, they're going to want to. Bowling change. Wazil Kamal. Well, I was a little bit critical of him with the bat, but what I can say about this man with the ball, very talented right arm seamer. Gets the ball to talk and does bowl a heavy ball as well. Looks like he's off a little bit of a shorter run than I remember. But he does have a decent pace about him. Deep mid on, and third man are the two boundary riders. As he just loosens up a little bit more.
Need wickets. And, well, nicely played. Just gets to the pitch of it, guides it down, takes a single, the captain. Nice to see the crowd filling up nicely there in the fan zone. And nice to see Charles out there. Good morning, Charles. Remember, you're watching the BET2BALL European Cricket League. It's the Champions League of cricket. Anything you want any information you want to find? EuropeanCricket.com.
Oh.
The information there. Well, that one, a few oars on the ground, and to my right here from Clory.
Well, I just happened to look at the screen, that ball, for this one, instead of watching it out in the middle, and it's a beautiful shape away and almost got the LBW. It just shaped away late, and he just got his bat on it. Would have been absolutely plumb.
Coming up here, yeah. This time, gets himself in line nicely. Elects just to drop the bat on it rather than try to attempt the big shot. I mean, that shot definitely is on the leg side. There's nobody back on the boundary.
I think they're learning from their game earlier. Honestly, they had so many dot balls from playing and missing.
Yeah.
While Lee and we were a bit critical of them in the commentary box. Maybe they've heard that and just learnt from it.
Nicely played. This is going to be...
Got to get down.
Sort of fielder. It does really well. Good work. And I like the way he feels this because he's also picking the ball up, looking at where the fielders are running. Well, that's a nice look there.
What are your thoughts of the forward hat and the backwards hat?
That's nice. Yeah, I like that. It's almost like he's got the old London policeman's helmet on there, the shape of it, not so much the colour. But yeah, that was a good bit of work. Nicely done.
I do wonder if Wazzle Camel's got a bit of an injury, actually, because the man I saw bowl a few months ago in Croatia, he had a long run up really quick, so he's just coming off a short run, so maybe he's got a slight niggle.
And this time he's been sent back and backing up. That's good. Rightly so. Yeah, I think you're right. I think based on Bjorkvika's first match, I think the coach Wahid and manager Wakas has got the boys together, especially the batting unit, and said, right, okay, what do we do wrong? Where did we lose those runs? And the answer was we didn't run a singles. They're certainly doing it this time. More intent from them. Asking the question, and the umpire's having a big, long think. He's unmoved.
Oh, wow. I gave it out in the commentary box. I thought that might have been out. We'll have a look here. Rico.
Saves him here, if anything.
Good decision.
Bounce. Yeah, going over the stumps.
Yep, good decision from the umpire. Definitely going over. I'm not too sure what I was looking at. But the score after 2 is 13 for none. And no wickets just yet. A few nice shots. Both teams looking for their first victory in this tournament, as you'll see here. Both on 0 points, but it's early start to Group B. And an early win in a tournament always gives you a bit of confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the team that want this more, obviously, is Bjorkvika, because they've already played one already. They want the points on the board. It's a nice looking shot from nothing.
What I like there is Lazaridis. He's a good good captain, master shooter. He's at tight cover. They aren't just going to give easy ones, and I do like that.
Stretching for this one.
Maybe just snuck it inside.
Yeah, that's well bowled. Darts this in, and clearly inside that line.
Well, this is why I love our viewers. One of our viewers has come in. His Wuzzle's recovering from a hernia operation, so that's why he's off the short run.
There you go.
We have the best viewers, don't we?
Thank you very much. Who's ever given us that information? Yeah, we do indeed. Oh, this is goodbye. Oh, it's called a no ball.
Oh no.
And not sure what this is for. But,
It wasn't for the front. Wasn't for the front foot.
The bail's been knocked off.
Oh, the old bail knockoff. Interesting. Well, you wouldn't want that to have been the wind, and you get blamed as the bowler. That's for sure. But it's a free hit.
Yeah, that's a rule that was recently introduced. Used to be a dead ball. And well, he's made it count. That goes all the way. Balle. Well, it was a no ball, and he had the license to go the full Monty, and he does. Seis carreras.
Yeah, that's a real kick in the guts. I mean, he's bowled a really good over, and that slight mistake of knocking the bails off costs you a no ball, but then it costs you the free hit. And he's cashed in, he's hit it for 6. So it's 7 runs off the 1 delivery. And, well, when you're only defending 77, that's the last thing you need to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it was unfortunate, wasn't it? Because he bowled a really good over up until then, going really wide outside the crease, getting the angle in, making it difficult for the right-handers. Well, let's see what he does here now. Can he come back? He goes full, and it's been dug out. They do take a single.
If they can just get a wicket, keep themselves in this. I know Lazaridis is going to bowl maybe his left arm off spin or maybe pace today. Shukat bowls really good seam. Orna Mosman bowls with both arms.
Really?
Yep, we got one of those. Shot.
That's nice.
Shot, Rico, the old traditional cut.
Yeah, that is nice. That's top draw, bit of quality there. And just all about positioning and timing. It's not always about power, is it?
No, it's not. And he just gave a little bit of width, but good batting. And well, Borvika, they've really improved from their game this morning. They were really disappointed, but they've come out well here, and that's a good power play for them.
Yeah, it certainly is. And you just see the comparison here. And you can see that they're going in the right direction, as opposed to Zagreb, who, after a good start, then lost those 2 wickets, and one in the second, one in the third, which sort of decreased their acceleration. And they're going to continue here with Kamal.
Interesting to see here. They're keeping 5 in the ring, even though we're outside the power play, so still trying to be aggressive.
Oh, and this is going to hurt you. It goes for 5 wides, and I don't think there's anything that the keeper, Mark Davis, could do about this. It wasn't a good delivery, and, well, desperate dive, and that's gone pretty quickly past him, so that will hurt.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're 16 or 66, no one's stopping that. And, that's a really poor ball. 5 free runs, these extra runs are really hurting them now.
This time, just played out there to the long on area, get the single, and you can see, I mean, we've said it and we keep going on about it, it's a question of learning from what you don't do right, and well, Borvika certainly seems to have done that here, and this one's a chance. Oh, and you've got to take them when the opportunities are there. It goes down, and well,
yep, that's Niels Gornall there. It's just burst straight through. It went straight to him. Decent catching height, and unfortunately just burst straight through his hands. That's a big opportunity missed. When you're defending 77, you need everything to go your way, but at the moment it's all going Borvika's way. That's a nice cricket shot, Rico. He's manufactured that. Fallen over as he's played the shot, but another boundary. And, well, inventive batting.
Well, the captain, Usman Haider, he plays this, he says, well, I might knock myself down, but I'll get up again, because not only does he play this well, but there you go, he's all over the place, but keeps his eye on the ball, and it goes to the boundary, 4 runs. Not impressed, the bowler.
No, not impressed, but what can you do? I mean, he creates the chance, the ball before. Niels Gornall unfortunately puts it down, and then usually after a dropped catch, batsmen always hit it for 4. It seems like it's always in the air.
They're reshuffling the field slightly here, so fine legs gone pretty wide there on the 45 behind square. Then they've got the man on the other side of the umpire as well, really packing out that side of the field. And then what the batter does, he just drops the bat on this way. It was a fuller delivery, actually. It was a bit of a bluff, I think, from the bowler. Made it look like we were going to bang one in, maybe. But it goes for the fuller ball. Doesn't fall for it, the skipper.
They're in complete control in this run chase.
Ada. Here's the shout. Come on. One more.
Yeah, maybe Lazaridis brings himself on and tries to bowl a bit of spin. He also can bowl left arm quick. Got to try and get a wicket soon. This has gotten away from them pretty quickly. I'm not too sure both opening bowlers should have bowled out together as well. Not both of them, maybe one of them, but not both.
That's last. Can he make it count? And will be a dot. No run there. Still searching for that wicket. 4 overs gone. It goes to 38 without loss. And welcome to you, our global cricket family, wherever you're tuning in from. Full here, along with Corey Ruckers. Corey, I think this match at the moment, you'd have to say that the Norwegians are in control. And yeah, I'm with you there. I think after the power play's over, when you've tried your opening bowlers, try a bit of spin. You know, in these conditions, maybe you've got a nice slow spinner who loops the ball up a bit. You know, wind can get hold of it a bit as well. I think it seems to be popping at this end as well. So yeah, you try something different to try and get that wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen the pitch from this end has a bit more bounce, and usually they say when there's so much bounce, spinners are actually more difficult to get away and hit them straight because it's bouncing so much. So, I mean, Zagreb's got nothing to lose. I don't think we're seeing spin just yet, but why not give something a go? Because this game's going to get away from them pretty soon if they don't try something.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. As we return back to the action, and it's not spin that they're going with. It looks like they're going with MD Shahigat.
Right arm.
Somebody that you mentioned before. You said he was
steady.
Right.
Yeah, right arm medium, right arm medium fast. Steady bowler.
Shahigat goes for a short one, and it looks like he's going to get a call and bowl, and he does. And just hurried into the shot. Now it's not spin to get the wicket. It's a short, quick delivery right at the body. Undone. Well, he wanted to take it on. Goes for it. Goes straight back in the air. They get the breakthrough. Could this be the start of the collapse that they need to happen to win this match?
Yeah, good catch and good way to start your spell. Well, if you're going to bowl a short ball, get it high, and that's exactly what he did. And he gets the first wicket, exactly what they needed at this moment in the game. I mean, Bovka are still in complete control. So you just got to take a couple of wickets here and there and try and take this match as deep as possible. But a good innings. It's been a pretty good opening partnership of 38. Wahid Anjum dismissed for 16 off 12 with 3 boundaries.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's done the right thing this time. I think you mentioned how many balls they chewed up the first time around the openers. Well, they've put that right. They've gone out there. They give their team a nice steady start. And with that rate, it's just over a run a ball.
Well,
so it's a good time for this man to come in now. I know you know all about this chap.
Well, Salim, he batted beautifully this morning, Rico. 50-odd not out in a losing cause. They need to get him ASAP if they want to stay in this game. Really good batsman.
Shot of no. Yeah, I'm not sure where Salim was looking to go there, but I mean, it's the intent, isn't it? That's what you're asking batters to do. Play the ball and look to take off, take a few steps. If it's not on, go back.
What I like here, they've seen how tight point, mid-wicket and cover are. They're really hunting now.
Oh, no. This is another one that's made its way through. I think there's a bit of pad on it. I heard something. So 4 leg byes this time. And with that man, they'd moved him really wide, hadn't they? The man who was at fine. And no protection there at all. And gets a glove to it agonisingly. Mark Davis, the wicketkeeper, 66 years old. Impresionante. 66 años. Qué fuerte. Well, that's why that man's been moved wider for that particular delivery.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of hard luck. I mean, the no ball free hit got hit for 6. They then had the 4 leg byes, the 5 wides. I mean, you take all that off, they're actually bowling okay.
Chance. Oh, well, I say chance. I'm being a bit cruel there. It was up in the air and they had the fielder in. Like you're saying, they're really trying to stop these singles as well as protect the boundaries. But it's quite an attacking field. And that one quite easily could have gone to hand.
Yeah, just evaded that tight mid-wicket. He's just out of your screen there. You can see his shadow but just lobbed over him. They are very tight in the inner ring.
This time it's just flicked away. Take the single, and it looks like that Salim is just trying to see a few deliveries before he starts to play his shot. But you're absolutely right. In the first match, Bovika were playing the Royal Tigers, the team from Hungary. The Hungarian team posted 129 in their 10 overs, and Bovika, well, they fell short by 36 runs. But this man, Sufyan Salim, made 50 not out in 22 deliveries, so he is somebody that, well, you get the feeling that if he spends 3 overs out there, that this match will be over. They need to get him out.
Yep, absolutely. And it looks like the captain's brought himself on. It looks like Lazaridis coming in. Now, I spoke to him before the game. He wasn't sure if he's going to bowl his left arm off spin or his left arm quick, his pace, sorry, in this tournament. Looks like he's going to be coming off the long run. Now, he's a good bowler. He's an impact bowler. And he's probably their spearhead. So he'll probably bowl 2 overs back-to-back here, potentially. He needs to get a couple of wickets. In he comes.
Oh, I think that's going to be too high, and it's been called. So the full toss for Lazaridis.
I gave him the big one before he batted. He got a golden duck, and I've just boomed him up again, and he's bowled a no ball. I give up.
That's the way it goes sometimes, Corey, my mate. Oh dear, yeah, he's out first ball, golden duck, and now bowls the no ball. So free hit, and well, he misses out on it. It was there. It was a nice, juicy, short delivery, and for a man who made 50 not out in his first match, this one, well, it should have been dispatched, and he misses it.
Just shows that any game you play, you have to start again. He's 2 off 6 this time. Batted beautifully in that first game. It's never easy coming out again.
No, it's not. Let's pick up where he left off. Lazaridis, he's deciding that going short is the option. Short outside the off stump. And so far, well, after the no ball, the next 2 deliveries have been short, outside the off, and missed out on. So what's he thinking there, Salim? Is he going to try and give himself a bit of room? Let's wait and see. Lazaridis comes back in again. And single taken.
This game, still just a bit of life in this game. I mean, we can hear Zagreb through the effects, Mike. They're still up and about. There's a bit of energy. They haven't dropped their heads, which is really good to see. Yep. I mean, as a fielding team, you're always saying add 2 wickets on the board. I mean, add 2 wickets, it's 3 for 47 then. You've got to believe. You've got to stay in there. I really like that they're keeping the inner ring fielders tight. A lot of teams still keep them on the ring and they let them the easy singles. They're not letting that happen.
Asking the question, and well, he asked the question and the umpire says yes, you gotta go. So LBW, well, I've said he was electing to go for the shorter delivery, but to his opposite number, the battle of the captains, he gets it full right up there. And let's have a look at that. Well, yeah, I think, well, what do you think? Is that pitching outside the leg stump? Let's have a look once more. What do you reckon? That's
a tough one because he comes so wide at the crease and it didn't swing back in. I feel like it might have pitched outside leg. It's hard. If we slow it down maybe a tad, you can see. But more importantly, it is a big wicket. And Lazaridis, we said,
yeah.
I mean, he was disappointed with the bat. And we'll have another look here. And I think, I don't know. Tell me at home. Tell the YouTube chat can tell us maybe.
Very, very. I mean, I think in terms of impact and when if it's going to go to hit, I would say yes. Where it pitches, tough one. But again, because we're having a look at it a number of times, that tells me it's one that is the umpire's call. The umpire's standing wicket to wicket, makes the call, assesses that the ball does pitch on and going to go on to hit, and the finger goes up. Does have a little think about it.
Maybe because I'm a batsman, that's why I thought it pitched outside leg. Always siding with the batsman.
They've got the breakthrough. And there. Oh, well, this one gets through the keeper, Davis. And it certainly was the effort ball. We heard the grunt up here. And, well, that was a little bit too hot to handle for Mark Davis. And, just gets that one wrong.
Well, good to see Lazaridis, though, put an imprint on this game. Really disappointing with the bat. I know he'll get better. His first ball's a no ball, but since then he's come back beautifully. He's a really big part in this game still. They haven't given up yet. Oh no! Oh no, I think he's dropped him. Oh well, we spoke about the keeper. Was there a bit of glove on this, Rico? Oh, they didn't signal it a wide.
Let's have a look at this. Well, yeah, definitely. And now he's going towards his leg side, and then he sees the the deviation there, but he'll be disappointed. I think Mark Davis, he'll believe that perhaps is one that he should have taken. And what a difference that could have made if they take that wicket there. Remember, you've got 2 new batters in there. And just have a look at the bowling figures there. That's a good one for Lazaridis. Just the 2 runs from him and that 1 wicket. Quite easily could have been 2. So it's not going to be easy here now from Salim. We know he has the ability. He's got to now do what he did in the first match. I hope that Arif can stay there with him. And he's no idea where this is gone. And once more, it's that shorter delivery from Shakikat that got him the wicket of his very first ball. And this one could have been exactly the same.
Really surprised I haven't seen Ahmad Ullah with the ball either. He's down here in front of me at deep third man. He was open the bowling in Croatia while I was there, and I thought there was quite a good bit of pace about the man. Maybe they're saving him for 2 at the end. But right now it's Shakat. He's bowled well so far.
And this one's in the air. Fielder coming in and takes a catch. And well, they set that trap a long time ago, and they were patient and they waited. And the waiting is over. It's in his hands. That's a really good catch. Was dipping on him as well. And that's Arprit Sakula. Well done to him.
Well, game on, I reckon. It's definitely game on. He had to take that catch, and he made really good ground. As he caught it, tumbles with it, keeps those elbows soft off the ground. And another big wicket, and more importantly, another dot ball. They're starting to get a few of them. Borvika, who had a pretty interesting game earlier today, hitting 90-odd, but 1 batsman making 50. Not many of these batsmen are in good form yet.
No, and that batter's still out there, of course, as we see there, Usman Arif. Well, he doesn't score. 3-ball duck for him. So how much pressure is Salim now feeling at the non-strikers end? You just get the feeling now that if Borvika are to win this match and get these 30 runs in the 22 deliveries left, about just over 8 and over, that Salim is the man who's going to have to do it for them.
Well, Ejaz comes to the crease. Just needs to keep scoring. Not get bogged down. It's an adventurous appeal. I tell you what, when you're bowling right arm around the wicket, unless you're bowling it back in, it's pretty much a long shot to get an LBW, and that is pitched miles outside leg.
Yeah, that's not going to be out, and somebody needs to explain that to Shakikat. He can't believe it.
He's excited, but he's bowled brilliantly, hasn't he? I mean, look at his figures, match-changing figures.
Goes through as well, and well taken by Davis.
This is interesting now. I mean, Salim, he's in good form. I mean, he's only on 3 off 9. It sounds crazy I say he's in good form, but he batted so well this morning. That 50 I watched this morning was sensational. While he's there, they'll feel comfortable. If they get Salim out, maybe Zagreb are back ahead.
Yeah, I think they were believing in themselves now. And this is just sort of being chipped up there. Falls close to the square leg umpire, Suleiman Saeed. But no fielder there, they get the single.
Such bad running as well. I mean, they've fumbled that. And if they were running, they could have got 2, but he walked the first. And these are the little things that go a long way. This is a pretty interesting matchup at the moment. I mean, once it starts getting back to that 10s, 10 and over, it's the bowling team feel confident. Lazaridis still has an over left as well.
And beats him, and that is the end of the over. Just had the feeling that was a very important delivery there, because Salim goes on strike. He knows he's only going to just get this one delivery. He needs to be thinking about a boundary to take some of the pressure off. He doesn't do so, so still 49. That's 7 overs that have gone by now, and well, we were saying, weren't we, get the wickets at the right time, and this could end up being a bit of a thriller, and it seems that way. It's going to be a dramatic finish here.
Yeah, well done to Shakat, 2 for 4. I mean, if they go on and win this game, that's almost a man of the match performance. To come on in the middle, his team were dead and buried.
Yeah.
And he's changed it, but here's the man I was surprised didn't take the new ball, Ahmed Ullah. He bowls quick, he's young, he's got a good haircut, that's for sure. He spends a bit of time on his hair. But being a little bit cruel, when he bowled in Croatia, he can be a little bit short sometimes.
Okay.
So, but he's going to bowl 2 overs here in Madigan. Game on.
And this one's work to be done. throws himself at it, does the fielding, but once again, yeah, just have a look at the running there, not running hard, and maybe that's all about Salim probably thinking, right, it's time that he needs to take control, he needs to occupy the crease at that end and try and play a few shots, but at the moment, look, that strike rate is not good. 10 deliveries, 3 runs. This is going to be a wide ball, and he's already, you can see before that delivery is bowled, he's already in shape to play it. That one was banged into the deck, isn't it? Good take there from Davis again, not an easy one down the leg side.
Yeah, that's the only, it's a good bowler. There's a lot to like about a young quick, but it's the only critical thing I want to say is he can be a little bit short. Those last 2 balls were short. Just has to get it on that good length.
50 up.
Or bowl.
Yep. To the ground, and this time a bit better running. And you can see there that well, Zagreb Sokol are quite happy just to allow the singles. They're not throwing anything away here.
Who are you siding on here? I sort of feel like Zagreb's got themselves back ahead in this.
I think they have. From what we're seeing and what we've seen, so the last 3 overs or so, boundaries aren't coming. And it's a nice full delivery. Single taken. Also no urgency in the running from the batters. Not trying to put the pressure on. So I think they're just applying pressure on themselves. They're going to, for me, it's got to be two boundaries that come off this over. If they don't, then I think Zagreb are in control.
Well, yeah, they have to face Lazaridis next as well, you'd imagine, so it's not going to get easier.
There's the big hit in his half turn. This one was there. I think this is what he's been waiting for. He's been waiting for that delivery. All the others have been a little bit too short. He hasn't been able to get him away. This was in the slot, and he misses it.
Well, just to remind you, Salim made 50 not out of 22 earlier today. He was hitting 6s over cover, over point. I was like, wow, who are we watching here? At the moment, he's 4 off 12. Completely contrasting.
This one will be 4, and not the best of deliveries. Short down the leg side. We've seen a lot of that today, Corey. That sort of line, and you're seeing just how easy it is to punish bad bowlings on the leg, and that maybe is what Salim needed. Maybe he needed to find the boundary. Bad ball or not, it's 4 runs, and that will give him the confidence. And I was saying that need 2 boundaries, so that's one of them. Ball to come in the over. Good finish. And a dot ball. It's not going to get any easier. It's really well bowled. This time he goes wide of the crease, angles it in to Salim. He's not able to get bat on it.
Yep, brings an end to the 8th, 57 for 3. And I can't believe I'm going to say this, Rico. Do you have the tingle? Is it the golden ball tingle? I mean, it could be on here.
Golden ball first day of Group B. Remember, we already had one, which was match 17. 2 batters just having a chat. Yeah, match 17 in Group A. What a match that was. It was the unbelievable comeback from Star CC against Helsinki Titans, who looked like they were going to make their way through into the next eliminator. Found themselves eliminated in, well, turned out to be joyous scenes for Star CC winning it.
Here's a really big over. If they can get, they probably want at least 8 or 9 off this.
And this one's going to go all the way. That's 6 of them. And, well, I'm not sure. It was shouted catch it, but Corey's up here. And Wardy's not around, so they're not catching this one. Not that they caught the other day, Corey. Should we talk about that? What happened?
Yeah, no, let's not talk about that. But that was a nice little top edge sort of pull. Just a bit short from Lazaridis. And I mean, Zagreb will look back at this game, and they've bowled a lot of short balls at the body, and they've had a lot of runs fly down to fine leg region, but that went all the way. That 6 all of a sudden swings everything back to Povica.
Yeah. Short again into the body. And looking to give this a big kick afterwards. I think he was worried that it was going to drop onto his stumps.
He'll be disappointed. If he got any bit of bat on that as well, that would have flown away. Yeah, he tried to just... I think he was worried about it rolling onto the stumps, wasn't he? But gets away with it.
Let's read this. Look, in his last over, after the initial short balls, the ones he got pitched up were the ones that caused trouble. Can he get this pitched up? There he goes, Fuller, and this time there is good running. And Salim, well, maybe he knows when he needs to get the acceleration in. Wants to get down to the other end. Charges down there and gets there, so get a leg by.
And we were a bit critical on their running, but there was nothing wrong with that. They snuck through then. Got the single at Niels Gornall at point. Couldn't stop it off. 14 off 9. Game on.
Yeah, he wants the big shot. He's after it. And he nails it. That's gone. And finally gets one out of the middle of the bat. That's big. Gea shaka lagya.
Well, Salim hadn't had the perfect innings just yet, but there was nothing wrong with that. He timed that beautifully. See how still he was at the crease at the point of contact. 2 sixes in this over. Well, it's put the game firmly, you would think, in Borvica's hands. I mean, 8 off 8 with 7 wickets remaining. You should win that 99 times out of 100.
Need the wicket. Slower delivery, clever, and Davis keeps hold of it as well. That goes over him. They would have taken a single.
Good comeback ball. Got the Yorker in that time, the low fully. I mean, if you can get a wicket this ball and bring someone new to the crease, it's never easy to hit your first ball.
Yeah, I think Salim has probably already decided that whatever this is going for the boundary. It's the last ball of this over. And, well, no, he elects to go for the single instead, knowing that will keep him on strike. 71, and we go into the last over. So what do you think, folks? It's going to be 7 required of 6. Have you got the tingle? Could we be going to the golden ball?
I was born with the tingle, Rico. I reckon you could maybe sneak there, but we need a wicket. You need a wicket off one of the first 2 balls to then get that tingle really pulsating. Here it is. Golden ball tiebreaker, and in the event of a tie, the match is decided by a gold ball. Batting team needs 2 or more runs to win, otherwise the fielding team wins. And over the years, out of all the games, it's pretty even, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty even. I mean, it started off with everybody saying, "Oh, it's too easy for the batting side," and then the bowling teams came back with a bang. So here we go, big over this. It is going to be Ula to bowl it. Bowling to Salim.
It's
Good length.
Almost the perfect delivery, Rico.
Yeah.
Really, really good Yorker. You can't ask for much more than that. They needed 8 off 8, but now it's 7 off 5. I still think they need 1 wicket. Golden ball, Rico.
Tingle, tingle. See if that tingle onto the chat. Well, pressure back on is what people are saying.
This ball's big. This is a really, really big ball. You just feel that Salim's going to stand there in his base and try absolutely whack it. Oh, no.
So where's this going to end up? It's going to go to the boundary. It does. And, well, catches a bit of bat along the way. Drags this down onto the ground. And look, well, you can't be hard on Mark Davis there. This has come to him pretty quick. He has actually got something onto it, but just not able to stop it. I just wonder if he was able to take a step to his left there, that get a bit of pad or something on it. So that's 4 of them, and that's fortune. And at the moment, it's gone the way of Borvica.
Well, Salim's yet to be dismissed today, so he's had a pretty good day at the office. A bit of luck there, and a couple more changes. Looks like they're bringing deep extra cover as well.
This will be a wide, goes for the Yorker length delivery, gets it wrong, and well...
I've got one for you, Rico.
Tell me.
This might sound a little bit harsh, but do you remember that last over of Zagreb's batting where they decided to defend the ball? Well, well, well.
You mean the one where I had to hold you back so you didn't walk out?
Well, imagine if they had 8 more runs just from intent.
Exactly.
Or at least tried.
Exactly, as we said, throw the bat at it. Well, we've seen that just here, haven't we? That last boundary.
Yep.
That's what could have happened. It didn't. This is nicely played, and this is going to be a chase on. They'll definitely come back for 2, and that'll be it. And it's a victory. They do take it into the last, and they do it with 3 balls to go. So smiles on the face of the Norwegian champions. Bovika have got the win that they wanted, and well, Zagreb Sochol in their first match. They'll be disappointed with that. Certainly be disappointed with the batting, the way that they weren't able to get more runs on the board. But again, what we have seen today is that teams have learnt from the first outing, and I'm sure that when we see Zagreb Sochol back again, they certainly will have learnt from that. Certainly there'll be a few words that be said to them from their coaching side on how to put more runs on the board. So we have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, and I mean, 77 on the board to start, and Bovika, well, they thought, let's chase this down quite comfortably, and they got off to a pretty good start. There was some decent bowling in between, but that was the first boundary, a free hit, and that really did prove costly, and went all the way for 6, and they played some nice cut shots, and at the start, they didn't lose any wickets, they ran well, and you sort of felt that Bovika were going to run away with quite an easy victory.
Yeah, I mean, both opening batters got themselves to 16 before they departed, and I suppose what they did do is they laid quite a nice foundation for number 3 Salim to come in, who then, well, though he took his time, unlike he did in the first match, he didn't go on to stay there and win the match for his team with 21 of 20 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, there was a couple of wickets this one. 50-50 call for me, but given out, Lazaridis was pretty happy with his work there. And we have another look at fizzed up captain, and he was really pumped up to try and get his team back into the game. And this man really impressed me, Shaka. He ended up with figures of 2 for 4, and 21 off 12. It was what we thought Zagreb were ahead, but this was the over that broke their back, wasn't it?
Yeah, we knew that one over was going to do it, and just timed it just right. And that one there, well, that was unfortunate. That was when we were in the last over, and 4 coming off there early on just meant there was no way back in the match. But you're absolutely right, Corey. Just didn't do themselves any favours with the day batted towards the end of the innings. This is what's coming up next. And,
yeah.
What do you reckon?
Oh, well, the Indo-Bulgarian side impressed me with their pace battery. They had some really good seam bowlers, so maybe they can cause an upset. Zishan Khan was really good earlier this morning. They have to get him out early.
Yeah, look, this is going to be an interesting game. And I think also, don't forget the bowling of Abhishek Tapal. He was in good form, and I've seen him bowl before. Don't forget he was also playing for the Hungarian national team, and he bowled really well. He was really impressive. You've got some good key players in there, but Indo-Bulgarian, they need to come back strong, and I'm sure they will as we have a look at the scorecard there of the Bovika batting lineup.
Well, you don't see that too often, but 4 of the 5 batsmen all contributing. But look at the bottom left. 15 extras. Well, when you're defending 77, that hurts. I know leg byes are sometimes a grey area, but 7 wides in there, 2 no balls, which are then free hits.
Yeah.
That's really cost them, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, and I think you highlighted that in that one over where we had the 5 wides, and you had the no ball in there as well. And that's going to hurt you when you haven't got many runs on the board. If there's one way to lose a match, that's the way to do it. And you have a look at those bowling figures. I mean, there were some good performances where, I mean, you said Shaki Kat, he was the pick of the bowlers, 2 wickets, and he just gave away 4 runs there as well. And I think Newton, he bowled well, didn't have the luck, but now a bowler will say, well, if you don't get the runs on the board for us, what do you expect us to do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the bowling team can keep their head up high there because they tried to defend 77 as good as they called it. Well, for me, I think Razul with the 3 for 12 probably gets the man of the match, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's a good shout. He's done his job there, and it's one that'll do them a lot of good. I mean, Bovika, I mean, after losing the first, they needed to come back strong. They needed to regroup. And what the good thing is like you highlighted, it's what they did bad that they improved on. And by doing that, the openers, I think, you know, like I mentioned, they're both getting 16. They ran well. It's laying that foundation. They laid the foundation. And even though Salim didn't come out blasting and he played out a few dot balls himself. Because that foundation was set, because the openers ran well, it gave them the perfect situation to go on there, steady themselves and get the victory.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all we really ask is when you watch teams, you want to see them learn.
Yeah.
And you want to see them progress. And this morning, Viveka were very disappointing, but they came out there and did all the fundamentals right. They bowled well, they caught really well,
Oh, yeah.
and then they just batted sensibly to get themselves to the total.
Yeah, and well, what do you think? Final words from Zagreb, Sokol. What do they need to do to improve and come back and maybe finish well the next time we see them?
Well, it's their first taste of this T10 cricket at the Champions League level. I think if they look back at the 60 balls that they batted, they targeted maybe 30, and 30 balls they were pretty defensive towards. They were just pushing ones or blocking. So I think the word is intent.
Yeah, look, we're going to see them first up again tomorrow morning against a team that's going to be on a high. Griffin, that's not going to be an easy match for them. And, well, if they don't pick up any points there, they're going to find themselves a little bit behind. But, well, that's to come tomorrow. But, of course, we do have one more match here today in Group B, and that is the Royal Tigers. They're coming back after an impressive win. They're impressed with bat and with ball against the Bulgarian, who, though they did show plenty of grit with the bowling, didn't post too many runs on the board, they know that this is a very important match for them. Get a victory here, then I think all the pressure goes on Zagreb. So join me for that match. It's going to be myself and Vinny Sandhu. Glory, it's time for you to get in the fan zone and, well, maybe you get involved with some of the schools that are here that are enjoying the cricket, and also with, well, plenty of people filling up here now. The wind's starting to die down slightly. A lovely sunny afternoon. I'm sure you're going to enjoy yourself and watch this match. What's your tip? Who do you reckon?
I'm thinking the Tigers will be a little bit too strong, but you got it wrong there, Rico. I won't be with the schools. I'll be in the fan zone ready for a catch. I'm catching one. I'm ready.
Oh, dear. Come on, remind us. How many is it? How many?
0 from 7, but I'm positive.
Positive thinking. Well, there you go. I tell you what, if he does get one, we're all going to go up. Anyway, hope you're enjoying the cricket coming to you from this magnificent setting in the beautiful surroundings of Malaga here. We're in Cartama, the Cartama Oval. This is the BET2BALL European Cricket League, the Champions League of cricket. Join us, as you can see there, in just under 20 minutes time for the final match of Group B on this day. Royal Tigers versus the Bulgarian.
Hello and welcome back to the Costa del Sol. Well, 4 matches finished here on the opening day of Group B, and there's still one to go, and this is one that I've been looking forward to. It's Royal Tigers from Hungary taking on Indo-Bulgarian. Well, these teams had contrasting results, but both showed some promise in their opening fixtures. This will be their second match for the day and the last match of day one. Why don't we go over to Sir Rob Kemming, who has the giant coin for the coin toss. Let's see how he handles the wind.
It's your call. Yeah, okay. Keeper. We would like to bowl first. Okay, thank you.
So the Tigers win the toss and they'll be on the prowl again. This time they're bowling first. Well, I really do think that they impressed me, and particularly 2 of their players stuck out. Zishan Kukikel, we know what he can do, but also the protractor, Abhishek Kedapal, he was outstanding. Mostly with the bat, actually, but then followed up with a couple of wickets as well. Into Bulgarian, well, they unleashed the Bulgarian Express, didn't they? Jamie Batten into this side. I think he'll be a bit of a handful. They'll need some early wickets, I think, in the second half of this game. Also, Chris Webster showed a lot with the bat. And Chris Lakov, I think he had a really good game. I think that he is one guy that needs to stick around, because one thing you'd say about Indo-Bulgarian, maybe they don't bat quite as deep as the Royal Tigers. So why don't we go up to the commentary box for the last game of the day in the beautiful sunshine. It's a beautiful man on a beautiful day, Valentine's Day. My Valentine, Rico Full, as we get ready for the start of match 5 with the news that the Royal Tigers have won the toss. They'll be fielding first.
You're too kind, Mr. Maximo there. The ECN legend himself, Vinny Sandhu, as we see the teams preparing and making the field of play for this, the final match in day 1 of Group B. And the Royal Tigers winning the toss and electing to take the field first. I must admit, a little bit surprised. Thought that they would have liked to go out there and have a bat in the sunshine. Webster and Jamie Batten, they're going to play a big part in this match. I think they've got some quality campaigners there. I'd also like to see Gangdeep maybe have a bowl as well. He's somebody that can always make things happen. A bit of an all-rounder. We've seen him with the bat, but we didn't see him with the ball in their first match. So can the team, the champions from Bulgaria, Indo-Bulgaria, can they come back with a victory? We've seen that happen a couple of times here today already. The Brigade lost their first and came back strong. And well, Jorvika, the Norwegian champions, doing the same in the last match. And Indo-Bulgarian do the same here. The first thing they've got to do is put the runs on the board, and it's going to be Chris Lakov going to be facing the first ball, and along with him is going to be Webster. He was run out, unfortunately, in the first match, and if they can get their understanding right here, and these two maybe the first 5 overs well together, I know they certainly will run together, and Lakov does play each ball to merit. He's got some nice shots. I think that will give them the start they need. There's that example of the running that we expect to see, and then you've got people such as the captain himself, Prakash Mishra, who can come in, and if he comes in and there's already a nice foundation laid, he can certainly score good quick runs. But that's the plan, and let's see if it goes to plan. The man who's trying to change everything is the bowler, Harsh Mandayan. Well, I'm not sure what's going on here, and this time it's Lakov, surprising enough, who doesn't want to take it, and he goes up to the other end, and he's probably saying, Chris got run out in the first match, I'm not getting run out this time. That's an easy single there for me. You've got to take those. And frustration, and that's the snick. It's the first wicket. And Webster has to go. goes for the big hit down the ground. And really good work from Stan Ahuja. Takes the catch. And the team in the brilliant orange get the first wicket. And certainly there was movement there off the ball, movement away. The umpire confident that there was also a little tickle off the bat as well. So Chris Webster goes for a 2-ball duck. And not for the first time today. We've seen a single, should have been taken, turned down, and the very next ball, resulting in a wicket. Take your singles, gentlemen, take your singles. It's not a good start. It's good work again from Stan Ahuja. See, he was absolutely convinced when that went in his gloves. Saheed and the Sheriff, Charles Croucher, are the men in black for this one. First delivery to the new batter. No risk being taken by captain Kash Mishra. He was out playing big slog across the line in the first game, but this is floating right up to him, gets bat onto it, but it's up in the air, and well, luckily for him, it goes over that fielder. And that could have been disaster. You just have to ask the question, just how much of that did the wind catch and help go past the fielder? It is really windy, you could probably hear it, I would imagine, as you're tuning in. It's really blustery. Just have a look at those flags in the background. In the air, shouts to catch it. But, bowler had already been able to gain his balance to get it. So that is the end of the over, and it's not a good one again for Indo-Bulgarian. They have got 3 on the board, but they have lost a wicket, and that's the wicket of Webster. As we welcome back after a little break into the commentators' station, Billy Sandu.
The windproof station.
Yeah.
And we're back. Yeah, nice to be back. And I enjoyed your call with Corey in last game. Geez, a pretty good contest given by Zagreb Sokol on debut. Burovica scraping over the line in the last over. And I like that first over from Marjan as well. He bowls mostly off spinners. He throws in the occasional leg spin. I think that is the one that got Webster. And so we've got the opening combination from the first match for Indo-Bulgarian back together here in match 5. Lakov. He's been good so far with the bat today. I don't think he's had a bit of a lack of the strike. And so, once again, see him moving things along. Mishra. This is where sometimes I think he gets himself into a little bit of trouble, Rico. These balls that kind of middle and off stump, he hits across them. That time he's able to jam down the bat, at least get something on that and keep it out.
Yeah, it's and look, I mean, if he hits it clean, the way this wind is blowing at the moment, it's going to stay hit. But he's got to get his feet into play as well.
This is the direction he has to go because he's got the wind and he's got nobody back, which surprises me slightly. I think one of my players I definitely have would be a fine leg back on the boundary just with this wind. It's the vortex today. Mishra able to get off the mark. And this is a man, Mineshwaran Jayaraman, who bowled first maiden over of Group B. 6 swing and a misses. Join the dots. Nice, yeah, really nice shot by Lakov. And see the class he's got. I think he knows that you don't need to slog to score on this, and especially when you're facing a decent standard of bowling. This is just a classical cover drive for 4.
Yeah, this is the sort of shots that you can expect from Chris when he gets going. He really does play some beautiful, genuine, authentic cricket strokes, and that one works well. That was as good as they get.
Yeah, it's a tough ball to dig out actually. Now he gets something short and wide. Picks out the deep backward point, which is Kai Badelda. Just looking at the lineup for all Tigers. See Akramullah Malik Sada is into the lineup. And yeah, they certainly impressed, didn't they, the Tigers? They were on the prowl. They kind of caught Burovica napping a little bit, didn't they? Just showed their superior experience in the format, about how to kind of set up a total. Good length. Oh, this is really clever batting, though, from Mishra. And this is better from him, although I think he likes this length. And he just leans on this one. And once again, just blows behind the wicket. And the fielder had to go about 10 metres, couldn't get close to it. 4 runs to Indo-Bulgarians.
Yeah, nicely played, and well, it just goes to show there that Prakash Mishra doesn't have to go for the big hit all the time. He just use the pace. That's what he did there, using the pace for Charaman. And guided this way beautifully to the boundary. That's what these two have to do now here after that early wicket. They've got to build on it.
Yeah, 14 for 1. And you can see, it's pretty even, especially if Indo-Bulgarian could somehow win this. Then you'd have 5 different winners from the 5 matches on day 1. And you'd have Zagreb Sokol, who pushed it all the way to the last over. And I think a lot of mail about the Bulgarian Express, Jamie Batten. That's why I think he's added another element to their bowling. Webster as well, probably be important as we head into the final over of the power play, over number 3. And that is shiny cranium of the protractor, Abhishek Ketapal to bowl. Very good start to his tournament this morning with bat and ball. Lakov just chips him off his pads for a single.
Yeah, this is one man who really did impress me in the European Cricket Championship here last September, October. Played for the Hungarian national side and he bowled really well. He was just a wicket-taking machine, wasn't he?
Yeah, a bit of an awkward customer. The way he comes in from an unusual spot. It's going to be weird as a batter to cast your eyes that far right. Well, this one, is this off the glove? I think it is. Oh, that's a real good think about it.
I thought I heard something here as well.
I did, but I mean, the umpire's a bit unsighted with these. We see it from behind, and sometimes it's the best look in this. And look, what I will say is this is what the umpire sees. So he sees it hit something. To be honest, with the benefit of the replay, I think we can tell it's off the gloves. It happens very quickly though. Mishra gets a bit of luck, but maybe won't get another bit of luck. Oh, this one gets a long way across here, Rico. I know with the angle of the protractor. I mean, to me, even with the angle, that's a really good shout.
Good shout.
What do you think?
I don't think our angle, camera angle, is the best one for that. I think it may have been just drifting down.
Straight behind the bowler.
Maybe just drifting.
Straight behind the stumps.
Just drifting.
If you can think of a better camera angle, I'd like to hear about it. Here's the next one.
The one before, though, yeah. And that one, I think if this hits...
If that's your defence of that one, then...
No, you know what I'm trying to say.
I don't.
I just
say...
say...
perfect angle to see.
Maybe the way I should say it is if it's the same height as the umpires.
I think Mishra's lucky there. I mean, but put it this way, an umpire saw his defence. It does come a long way wide of the crease. Well, as wide as you can get. This one bites back. I suppose you're always thinking a ball that hits in line might go down the leg side, but it wasn't really forward. Anyway, Prakash, well, you need a bit of luck, don't you? And if you can get it, you got to cash in. These two have batted together a lot for Indo-Bulgarians in the Bulgarian domestic competition. With veterans, you can see very blowy. It's coming from probably on your screen from behind the bowler from about 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Just jumps a bit. Mishra just deflects it away for 1, and that's the end of the power play. After 3, Indo-Bulgarian are 18 for 1.
Yeah, another very good over there. Just the 3 runs that come off it. Just goes to show how tired he is. And I remember saying this at the ECC as well, Vinny, about Ketapal's bowling. You know he's going to give you 2 overs of that quality as a captain. That makes it really difficult for them to score runs off the other 8. It just goes to show just how special the other overs have to be for the batting side, because Ketapal doesn't give you anything.
No, he's pretty accurate, isn't he?
When you look at that picture there.
Postcard, isn't it?
Yeah, you think it's a lovely day, nice and sunny. You think, what's Vinny and Rico complaining about? I tell
Getting
you
a face blown off, that's why.
It's really bitter.
I mean,
really is. And the other thing is...
Compared to a lot of Europe, though.
Yeah, but the other thing is, of course, while we're inside the commentary station here, of course, we're not getting the sun.
Yeah.
If you're getting some of that sunshine, it will feel completely different.
Just going to make it a comment that I think Ketapal had Mishra out twice that over, but he doesn't get one.
No.
But he does get only 3 runs off his over.
I don't know why you're not.
Everyone's arguing with me today. Is it a Monday thing? Had Corey arguing with me before. It's something about the Tigers game.
Suit.
I can't agree with anyone during the Tigers games. Anyway, let's carry on. And it's going to be Basharat to continue. Swing and a miss. Thing ho is Lakov seems to be getting a minimum of one off every ball. Prakash is still missing out on a few, just chewing up a few dots. That's the reason they've just fallen off front of ball pace here at this stage.
Yeah, the two batters just have a little chat. Lakov is probably saying, Skip, this is what you're doing wrong. Prakash will take no notice.
Free coaching.
Smash this one to the boundary.
Get something on this, around the corner, and this is going to be four. Well, I think this is what he's got to do. He's got to get inside the line of these ones angled in. And this one will really run away quickly in that area of the ground today. With the wind, Prakash gets four.
Yeah, he starts to charge and then he puts the brakes on and thinks, hang on a minute, if I keep going forward, this is gonna hit me rather than me hit it. And he does, and then he swings his round round, gets a swivel in, sends it to the boundary.
Yeah, I think that the wind pushing that ball into the batter a little bit from Basharat. Same again, and same result. Well, how far has this gone? That might have gone all the way. I think it has. Maximo! Mishra heats up after having a couple of brushes with dismissal. This one's brushed away off his shoulders. 6 runs, useful runs for Indo-Bulgarian.
Shaba from the captain. Oh, you know, he leads from the front. That's Prakash Mishra. And after the boundary for 4, follows that up with a 6. So he's starting to open up his shoulders. And I'll tell you this, when he's going, and he's going well, it becomes pretty difficult to bowl at him.
Yeah, when he gets on a run, I mean, he strikes at over 200 in ECS cricket, you know, so I know this is probably another level, but still, very experienced cricketer. It's another one he can turn on. This time he misses out. Lakov, quick to run through for a single. I'd have to say, it's going to sound funny for a guy that's almost, well, has been involved in a run out and almost another one, but I think Lakov, one of the best runners between the wickets that we see, is lightning across the ground, and he seems to make good, quick decisions. The only problem he's had today is sometimes not on the same page with his partner, but yeah, it's an important skill, isn't it, this form of the game. That's right. Tall, gangly customer. We'll get good bounce out of this and we'll enjoy the wind behind his back, I'm sure. Driven on the up. We'll get 1. So, last ball, the over coming up. What sort of a total do you think Indo-Bulgarian, you know, would think they could defend against Royal Tigers? Strong batting lineup.
Yeah, they'll be encouraged with what they did in their first match as a bowling unit. And I think they know that if they can post a 100 on the board, that they've got what it takes to defend that. They'll be looking for more, of course, but I think the minimum they'll set for, if this one's scored a wide, is the 100.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, I think it's a good call. Plenty of the blue line, which is kind of the umpire's zone of discretion, if you like. Got to say, I love these kits every week. It's a bit like Christmas on Monday morning where you get to see the new kits. I know I've seen pictures of them, but I think it looks completely different when you see them on the players. It's absolutely fantastic. Thanks to Nikita Burin. There's been another wide down the leg side. The one thing Basharat needs to be conscious of is the time here, because there's no real urgency getting back to the mark. And of course, when you have to bowl a couple of extra deliveries, that doesn't help either.
Prakash, he'll take the wide, of course he will. Hello to everybody.
Hello, this is us. You know what? We'll be right back to you after this next ball from Basharat. That's all right. It's okay. The guys in production, they're doing a good job.
They just want to see more
Monday.
of you.
It's a Monday after all.
They decided they want to see the back of you as well. That's all right. So a few people want to see the back of you sometimes as this row comes in. But no, look, going back to those kits, I have to say my favourite is I'm loving this orange. I really do like it, and it's quite fitting and it's very clever. I mean, they are the Royal Tigers, and I like the actual, you know, the tiger stripes at the bottom. And the other thing that's quite interesting, there is a bit of wildness about their kit because it's also being sponsored by Grizzly Bear Sports. So yeah, there you go, a bit of
wild tigers.
Animal feel about the Tigers.
On the scarf at the moment. Hello to everyone. Hope you're going well. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Happy Valentine's Day to you. Shout out to your lovely wife, Charlie.
Yeah, to Charlie. Happy Valentine's Day. Doing a great job back at base there in Torrevieja, near Alicante, and also to Sonia. She's at university. So, yeah, it's to both my girls. Happy Valentine's Day, and shout out to everybody out there as well. To our global cricket family, happy Valentine's Day to you all as well.
This one short, wide, and a bit of a task, bit of fancy footwork to stop this one. In the end, Prakash is only going to get through for one. That's unorthodox but effective work from Kai Badelda down there.
He did well to cover the ground there. That was going pretty quickly. Deldar gets there, makes the stop.
Yeah, well, I know that you've given a bit of a Valentine's Day shout out to your wife. I'd also like to say happy Valentine's Day, Charlie, Rico's wife. Don't worry, I'm looking after him. He's looking after me. And so, wishing all of those, you know, lovers and lovers at heart out there, whether you're coupled up or not, I hope you have a happy day.
Well, what, you're being a bit shy. There must be somebody. Come on, you can say Valentine's to your Valentines as well.
Well, I'll tell you who I had a bit of a cricket crush on last week was Alexander Hakouk, the specialist fielder from France. So maybe I'll translate it into French, the language of love. This one, full straight out.
Very close, yeah. I mean, look, this was full and straight, Vinny, and I don't think Prakash Mishra is going to have too many complaints about this. Let's have a look at it again on the replay, but this is well bowled.
Looks guilty, didn't it?
Plump.
Well, I'll tell you what, third time unlucky for Mishra, who had a couple of close shaves. But once again, you see him struggling with that ball. It's full, it's speared in at the middle and off stump. He just comes down with a kind of angled bat, trying to work it away on the leg side. This one beats the bat. And that was about as plumb as they get. And so it's a second wicket down. Still a handy 20 from the captain as he departs at 36 for 2. Good bowling by Zishan Kukikal, who picks up the skipper.
Yeah, well bowled. And that's one thing, look, if you're a young bowler out there, and I know there's plenty of youngsters here, all various number of schools. Today we had the British School of Marbella, or International School of Marbella, I should say. And yeah, when you're learning, we often say, well, just get it full and straight, get the ball in the right areas. That's exactly. Oh dear, he's been done by Gooden here. This is a slower delivery. And look, just as I was saying, you just get the ball in the right areas, pitch it up, get it straight. I mean, the one that he did Mishra with was quick and fast. This one is clever, but the important thing is not only does he take the pace of it, it's a slower delivery. Well, you're going to have to say adios. He's totally outfoxed him with this one. And you have to say, Rohit Dhiman doesn't have a clue. I've got a feeling that's a pair for Rohit. Was that 2 golden ducks?
Yeah, I think it is. It's a king pair, as you say. Yeah. So he's out first ball twice, and he completely does him with that slower ball. Completely bamboozled him. Tough one to get first up. We're not really picking up the ball anyway, out of the hand. But the Bulgarian lose 2 in 2 balls.
That's good bowling.
Yeah, Zishan's on a hat-trick. Will the hat-trick curse be broken? I guess we're about to find out.
Pretty well bowled. And I take that takes a lot of courage, doesn't it? You've just got a wicket, and the very next ball you bowl is the slower one, and right on the money.
Now, this is Abby here, and Abby has been coordinating her eyeshadow with, I'd say my, but today it's our colour. Abby doing a great job, and she makes excellent burgers, as does everyone from Purple Pepper who are doing the catering for us.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We're loving the food. We're loving the eyeshadow work, even though it's a bit one extra step to let you know exactly what colour I'll be wearing the next day, but I don't mind. That's a hat-trick ball. Almost gets there. And well, the hat-trick curse continues in 2022. Zishan, he's a key player. Oh, it does it again.
Delivery once more.
It's the slower ball, the grunted slower ball, oldest trick in the book. As we get to the end of another over, and into Bulgarian, they've lost a bit of momentum, and they've also lost 3 wickets in this first innings so far. 36 for 3 at the halfway point. Yeah, for me, I mean, it's pretty much on as even based on what I've seen so far as just how much I've been impressed by Griffins of Guernsey, it came out this morning and did a number on the Irish, and then Royal Tigers haven't put a foot wrong really either in 1 and a bit performances.
Interesting halfway point, and you can just have a look at how many balls Lakov has faced. He's still there, but he's just not getting the strike, and when he does, he gets a single.
Yeah, Jaiaraman is the man who comes back. He's having a good day as well. Yeah, the issue that Lakov's having is he seems pretty good. If he's not hitting a boundary, then he normally gets off strike, except for that one there. Wait for this one. And see, look, he'll go, he'll get one. Gets there, but the issue is he hasn't had the support to get the strike back.
Yeah.
And he's actually hit some nice shots as well, but you know, talk about batting as a team, and so far it's been a bit hit and miss from his partners, probably mostly miss. And that's the reason he's not getting a lot of the strike. He's faced 11 balls now out of 32 in this innings. Deep Singh, well, this is one that's not called a wide, and this is to do with the umpire being of the opinion that Deep Singh's moved outside the off stump, made a significant movement. Don't know if we can get this one again. So, he certainly did make a movement, but it still missed the line significantly, but that's when it becomes the umpire's discretion. Charles Croucher not helping the Bulgarian with that one. It's probably a fair enough call. Now, Gaggandeep Singh gets off the mark. A little deflection down to third man. Hello, Indo-Bulgarian. Sure, they've been waiting with bated breath for their entrance in Group B. And let's see if they can pull something out of this innings. Nice looking shot as well. Lakov's looked pretty confident with the bat. I think it's a shame that Webster couldn't stick around with him. I think that was probably a good idea to stick Webster in there at top of the order, trying to get something out of the power play, but he's caught behind in the first over to Harshamandian. His change-up leg spinning delivery. So this one is going to test the man at long off. Well, might get two here. Lakov is so quick, you'll never catch him. That's a nice shot by Deep Singh.
Yeah, I mean, some watching. There's to the end of the over. Checking, I think there. No, it's one
short.
Calling that one short. So it's only going to be the one. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people would say, well, Lakov, maybe he's not a T10 batter because of his strike rate here. But I mean, we've seen him in Bulgaria at that beautiful ground in Sofia.
I think
we know he can play his shots really well.
The one short must have been at the other end. That's the end I was looking at. I think sometimes you'll see one umpire will signal to the other and they will signal to the scorers. So I think because the sheriff was signalling, it might have been at his end, but I think actually must have been Lakov. That didn't quite touch his bat correctly. So at the halfway point, it's 40 for 3. So just a single for that last delivery. Just want to give someone a wrap. Come up with a one short, which is a bit of a cardinal sin. I always think if you're going to run all that way, you want to get the credit for the run, don't you? Now we're going to see Harshamandian come back. He bowled the first over. This one, it was a pretty good one. Just the 3 singles and the wicket of Chris Webster. Coming back to bowl over number 7. Goes over the top, finds a gap, inside out from Lakov. We'll pick up a couple. It's just so hard to drive down the ground today, isn't it? I mean, already, you know, you've got a bowler like Mandian who's difficult to get after anyway because the way he varies his pace and he varies the kind of type of spin he puts on the ball. I think I'd be tempted to try and get across and whack it behind square. There's a big gap. It's a risky shot to get across the line, but I feel like it's time for Lakov to take those kind of risks. There's the leggy, and he's hit it straight to the man at point. Well, the Tigers, they are the king of the juggle, and guess who? It's Zishan Kukikau, who's taken 3 juggling catches today, this time looking right into the sun. And in fact, it is a sad end for Lakov, who gets the ball that really he'd fancy to put away, but off the outside half of the bat, Zishan does nothing simply. What he does is he removes Chris Lakov from the situation, 42 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you get lucky. Hay veces que tiene poquito de suerte. Y well, he does get a bit of luck, and Lakov, he doesn't. I think he was probably aware of the fact that he needed to try and accelerate, needed to try and get a few boundaries, and he's trying to go over the top of the infield there. but doesn't get the right ball, doesn't get the pace on the ball that he wanted, and he goes for 16 or 14, and didn't quite get going. Starved of a bit of a strike as well, wasn't he?
And that's the other thing when you're not getting a lot of the strike, is you find it hard to get into your groove because just a longer period of time between facing. So we hit a really nice cover drive early in the piece, but apart from that, Chris can't really get a lot going. I'm sure we'll see him with the ball in the second half. And now we see Irshan Patel, who's taking over the gloves in this match, giving Shavkat Khan a rest behind the stumps. He's 12th man, so Irshan Patel will be the keeper. Left-handed batter. And Mandian, 2 for 5. Good figures from him. He's the only bowler you'd say against Burovica that went double digits, but none of them were extras. And forces Patel to chop down on it. And you know what I would say as well about Mandian, he's the sort of bowler, if you haven't faced him, he's really awkward because you don't really know. You can't put him in a basket because he bowls a bit of everything.
But he's made a change here when he's bowling, hasn't he? I mean, you see here, he just remarked his run up and he's just changing it midway through.
Yeah, well, he can bowl leg spin, he can bowl off spin, he can bowl a good quicker delivery, bowls these kind of mystery kind of nothings that don't really rotate. So it's hard to settle, especially if you're having a look at him for the first time. Now, let's see if Deep Singh can get anything going here. Tries. It's a bit of a windy waft. Doesn't make contact.
He plays this far too early, doesn't he? And, well, they did struggle, didn't they, with the bat in their first match. The Bulgarian only posting 64. And well, they're having the same sort of struggles here.
Santa Hudra back behind the stumps in this match. Indo for Royal Tigers, I should say, as this one gets past the fielder. Zahir Safi, who's in the circle. And the result's 4. It's a nice little deflection, but again, you're seeing that these touch shots going to be really important this week because I think with the way the wind's going, if it stays this way, a lot of boundaries are going to come in that area. That's just a nice little deflection. Prakash likes it. Quite the rocket at us.
There's Prakash there, the captain of Indo-Bulgarian. He's here with his family as well, so hello to his family.
Yeah, of course. 47 for 4 after 7 coming up tomorrow. More Group B action. It's the second day of round robin matches. And look, first thing in the morning, Griffins, they really impressed. They got out of the bed, out of the right side, didn't they? They played Zagreb Sokol and Burovica. Griffins, very winnable matches for them. Although Zagreb Sokol, I liked their competitiveness, and Burovica certainly improved. We'll also see Indo-Bulgarian tomorrow. We'll see them just the once in match 9. But again, big day for Brigade because they play the Royal Tigers in match 7. And that could be a really good contest. Brigade, I think they'll learn a lot from today. They'll be disappointed, even though they did come away with 2 points. Just sneaking over Indo-Bulgarian in the end. Change of bowler now. It's Alexander to bowl and starts with a dot. And I bet the umpire's going to have a word with him here. Just have a look. He runs straight in front of Charles Croucher here. Just have a look. He's round the wicket. You're not going to get a decision. Charles Croucher craning his neck. So, one of those things. Not so much worried about the danger area, more just letting the umpire do his job. Short, pulled away. I think Katsu here. It's a bit of a dicey one. Well, there's nobody home at the bowler's end.
Where's the bowler go?
The lights are on, but nobody's home. Alexander decided he'd rather moonlight as a backup fielder.
I think when Charles Croucher said, you got to stay out of my way.
He took it very literally.
He didn't mean well out of his way. Oh, there you go. He was nowhere to be seen.
A challenge for the fielder out there to hit one stump from 50 metres, but still. Patel back on strike. Patel's another cricketer with roots in the UK. Seen as a new face we've seen in the Bulgarian squad. But you just feel this innings is drifting, isn't it, at the moment? It's been a little while since we've had too many boundaries, and we had the one in the last over that deflection. But apart from that, it's been a good 20 or so Last 20 or so balls, just the one boundary. It's just a long kind of drought. Alexander back over the wicket now to the right-hander. And deflection. That's the protractor down there. Abhishek BET2BALL. I'll be interested as well. Let's see what this target is, if it's 70 or 80. Do they mix up who they open? They're probably still open with Zishan. Maybe it's a chance to give someone like Mark Ahuja a bat. We didn't see batting the first game, former captain, and also he captained Hungary. Mark's a pretty good opener. He's pretty technically correct. Can actually hit it a bit as well, but he's the kind of guy that sometimes gets lost if they just want to send in out-and-out hitters. So he didn't get a bat in the first game. And so I think it's a good opportunity to give Mark a bat, although this one's hurt him.
Ouch. Well, he was posing here to say no run, but it wasn't really. Well, it goes to show he was saying no run.
Shaking it off. I think he's all right.
Just not watching the ball. Just have a look here. He says, no, stay there. And then next thing you know, ouch.
Yeah, ouch. So,
you say, ouch. Well, there you go. Gagandeep Singh.
I think you might have said something slightly worse than that, but luckily the stump microphones might have been turned down that time. Flirts at this one. Hello to a few more people in the chat as we get to the end of the 8th over. The 50's up now for Indo Bulgarian. It's 52 for 4. And Ninja's been in the chat as well as Wazza. Hello Wazza. Hope you're going well. Watching from Melbourne, I assume. So I tell you, it's getting pretty late there. I make it 3:30 in the morning for Wazza. So hope you can sleep in tomorrow.
There's Wolfie in the chat. Hello, Wolfie.
I was going to say, Mars Baiji. Wolfie.
Well, he saw my observation.
He's a very interested party here as well, I'm sure. Hungarian cricketer.
Yeah, he saw my observation there about the bowler moving away from out of the way of the umpire. I think the umpire means when you follow through, not in general.
It's absolutely nowhere. I think almost like he went to another fielder to ask where he should go next.
Isn't that a beautiful view?
I love it. Postcard.
Some people do say, well, what did I call last week's end? The hill end? Oh, well, there you go. That's the hill. Little marquees at the top there, and quite often we've seen a lot of the teams make their way up there to watch the matches once their games are over, and it's a spectacular view.
Fair, there's hills all around though. This is a ball that really should be punished, and I think they'll get 4 here as we see Rudraj Savant coming into the attack, and this is short, and Ishan Patel gets a boundary. Nice shot. He was there to hit, but he still had to finish it. Hit nicely. The main thing is he found the gap, and that's why he gets 4.
Yeah, there haven't been too many Gundy balls today. That one was Gundy, and it has been put away as well. And that's one thing they need. Patel, the left-hander, gets one away.
Wind in from the north, so that's why it's a bit of a chilly breeze. Keep her up to the stumps, down to Ahuja, to Savant. Better ball pitched up. Just get 1 here. I mean, at the moment, at this kind of pace, you think, best case, maybe 70. To get into the 70s, they'll be lucky from here. And you feel like the Tigers, they'll probably come out. They want to make a statement, I imagine.
Isn't it funny that Chile could be hot or cold?
Yeah, chilly.
Yeah, chilly. I tell you what, it's not chilly hot.
Welcome to Wordplay with Rico Full.
We've seen some hot cricket.
That's true.
Weather and Gagandeep, I think they've sussed out his shot. I think that's what he's trying to do all the time, more or less every ball. Look where he's standing here.
That's why he doesn't get the wide, because he's moved across so far.
Good umpiring.
Good keeping as well.
Yep.
Stand Ahuja not to get put off. He's a really good keeper. This time has to jump, slight fumble. Stand Ahuja will be comfortable behind the stumps now. Did see one go straight through his Jake the Pegs on the point boundary earlier today, but didn't cost him too much. Deep Singh just not getting going. I've seen him when he gets going, he's pretty destructive. And once again, another swing and a miss. And this is what happens, I think, you get a bit behind in the game, you start trying harder and harder. At the moment, a lot of balls being missed. Now we're down to 7 balls left in the innings.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see here that just how much the batting is going to rely on the likes of Prakash and lack of top part of the innings, because we've seen here for the second time here today that after they've departed, it's not really too much more in the tank for the Bulgarian, which is surprising. Certainly we're used to seeing them scoring big scores when we've been at the beautiful university ground in Sofia, but it's not happening for them here in Spain, in Cartama.
End of the 9th over, 57 for 4. Hello to everyone else that's tuning in, including Andrew Ainger, who's asking us, where is the Bulgarian Express? Well, he's in the lineup. I think he'll probably come in next. Jamie Batten. For him or Nagy, but I think probably Batten will be the man they'll send in. And they'll need some runs expressed, but they're running out of balls. They're on target for 63. No Bulgarian. And they'll want to improve on the 64 they got before as a minimum. It was against Brigade. And it wasn't enough, although what I would say is they defended that really well. They would have done anything for an extra 20 runs. Bulgarian Express, Jamie Batten, probably likely to see him opening the bowling. That'd be a good battle between him and someone like Zishan early on. So, back to Deep Singh. Swings and misses. Got to be frustrating though.
Yeah.
Nothing worse when you're out there at this stage to just feel like you're chewing up deliveries.
It's more to the same from Deep. That's his 14th delivery. So it's only on 7. And what's frustrating also is they're only 4 wickets down. So you know you just get the feeling alert and run chase when you're trying to put some, runs on.
It's not happening.
Somebody else come out. Let somebody else. Somebody else can go in and face half of those deliveries and hit the boundaries.
That'll do. That's why you keep him in there. I guess every ball he misses is one close to one he hits, and so this time it's a nice little ramp shot. Got a little bit of length there from Akramullah Malikzada, and he's able to put this one away for 4 runs.
Well, he finally plays the different shot, and unlike the last time when he moved really far outside his crease where the bowler follows him, this time it's put right in the zone and he puts it away, and some of the spectators liking that shot.
It's probably a better percentage play. If you get bowled, will be playing that. At least there's a payoff to it. These little wafty cuts aren't really working. Oh, this is miles in the air. Should be caught by Zishan. Will he not juggle it? Well, he's actually caught this one without juggling it. And so Zishan, no matter where they put him today, he seems to be in the hot spot. This is one he had to grapple with the sun. Get a bit of a swirler. It's all smiles for the Tigers. They're toying with their prey at the moment in a Bulgarian 62 for 5.
Interesting way it takes is, I don't know how much we get this on the camera before it takes. He's got one hand up for a long time, stopping the sun getting in his eyes, and then moves it away at the last minute and says, there you go, there you go. That's the way to do it. Good work there from our team, Spring Productions. Haven't they been fantastic?
And no one around to throw it to this time. So it's the end of Gangdeep Singh, goes for 11 off 16. Did hit 2 boundaries, but an issue there, just too many dot balls. I'm sure he'll know that. But he departs the scene. With 2 balls remaining in this innings. Like I say, they scored 64 against Brigade. And actually did a really good job of almost defending it, to be honest, against Brigade's side. They just looked a bit sluggish with the bat. I'm sure they'll learn from today. Just pick apart the video and it'll be an improved unit tomorrow. Got NWRWN saying he can't focus on his work, knowing the Bulgarian Express is going to be charging in for the boys soon. Well, that's the spirit. He'll need to be charged up. 2 to come here. This is Nagy. Just get 1 here. So they go to 63. It's been a kind of weird day of repeating scores, hasn't it? As match 1 and match 2, teams batting first, both scored 129. Probably jinxed it now. Bulgarian made 64 in the opening match that they played, and they're 63 now with the ball to go. I think that's what they're going to end up on again. They might try for a second here. It's kind of lazy cricket, to be honest. And now they're going to get heaps more.
Oh,
they're going to get 6 here. Count them. That's 3. It wasn't a boundary.
I'd like to see it again, though.
No, I think he's all right. We'll check it out. I think it'll be 3. And the funny thing there is actually, I think they should have run for 4, but they were tired, and that's why they didn't run.
See when he pulls this back in, whether he's touching.
I had a good view of it. I think it was all right. Don't know if we'll get it stop here. See here, pulls it back. I don't know if we've got that camera. We've got another angle of that. But to me, it seems like he got it clean.
It was really close, you know. I'd like to see it again
Yeah.
if we have got another angle.
It was close. Here we go. Here we go. Well, we don't see the rope in. I think that's okay. I'm just going to go with what I saw with my eyeballs. And here we go. Here. Gone. I don't think he's touching it there. He's still not touching it. Then he touches it. I think the ball's gone. So I think that'll be 3, although well,
right.
maybe it'll be a bit like Arizona and Georgia. They might want to recount. But I think that's 3 off the last ball. And that takes them above the 64. And of course, I jinxed the repeating scores, didn't I? Because that throw went to nowhere quick. And, well, Bulgaria, I think they'll, again, be a bit disappointed, feel like they're 20-30 short, even with the early wickets. Just a few dot balls just creeping in, but the Royal Tigers, they'll be happy. And it is the Royal Tigers that will come out very shortly. Before that, let's come out and have a look at the Tiger Party. Now, the Tigers want to be kings here in 2022. Mandian, big wicket early. Webster was sent up to do a job, but he was caught behind in the first over. A disappointing start with the bat for him. Showed a bit of promise in the earlier game, but still no big runs. Blackoff played that nice cover drive, but just struggled to find the strike and struggled to find any kind of fluency. Prakash Mishra, he actually stuck around for a quick fire 20. Still probably not the best we've seen him bat. I think a lot of these players are struggling with a bit of rust with the bat, of course, coming off the off-season. Well, there was no bat in that from Prakash. I think he was dead in front for 20. And then how about this one? Well, it was a king pair for Rohit Demand. Terrible start for his tournament. Zishan was happy. He was on a hat-trick. Well, everyone's matching. And we've had a few guests here in the commentary box today, haven't we? That was Abby. And then it was time for the juggler, Zishan. Up to his old tricks again. And he's saying, well, anyone can catch it the normal way. Meanwhile, boundaries were few and far between Rico. Ultimately, I think that last one, well, has been given 7. I don't see how that's possible. And I'll let you take us through the rest of the highlights here. But I see it's been given 7 at the end. All right, I'll leave you to that, Rico Bull.
I told you I'd like to look at it again. No, it's very, very close, but obviously the one thing I will tell you is that the umpires in their zone, they do have the advantage of 1 or 2 other screens, so they must have had a pretty good view of that. But so that's helped the score go up to the 70 for 5. And as we see the scorecard coming up there, and once again, look, it was only Lakov who once again got into the teens but wasn't able to go beyond that. Good spanning there from Prakash Mishra. He did hit that one, lovely 4, and followed up with a big 6 before he was plumb. LBW to Cookie Hill. And, well, Rohit, man, everything going wrong for him today. Another first ball up for him. Gagandeep, it was a long time. He chewed up a lot of deliveries. Now he scored 11. What I will tell you is 8 of those 11 came in 2 shots, 2 boundaries. So that just tells you just how many dots he played, but they're just not clicking with the bat. And well, plenty of bowlers used by the Tigers. 7 in total, 2 wickets for Mandian. I think he bowled really well along with Cookie Hill. Just 3 runs and picked up 2 wickets in that 1 over for him. But look, nobody really went for too many. And it was just that 1 over from Basharat, wasn't it, when he bowled the 4th, where he was a little bit expensive. But once again, you have to say it's a good team performance again from the Tigers. And you just, I don't know, I don't think they'll make too many changes. Now, Vinny, you were suggesting maybe they will. I think they're going to want to go out there and knock off these runs pretty quickly. I think it's a good opportunity for them really to make that net run rate of theirs to look even prettier.
Yeah, so I'm just going to give you a bit of information. It's been scored 7 at the moment. I think at most it can be at 6, because they're coming back for 2 when that throw came in. In fact, probably if you actually checked, I don't even know if they crossed on that second one when the throw came in. So maybe it should be 5, just considering that obviously the referees have considered that it was a boundary at the end, which was a bit inconclusive. So that's another one that I probably think if it's inconclusive, it normally goes to the fielder. So it's gone from 3 to 7. There's some confusion on overthrows sometimes because it's not the amount of runs completed before the ball crosses the boundary, it's the amount of runs that have been crossed for at the point of the throw.
So we'll get back to you on that. At the moment, it stands 70 for 5 in the Bulgarian. Regardless, feel like Royal Tigers won't be too fast. They're going to go out there, and when we return, they will be chasing the target down, hoping to go 2 for 2 here on opening day of Group B. Join us then. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. You're watching ECN, and this is the BET2BALL European Cricket League.
Hello and welcome back for the final time today and day one of Group B matches. And well, we've certainly seen some exciting games. The first two games, plenty of runs scored, but the team batting first, 129. And then we've seen, well, the next two matches where they haven't managed to post too many, and this one seems to be going the same way. The Royal Tigers have got a good grip on this game, restricting the Bulgarian to 69. It was 69 the score, not 70. And, it was, remember, the point of when the ball is being thrown in as the batters were completing the second run. So it's the 2 plus 4. So the correct decision made there. So 6 was what was added on to the score. And it's going to be Zishan Hill to face the first. And Harsh Mandian is the non-striker. And Zishan, he only knows one way to bat, and that's to hit big and hit hard. And it didn't surprise me that he's still going out there. I think the idea is to try and, well, play your normal game and try and win this quickly. It's going to be Baton, the express train. That's going to be coming in first. So the Bulgarian Express to charge in. As,
All aboard.
All aboard.
All aboard.
All aboard. Shows
The
your ticket.
Bulgarian Express.
In.
Well, he needs to grab 3 wickets. And good luck. Here comes Batten. He gets through quick. And this is Ishan Patel behind the stumps to handle that one. Of course, there is a smattering of this UK talent among the Bulgarian side. There's a big connection between Bulgarian cricket and some roots in England as well. That's why we've got Batten in the lineup here. He's there to do a job. That's a good one. And look, the other way they can make this total look a bit bigger, if they don't take wickets immediately, is at least keep it tight. So then you push that run rate from 7 up to kind of 9, 10. You need to have a very good power play to do that. Harsh Mandian out there, so they have stuck with the same opening combination. I thought maybe they'd try someone like a Marka Huja up the top. He's also a kind of ready-made opening option to support Zishan. So he gets through. And the train's left the station, Rico.
Yeah, interesting decision on the field placing here. I mean, Batten, he's quick. He's certainly probably the quickest that we've seen so far in this BET2BALL European Cricket League. And I'm just surprised that they haven't got anybody behind, no third man or fine leg.
Yeah.
They've opted to go for cattle corner and long on. I think that could be a mistake at this pace. If you get a touch on this, it's going to race away. All right, fair dues. The chances of it going straight to the fielder on the boundary is pretty slim, and it's going to go really quickly, but you don't want to be leaking those runs.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, too many to defend. If he's good enough to whack you over mid-on, and so be it. We know Zishan is a very talented batter, but I think for me, it's fine leg and third man back. That deep forward square leg. Just don't see him featuring, if I'm honest. He's batting. This is good over, isn't it? What I really like about him as well, he's bowled a good pace, but he's also kept in that offside channel. He's been really disciplined, and not all bowlers have had that control today in these breezy conditions.
Well, he's joining up the dot so far. Good ball to go. And we're looking at a maiden here.
So I knew the old Arizona recount would find a run. So we went from a 7 to a 6. I'm still not convinced it was a boundary. I'm going to call for a second recount. Last ball of the over. Give me a maiden for Batten, the second one of the day. And ideal start. So now, forget 70 and 10 overs, he needs 70 and 9. Great over from the Bulgarian Express. It's none for none.
Yeah, that's really well bowled. Now, what did they do here now? Would you go for Prakash? Or would you go for somebody else? I mean, I'd be tempted maybe to go for Webster. I think he bowled really well as well. And that looks like what they're doing.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for Chris Webster. He bowled okay earlier. Prakash did bowl a good second over. I mean, it's great over the bat and bowl, but I mean, I think he needs to take wickets. I think in a sense, he's almost going to take a maiden. That's a bit extreme, but the fact that he hasn't taken a wicket is is important because these guys, they can chase down 70 in 7 overs, you can imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. But look, when's the first time you've seen a batter of that caliber, Zishan?
Oh, yeah.
Not touchable.
Yeah, exactly right. Here is Webster, over number 2. And this one will be the first runs of the innings. Harsh Mandian, the captain, just flicks this one dismissively over backward square leg, and it's 4 runs to the Tigers.
Yeah, just straying this line, and that's what you can't afford to do. It certainly takes a lot of the pressure off. First 6 balls, no runs, and then the 7th delivery, it's 4 runs, just straying with the line slightly. Needs to get back on it. Needs to get that ball outside the off stump.
Quick hello to Kushal Mendon in the chat. He's watching with the Czech Republic. He's made a bit of an early call. This is one down to the man. Deep forward square. So a similar kind of field that we had last over. And Kushal thinks early call. Griffins versus Royal Tigers final. Well, a lot of people previous to this week, they'd have Brigade up there in the top 2 probably, but not on today's form. I think they will improve, but you know, it's a quick learning curve, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whereas Griffins just took to it like a duck to water, didn't they, this morning? And Zishan wants some. And, well, he's picked out the man there that I said has no chance of a catch. And, unfortunately, that's Chris Lakov out there. He's put it down. He'll be disappointed. Not easy. He's in the shadows. They're the kind of chances that you're going to have to take, I think, if you're going to stay competitive in this match.
He's one of the best fielders, isn't he? And diving forward, I don't think he really gets hands to it. He'll be disappointed that's gone down. So, opportunity to remove the danger. Zishan, they don't take it.
Oh, this one, just a little sliver on this from Manjian. He says, don't worry, I've got your partner. And he gets his second boundary of the over, moving to 9.
This is nicely played. It's a delicate little shot. He's got full control over it.
Where's the DJ gone? Are they using him as an extra scorer now to count the runs? To find those extra runs? Where's the music? We're running out of money towards the end of the day, clearly. Anyway.
Put some more coins in the counter.
Wake him up. Shot. Manjian gets 4 more. Oh, it was a bit of a teaser for the man at extra cover. Webster, he's not being as tight, unfortunately, as Batten in the first over. And a 3rd boundary in the 2nd over. Now things resuming normal service for the Tigers.
Yeah, look, gets down on one knee. And a beautiful shot. It's a flurry with the offside. 4 more. Nicely played.
Slower ball. Big swing and a miss. Manjian just losing his shape there. Good deception from Webster. This takes us to the end of the 2nd over. And the score is 14 for no loss. So they're right on track now. 0 and 14 of the first 2 overs, but 7 as an average is what they need. I think you've got to go back to him here.
Yeah.
I think you have to. You're going to roll the dice. You know what I like about today as well? 4 different winners in the first 4 matches.
Yeah.
Although it's hard to see Indo-Bulgarian defending this total. If they don't, it means Royal Tigers would start day 1 top of the table. Some mouth-watering clashes coming over the next couple of days. And they are going to go back to the Express, making another stop. This one gets through, and it's a bit too quick as well. Faishan Patel behind the stumps. So tell me this, Rico, you're a bowler. You're a very good bowler back in the day. It was black and white or whatever it was that you played. But my question is, okay, he's got a plan outside the off stump, and it's a good plan, but it's a bit of a defensive plan. He's not attacking the stumps. I think they need to take wickets if they're going to win this game. Do you then start bowling a bit straighter to Zishan?
Yeah, you do.
Gamble.
I think all the other thing is he's hoping that the batter makes a mistake. Because he knows that the likes of somebody like Zishan, he's going to get frustrated. I mean, 8 deliveries he's bowled now. 8 of them to Zishan, and Zishan hasn't got back onto them.
The issue is, I suppose my point is, you know, if you take Batten out of the equation and need 70 and 8 overs, it's less than 9 over, you'd fancy him to do it.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I'm bad, and even if he bowls another maiden here, if the next one goes at 14 again,
exactly,
makes no difference. Maybe he's going to see him trying to hit the stumps with this one.
He does. He's right in front of the stumps here. Maybe the height an issue. I think this one was climbing. And you see, having said that, because he was jumping, I think it looked live a bit higher than it was. Just have a look at this one. Maybe the angle taking it past the leg stumps. A really good shout though, Rico. Could have gone either way.
If I tell you what, You say it could have gone on the either way. Yeah, okay, I get that. But if I'm the bowler there, I want that. I'm saying that's out.
Do you know what that's complicating for the umpire? It's because the batter is jumping and he's moving. Yeah. He's not static, so you don't get a really good look at where it hits him actually. Too fast again from Batten. Yeah, so, I mean, we see it in slow motion. We can kind of zero in on where the ball hits him, what it's doing. But, you know, in real time, you know, when the batter's moving and moving pretty quickly there, intercepting the ball with his pad, it's not an easy call for the umpire, but I think on reflection, a pretty good point. It didn't seem to be going down like side, didn't seem to be going over the top. Batten, can we have a double made it? I've just jinxed it. Maybe. It's about 11 dot balls. And, well, I know there were a few strikes, I'm sure, when you were living in England in the early 80s maybe. I'll tell you what, the Bulgarian Express, all the batters have gone on strike. They're not scoring any runs.
No.
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't seen this for a while. We haven't had this in an ECL.
Wicket dot boundary.
I see a dot. I mean, you don't often see 0 runs conceded. They equal the record. Yes. I think that's, well, it's definitely off pad, I think.
There's no run.
So, 2 maidens for the Bulgarian Express. This one is too high. Nice bit of keeping there. And you have to say, Zishan, who we saw sometimes exposed when the bowling went up a notch in the ECC, he's just hasn't had any answers. 12 dot balls, and that is just, it's missing a couple of teeth. It's like one of those, it's like Cletus from The Simpsons, just the one tooth up the front.
Well, you're not going to see that too often. I mean, that's a tremendous effort from Batten, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. All 12 deliveries, all dots. And it was only Webster that went for a few there, so it's going to be Prakash, the captain, who's going to bowl this one.
So they do anything for 2 extra runs, or 20 extra runs now. As all 14 of these runs came in the second over. Yeah, Zishan Kukikel is one of 13 deliveries, 12 of those dot balls of Jamie Batten. Nice sportsmanship between Prakash Mishra and Zishan Kukikel. Now he's handled the heat, disposes of the helmet.
Power play is over, so just having a look at where the field has moved to here now for Prakash. So 2 men straight. You can see the man mid-wicket playing on the offside, and I was going to say they could have one more out, and they've done just that. So fine leg drops back as well.
Here's Mishra. Makes him reach, gets 1. Yeah, I mean, you can't ask too much more. I think it's the first time I've seen a none for none. I know we've seen a couple of times, I think I've seen a 2 for none. Conrad Greenshields took 2 for none in the night series in Portugal. Right, yeah. Certainly at ECL level, it's the first time we've had a bowler go for 0 off his completed 2 overs. This one's laced, and the fielder's coming around, and he's just going to play it on nicely. And this is something that you don't see very often. Rather than going with the hands, he just offers the shin bone. And talk me through this piece of fielding, Rico.
Well, I tell you what, that is out of no coaching manual. In fact, I think if I were him, I'll be doing the press-ups already on the field of play. That's one way to stop it. He's going to say, it's gagging deep there. He's going to say he didn't see it because of the sun until it got to knee height.
Saw it well enough to volley it perfectly. Tell you what, in the ECL, you see some cricket like you've never seen it before, and that was no exception, especially when you need wickets, really, to try and stay in this match.
Well, I think he did, I suppose. When you look at it, you've got to say he did stop it. Some would say, well, maybe he should have been diving forward to try and take the catch. Full toss, and that's gone a long way. You can't be bowling it there. Not to Zishan, who's obviously more fired up now after having played out 12 deliveries from the opener Batten. Once he gets that one, he puts it away. And ball Ziggy Gandhi, Maria Shaka. Over it goes. Prakash got to get it back here. 2 more deliveries in the over. Goes for the slow delivery, and well, they got him a wicket first time around, and misfield, and they will take the 2. And it's very good running. As soon as he realises that the fielder's not got control of the ball, goes for the second. In the Bulgaria, a team, or a country, I should say, with cricket certainly is on the up.
The block hole. Worked out. Another dot ball. And takes us to the end of the over anyway. It's 4 overs down. Score is 25 for no loss. And I hope that you're enjoying your day with us, no matter where you're watching around the world. We've got the sun coming in now. So let me get over here with you, Rico. There we go.
It's
Well,
Valentine's Day.
it is the cost of dollars.
It's
It is
okay.
Valentine's Day. We're close, not that close. But I like the sun coming in because you can see, we started and the sun was all the way the other side of us. Now here we are. It's a long day of cricket, but it's very exciting. 10 hours of cricket a day on the European Cricket Network, Monday to Friday. Thanks for joining us. If you're new to us as well, I think we've got a few interested viewers, particularly of the Bulgarian Express. So stick with us. We have plenty of cricket. This is only week 2 of 6.
Yep.
30 clubs from around Europe competing to be the champions of European club cricket, the Kings.
Yeah.
And VOC Rotterdam defending the title. We'll see them Group D. And, of course, in Group B, we're trying to find a victor. We'll know by the end of the week who will join Tunbridge Wells from England in that championship week. And what we're seeing here is this week is wide open, I think. And we're going to see a bit of up and down form probably from all the sides. But, I mean, all sides have shown competitiveness so far on opening day. Say anyone's played perfect cricket. I mean, Griffins had a very good morning. We've only seen them once, though. Here's Chris Lakoff, number 5. Big shoes to fill, but that's now 13 dot balls from that end. I know it's the same end, but effectively.
Yeah. One of the things I was saying there, Vinny, I know that you'll touch on this as well, is that the amount of popularity that cricket certainly has got in Bulgaria. We've been there a couple of times. Last time we were there, and we talked about plenty of school children coming here and watching the game. I think last time we were in Bulgaria, it was the same there. A lot of kids interested in the game. This is nicely punched away.
We had some good crowds in Bulgaria, didn't we?
Yeah, we
and
did.
The kids, they were really enthusiastic. We were at that multi-sport complex and a lot of cheering.
Yeah, also the other thing there is, and you can see it's working because kids have been introduced to the sport. I know that Chris Lakov, who's the manager of the Bulgarian team here, he's got his own team there, and his team is primarily made off of from Bulgarian nationals that play in that side, and that's one thing that's happening a lot in Bulgaria, in Romania as well. European cricket on the up.
Yeah, exactly. Goes after this, finds a gap, doesn't really time it. Will they go for 2 here? Ishan thinks about it, thinks better of it. Nice bit of fielding there. So, yeah, it's been an interesting day, hasn't it? A bit more low scoring than I might have expected, but I often do find the first day bats are a bit rusty. Out. Absolutely out. It's hit him in front of middle and off, and Lakov gets the wicket, and he continues the good work of the Bulgarian Express. Well, maybe Lakov's the conductor. He comes on, and he makes sure that the batter gets on board because he's got to go. Important wicket. Margin goes for 16, and it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, he puts that leg right out in front, and then he's trying to work this straight delivery down leg side. It's not going to happen. And finally, a little bit of joy, a little bit of luck for Lakov. He's not had the best. He had that, had his woes with the batting and then the drop catch, the slight misfield as well. But with the ball, he's getting the ball in the right places, and he's making the batters make that mistake. And Mandian, he goes for 16. They've broken that opening partnership.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'd love to make more there, Harsh, but what you would say is he kind of lifted Zishan up when he was down. He got runs off that second over, got 3 boundaries, just kind of got them moving. Otherwise, you worry about where this innings would be. Well, bowled Lakov, though. I think he deserves that. He bowled well without luck, I think, in the last game. As a cricketer gives his all. That's what it's all about. I mean, all of these clubs come from different levels of cricket domestically, let's be honest. And it's a great and unique platform for them to test their best against the other best clubs in Europe. And so this will be Zahir Safi Mohammed to come to the crease. And we saw strike a memorable half-century against the Netherlands 11 back in the ECC when playing for Hungary. This time he just knocks it away into the offside for 1. But really what we'd say today is every team's had their bright spots. I mean, we've seen 6 teams, all 6 teams on day 1. Okay, it looks like you might have a couple of teams without points at the end of the day, but certainly wouldn't say they've been easy beats. Goes for this, and how much has he got? Well, he's got plenty. Maximo! Zishan finally is able to get on top of one in the odd overs. That 6 finishes the first half of the innings. The score is 34-1.
Yeah, nice shot. He waits for this inside his crease. And not really any real foot movement, just waits for it. And well, gives it a good clobber, good strike, good hit. And it stays hit. 6 runs. Start to see the shadows now coming across the ground. It's going to cause problems.
Yeah, well, we've got sunset tonight. It's about 45 minutes. And I've noticed this, and especially when Gibraltar just down the road, it does seem to go down at supersonic speed. So we're finishing this game around about, scheduled to finish about 15 minutes before sunset. I mean, regardless, I think you just got to keep plugging along. You saw with Star CC last week from Luxembourg, you know, they really didn't have any luck over the first 3 days, but then kind of found their groove. But then they made it pretty difficult for themselves. But the good thing about this format is that everyone does make it through to Super Thursday. It just depends how easy or difficult it is there to kind of give yourself a realistic chance of winning the week. This ball blocked back, and here's a man that I bet he'd love to make something happen. Right, Demand. Got 2 first ballers today. Now, he's got the ball in his hand. Pretty well bowled, full, straight. I think what they've missed here is bat and bowled. I mean, it's about as well as you can, but he didn't take a wicket. That's the thing. He didn't take a wicket, and now you've got Zishan and the number 3 at the crease. You just feel like it's a matter of time till they pick off these runs. But having said that, right now, they're pretty much at the rate required, even with those 2 maidens. Oh, big swing from Zishan. Doesn't make any contact.
Wicketkeeper, Ishan Patel, breathing down his neck. You do just feel, go back to it after this delivery.
That's really good keeping down leg side. Oh, now they're going to go. Well, long throw. Well, does he have the ball here? That's the question for me.
Well, this was a very late call, and he was late going. He needed to say no here.
Issue here for me. I mean, it looks like if we can wind that back, does he? Yeah, I think it's out. Yeah. I mean, he's got the ball, and
I think we need to go just back a little bit more to see.
Yeah, they're on. He gets it. Yeah. It's really quick hands, actually. To be fair, really quick hands from Rohit Daman, and it's going to be a wide and run out. So it's just not what I was expecting. And this is the way Zishan's going to go. It was kind of off the back foot. It was a really good throw. You see here, does well to block it. And then Zahir Safi wants to strike. But look at that. It's just an off-balance throw from Ishan Patel. And he's gone by the barest of margins. Great work from the 3rd officials. And in the end, Zishan goes in unlikely circumstances. The first wicket falls. Second wicket, pardon me. Score is 36 for 2.
Yeah, he'd be very disappointed with that. I mean, nobody wants to give their wicket away. And he's probably thinking to himself, well, why didn't I just say no? I mean, I think what that is, he knows he's not his call. So he eventually does listen to the call and he goes.
He trusts his partner. Look, if he sends Zahir Safi back, Zahir Safi's a dead duck. He'll be run out by half the pitch. So I think he knows he's got a chance. But it's just a perfect throw off balance. Look, one hop to the bowler who takes it in one motion, takes the stumps. You can't take the balls any quicker than that. Really good work by Daman. This next one is going to be 6. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh, it would have been 2 in 2. As Zahir Safi wanted the strike, it cost him Zishan, but now it's cost Indo-Bulgarian 6. And that one, well, that's the Express. And he just mistimed his jump a bit there, didn't he? Maybe didn't have to jump, but disappointing. If that gets taken, becomes a very interesting match. Not that it's not already. This is straight down the ground. Should just be 1. Let's bring Stan Ahuja on strike, who's coming out at number 4. Great camera work, as mentioned by Luke Belgium. Yeah, give that cameraman a raise on that camera. He's doing a good job. Chipped away by Stan Ahuja. The tailor. Call him the tailor. Because he's a tailor by trade. And he provide some wonderful articles, just like the suit I'm wearing today. Anyway, does take us to the end of the 6th over. Is the game still alive? Runs above balls. It's 44 for 2 after 6.
It goes back to the first match that Indo-Bulgarian played, and you just feel that if they can manufacture those 20 extra runs from somewhere, then they've got the bowling attack. We've seen that already, and especially with the likes, the way that Jamie Batten is bowling at the moment there. A nice over there from Demand. Even though that ball went for 6, only 10 coming from it. They're good enough to contain sides, but they need to find a way to get those runs on the board. And well, this is a man we didn't see in the first match. It's going to be Deep Singh to have a ball.
He had a very good final, didn't he, for Indo-Bulgaria in the ECS last year. It's a long chase. Jeez, we've seen some football skills. This is one time that I don't mind it. Maybe not on the volleys, but that's a good bit of fielding. Save the boundary, but does cost him 2 runs.
Yeah, Singh, he's works hard. He had his troubles out there with the bat, just couldn't get going quick as he would like to. Wouldn't he love to pick up a few wickets here and just apply a little bit more extra pressure on the Royal Tigers?
He's a big game player. Deep Singh. Slow ball. Clever bowling. Ahuja happy to pat it back. I suppose that's what you can do. That's the difference between chasing a run a ball and chasing 2 runs the ball. At this stage of the game, you don't feel like you can give up that dot. You're probably taking a chance to a delivery. You're not that comfortable where you might have been beaten in kind of pace, or I call it flight there. But Ahuja has the luxury of just patting that one back, waiting for another one from Deep Singh. He goes after this one though. No contact.
Well, he thought he used up the luxury you were talking about. This one he goes for it. Was not really there for that shot there at all. And of course, the way this situation is, they don't need to be going for these big shots. Taking a sit, they can do it in singles. They have to be smart. I mean, this was something that we were saying in that match. Helsinki Titans versus Star. The Titans just needed to be smart, and they weren't.
Another slow ball, or deep. Quite quick to run onto it. I know we've got a few viewers, especially in here for these Indo-Bulgarian games. I just want to say a very big hello to you, and thank you for your wonderful comments. And we'll work on it. There's quite a few people that want to hear something from the Bulgarian Express, but never mind. We might get Rico onto that. Maybe stay tuned to our social media at European Cricket, or perhaps once he's settled in a bit, we could have a chat to him. Cracked away, picked out the fielder though. This time, Demand using the hands method. Just a single.
Interesting now. I mean, who would you use next? Would you go back to Webster, though he was expensive in his second over, but different batters out there now. And, would Prakash come back?
Probably worth a try, maybe with Webster. Oh, edge, and this is probably going to go for 4. It's a long chase, and it's not going to get caught by Kulkarni. Well, that's the issue as well with trying to defend a score in the 60s. You get these little bits against you, and they're so costly. 4 more runs to the Tigers. Yeah, no chance for the keeper up to the stumps there. That's the end of 7 overs. And the score's 51 for 2. 50's up now for the Tigers, who we'll see again tomorrow. That's going to be a cracker of a match. It's number 7, the second match tomorrow, Royal Tigers versus Brigade. You don't want to miss that one. Griffins as well. We'll see them early in the piece. Matches 1 and 3. They'll be done by lunchtime.
Yep.
And, yeah, I mean, they really impressed this morning. Let's see if they can keep those standards high. Here's Demand. As this one's launched high. Well, it's a catching opportunity for Lakov, and he takes it. And a really nice catch. We spilled one early. It was a tough one, but he's normally a really reliable fielder. This was just launched into the stratosphere. And when it came down, it fell safely into the hands of Chris Lakov. So that's good reward for Indo-Bulgarian, building the pressure. And the Tigers now 51 for 3.
Yeah, he just was looking for the big shot. I think that sometimes happens when you see that. All right, we saw the edge go for the boundary, and Lakov, you can see how determined he was to make sure that this one stuck. I mean, he's a very good fielder. We've seen him take tremendous catches, and just not been his day so far. Well, maybe that will change it. Stan Hulja, he goes.
Yeah, so they decided to go back to Demand for this over. Went for 10 in this first. Nice sharp bit of run out of fielding off his own ball and to achieve the run out off the wide. Yes, I don't know about bringing back now. I suppose it's all about just trying to stay in the game. Someone that can try and produce that kind of 6 or less over, which at least puts some sort of pressure. Like I say, anytime the runs required is above the balls, I feel you're just a couple of balls or a wicket away from being back in the match. But this is not going to be easy because here's the protractor. Abhishek Ketapal's all angles. He's in good form earlier. Well, some hesitation. They will get one here. And certainly Ketapal really impressed with the bat and the ball before, didn't he, early on day one.
Yeah, they'll just be feeding, I think, the Bulgarian. One more wicket. Just one more wicket.
He goes for it. He's into the wind, but doesn't matter. Has enough. It's Safi. We've seen him be powerful before on this ground. Been representing the Hungarian national team. He scored 57 off 22 balls against a very powerful and highly skilled Netherlands 11. But this time, Zahir Safi is wearing the orange and he's dishing out the Maximos. 6 runs, which takes the Tigers close to that target.
Yeah, this is a nice shot, confident shot, just when the pressure's been applied.
He wants more this time. Oh, has he found the fielder? Oh, I think he might have. Has he put that down? I think he's just dropped it at the last minute. Well, let's have a look.
Yeah, the reaction is it has gone down. Let's have a look.
Yeah, I think he holds it, and then when he hits the ground, look, it just pops out. He actually holds it between his arm and his body, and his kind of forearm and his tricep for, you know, a good second. I'll tell Corey that's out. He held it long enough. Let's flick the pad, I think. I think this might be a leg bite. Wait for the call from the sheriff, Charles Croucher.
Superb effort that was from
how lucky.
Webster.
I mean, it literally
so
pops
unlucky.
out. It lodges between his forearm and his body, and then just pops out. There's nothing you could do about that. You can put this one down for 6 more. This one's just in the slot, and Demand, unfortunately, he's not going to keep the Tigers out for too long at the moment. Maximo! And with that, only 5 required. That's a really powerful strike, wasn't it, by Zahir Safi, who moves to 20. 26 after that, 26 off only 9. Been a good knock from him. It's the end of the over, though. 12 balls remaining in this one after 8. It's 66 for 3. Only 4 runs now required for victory.
Yeah, it's a game of tight margins, isn't it? You get a couple of good overs in, you take a few wickets, everything changes, and then all of a sudden, when you think you're getting back into the game, well, 2 big hits, a little bit of luck on your side, and, well, you're just a few runs away from your second victory in the day.
4 to win now. This won't be 4. Just be 1. Here's the thing, though. In the Bulgarian, they've defended their totals really well, but they've only made totals in the 60s both times.
Yep.
So they need runs, and they need some fast.
Yeah.
And that's one man, which I'm sure they'd love to click. But I think Lakov's normally the kind of player they can bat around. You know, he's the kind of player that will rotate the strike, but they haven't had enough from their so-called out-and-out hitters today to get something competitive on the board. We're going to run here. So this is Deep Singh coming back. And that's something they'll go back and they'll look about how they might be able to go about it. If the wind is as it is today, you know, they'll probably make certain plans. They'll probably have a chat about that. If the wind is coming from the north, right behind the bowler again tomorrow. I mean, they have fought these games out. They've never dropped their head. It certainly hasn't been a walkover. They pushed this one to the 9th over. Can't see it going to the 10th. We're just taking a moment just to confirm exactly how many are needed. And there's the Sheriff and Solomon Saeed out there. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And I just want to say a very warm welcome once again, as we're almost finished on day 1 to you guys. And thanks for joining us. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. A lot of people, the ECL is how they find out about ECN. But actually, we did 1,200 plus matches last year. An exciting milestone coming up on Wednesday. We have our 2,000th broadcast match on European Cricket Network, starting in 2019, actually. So it's exciting times. It's great to be involved at this time, isn't it?
It's absolutely amazing, you know. We were talking about in Bulgaria, Sofia, when we were there, and how there was so much interest about the sport, ranging from the very young coming in and getting getting into the game. We've seen that here in Spain as well. But everywhere we've been, and I think it's so refreshing, isn't it, that after the ECL 19 and we started doing the European Cricket Series as we travelled around, how it's grown from that, and how from that we've had the ECC, the European Cricket Championship, which of course was like the Euros.
Yeah, of course.
Of football.
Very exciting.
The Euros of cricket.
Yep.
And now we've got the Champions League of cricket. It's just fantastic, and it's all happening in Europe. And what I like about it now is, whereas maybe 2 years or 3 years ago, when you're talking about cricket in Europe, a lot of people used to say cricket in Europe. Now people are saying, "Oh yeah, I've seen cricket in Europe."
Yeah.
And with some of those things, like of course the things with Abdul, and of course the Chris Williams with the old phone calling thing, it's just getting better and better all the time. And of course,
well, I'm going to find out what's going on, Rico.
Okay, you
because
find out.
I'm going to have to make a call. So, hold on, I have to dial the numbers first. There's my shoes today. You don't get to see them. Hello. Yep.
Oh, hang on.
Okay. No, I just found.
Mine's
How
ringing
many
as well.
games tomorrow?
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
There's.
Happy Valentine's Day to you as well.
Oh yeah, happy Valentine's Day.
Valentine's
Hope
Day.
you're going well.
Yeah. I'm just working at the
Do this
moment.
with my shoe, not with your shoe. But yeah, so 5 games tomorrow. Got you. Starting when? 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 1:30 p.m. in India. Oh yeah. And can you put those fixtures up now for tomorrow? See, look, I'll tell you this is connected. This will work. Look, can we see the fixtures for tomorrow, please? Hello? Hello? Oh, there we go. It works. So tomorrow we'll get matches 6 through 10. Let's have a look at this. And team they're competing for the top places for based on what we've seen today from the Tigers. Brigade will see their best, but they do have 2 points to their name. And Brigade we'll see later in the day, match 10 against Burovica. We're doing our best to try and let the sun go down before this one finishes.
Well, there's Mario there. Now look, come on. Doesn't he look like Mario? That Super Mario there.
Handsome man, Chris Lakoff. The conductor, they're calling him.
Well, our men in black, they're pretty handsome there as well. There's old Suleiman there, the Italian stallion. And Charles Croucher as well. And, doing a fantastic job. Shout out to the umpires as well.
Yeah.
Our men in black, we're gifted really, led by Sir Rob Kemin, of course. Suleiman Saeed, Nilkesh Patel, Charles Croucher, Harrison Ward, we haven't seen him today. And Nan Sherman, look, while we've got this small break, let's big a big shout out to the Blue Army as well. And Sam Williams, Barry Eaton, Meda Daub, Carly Leonard, Miguel Stoneman, Sharad, James Cantor, Diana Oros, taking some fantastic photographs. Charlotte Jones, Daniel Weston, Roger Finer, and also mentioned Christopher there, and Nick as well. A great team, and they're doing wonderful work. Well done, everybody. And it looks like we're getting ready, whatever the small delay was.
I think it's 4 to win. Again, it's going to be an Arizona recount, Florida recount.
My phone's on vibrate now.
It is. There's a fly in your shoe. Anyway, 4 to win. And this won't be 4. It'll just be 1. And so, here we go. Only 3 to win now. Charles Croucher is recently engaged to Jana in the Czech Republic, just over the winter. That's what happens in the winter in Europe. People get a bit bored, start doing crazy things. But congratulations to them. That's the sheriff.
People must get bored. Must be an umpire thing.
Well, I know Sully. I know that Sully is single and looking. So if there's any of you out there, let's get a close-up of Sully if this ball goes. Oh, no ball. There we go. Get a close-up of that man that just called that no ball. That's Suleiman Saeed. Here we go. Are we doing a bit of a kind of dating surface? Go on, Richard's on camera 4. Can we get... There we go. There's umpire Suleiman Saeed. He's single. Lovely man. Good decision maker. Calm under pressure. I think that's... he won't mind me doing that. Well, this is in the air. And where's this landing? I think it's going to be in the gap. I think this will be it now, because that one will break the tie on the free hit. So, in the end, they push it to the 9th, but the Tigers, they're going to do it with 8 balls to spare. Again, Indo-Bulgarian made them work, but a bit like some of the baby boomers, they were stuck in the 60s, and they just couldn't get out of it. And well done to Royal Tigers. They go 2 for 2. They go top of the table after day 1.
dream start for them. They love this format of the game. Shows you how far cricket in Hungary has come as well. They've been pushed in the last couple of years. They're all Tigers, and they have set the standard here on day one. I think Griffins as well, they were the story for me from Guernsey with their big win, the first match of the day. They do have a match in hand. And they're Bulgarian, credit to them as well. They fought it out. They knew they didn't have enough runs on the board twice, but we loved watching the Bulgarian Express and some of their new faces we hadn't seen, like Chris Webster and Patel behind the stumps. And the conductor, Chris Lakov, as well, as we see the Tigers then to go back to their caves. And there we go, umpire Solomon Seed and the Sheriff Charles Croucher, and that was one that Lakov dropped that they could have dealt with. We probably don't have time for all 12 dot balls from the Bulgaria Express. Webster kept it very quiet, but ultimately the issue, once again for Indo-Bulgaria, they just didn't quite have a competitive score on the board here in match 5.
Yeah, just not enough runs on the board, and that's something that they've got to go and work on. And they have got time to do that. Look, remember this is in the round robin stages. It's no all 6 teams. We will see them again, but it depends where in the table. The top 3, remember, will make it through to Friday's final. Bottom 3, well, they're going to have those elimination games, and that's what they're trying to avoid. But as long as they improve with each game and with Indo-Bulgarian, that means putting the runs on the board. Anything's possible. Well, this was so unfortunate, and look at that. Count how many seconds he had it in his hands or in his arm. But the question is, you've got to have the ball under control, and it does pop out.
Well, let's just say the Tigers weren't toothless today. And where do we...
There we go.
There we
Vinny,
go.
it's yours. Pick up your phone.
Yeah, it was Wahid Abdul. He says hello. It was a long-distance call. So I had to try and call him back because he doesn't want to pay for the charges. But anyway, when it comes down to it, this is what we've got tomorrow. I know a lot of people want to hear from the Bulgaria Express. Give us a bit of time on that. But make sure you do tune in for tomorrow. We still have 2 more days of the round robin, then a Super Thursday Finals Friday to come in Group B. Week 2 of 6 here in Malaga for the ECL 22, starting at 8 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe. It's 1:30 p.m. tomorrow. And look, even if you're following a particular team, perhaps in the Bulgarian, why don't you tune in a bit earlier? Because I think Griffins, they could be a team to watch, and they have matches 6 and 8. And then the Tigers Brigade, that for me is a really important fixture just to see the pecking order in this Group B. So that should be another very exciting day of cricket as we have a look at the scorecard. Chasing 70 for victory. It was top 3 that did the work. Zishan, despite 12 dot balls. And got to be concerned about that for all Tigers. But still, you take that out, he got 17 off 8. But he was eventually run out off a wide. Manjian was important early just to get them going. Zahir Safi, he loves this ground, 27 off 10 for him. Finished with a bit of a bang. And the protractor came and helped him out with it at the end. And again, pretty disciplined bowling. Only 1 no ball and a wide. 1 was for overstepping just at the end. So they achieved the runs with 8 balls to spare. And well, you don't often see a bowling analysis like this, Rico.
No, not too often. I mean, Jamin Batten, what a great bit of bowling for him. And well, the name's Batten, but they couldn't get a baton on it. It's absolutely fantastic. Good pace. And it's just about the control as well. It wasn't just a case of running and chucking down. He really bowled well. On the wickets, well, Lakov, he does finally get a bit of joy in this match as he picks up 1 wicket. Bowled well. 1 for 9. But all in all, as we said, they just didn't get the runs they needed on the board. The wicket taker there, of course, was Rohit Damyan. And well, he's one who knows that he'll put his hand up himself. He just had 2 balls today in the 2 matches, and both have resulted in 0. So he's got to find form somewhere as well.
Yeah, so it will be Royal Tigers that top the table. Had a really good first day. They had to work really hard to get the qualification spot in Hungary, and see that they will be the only team with 2 wins on the first day. But we saw, 4 teams out of 6 get wins. We saw the other 2 pretty competitive. Only Zagreb Sokol not getting a win. They only played the once though, and they did push their opponents. Same with Bulgarian, where in the field they looked really competitive, but they just weren't really able to sustain the assault long enough. But still, they get the game went go to the last over and the second last over. So big thank you once again. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you out there. And we really do love that you are following us on European Cricket Network. Unprecedented amount of cricket, unprecedented entertainment, and We certainly have had a lot of support behind the scenes from all of our crew, and we love all of you as well. I would hug every single one of you if I was allowed, but I know you're in your bubbles, so you're probably safer there. But look, we want to wish all of you a very happy night, no matter whether you're single and mingling or whether you're coupled up or whatever your situation is. We certainly hope that you have happiness today and hope that you enjoyed the first day of Group B, and we'll be back to do it again tomorrow, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for all the love, and of course, right back at you on this very special day, and St. Valentine's Day. Feliz Dia there, Valentine. Have a good evening, whatever you're up to, and well, you know, I tell you what, having you there with us has been fantastic. And what are you doing? Is your phone ringing again or something?
Yeah, it's another call. Yep, it's my date. It's Wahid. He wants to go. So, look, thanks again for your company. And look, actually, it's for you. There you go.
For me?
Yeah, it's for you. Anyway, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And we hope you have a lovely evening. Hope you can join us tomorrow. You can also look at our website, EuropeanCricket.com. Don't do that. That's a lie. And we hope we see you tomorrow, because we will be back for more. Corey will be back as well. Thanks to everyone here at the ground, all the players, officials, and spectators, all the kids as well that joined us today. But we'll see you tomorrow on the European Cricket Network, for more BET2BALL European Cricket League. We'll leave you with some highlights of the day. Good night, everyone.
Adios, hasta mañana.